RTM podcast show.
To the world and them girls.
Young Spray, Queen Ice Cream.
How you mean?
In Northwest London, born and raised. In Kilburn is where she spent most of her days. Chilling out, matching, relaxing, all queening. Then her and Mafiella did start diva twinning. And Young Spray, well, I was up to no good. Always making trouble in the neighbourhood.
What?
Did a one liquor ups and the judge didn't care. He said, I'm sending you to prison right now for 2 years. I blew my mama kissing them when I saw tears. Her face showed the limit of the pain she could bear. If anything I could say, the sentence weren't fair. But I thought, nah, forget it. Yo, mom, have no fear. Have no fear, mama. I know I'm only 16, but I'm built for this.
That's what
Yo,
I told myself.
I pulled up to the jail around 7 or 8 and I yelled to the sweatbox, yo fam, link you later. Welcome to Feltham, I was finally here. They took me to Swallow and it started from there. That's where it all started, man. You're just like me, I'm just like you. I was a bad you too.
Bad you too.
But you could change, man.
You can change. Have faith. Have faith.
RTM.
RTM. Really the most.
Boom. Welcome to the RTM podcast show. Season 6, episode 13. Don't know, you know. Last episode of the season. So, you know, we had to keep it proper real today. But yeah, Big Bad Spray, Young Spray here with my co-host.
Cream, you know the vibes.
Queen Ice Cream. And today, special guest, because obviously, you know, we like to have different guests. And we like to keep it industry and in the streets. And obviously, last week, we was talking about, we were saying, JP was saying that Tef, Blade and Giggs was 3 pillars in UK rap. And first of all, I just want to say, like, because I watched that back, and I don't want Tef to think that man went a bit too hard on him. That's a why. But Tef, we rate your music
100%.
over here. We was just being opinionated, having our opinion, and we think, obviously, Joe Blacks and boom, boom, boom. But Tef is a legend in his own right. Big up Tef.
Big
up Tef.
And yeah, so that was pillars in the UK rap. Today, special guest is a pillar in the community. So yeah, we'd like to thank you for coming through.
Without
Justin,
further ado, come on.
from United Borders. We've even had someone in the comments actually ask to get you on. Yeah, like using the list of people they want to see on. So if you're that person, holler in the comments and see. But yeah, so obviously Cream.
Shout out to Mum.
We say thinking.
Mum was all up in the comments.
Obviously, today, Tommy Robinson spree, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to act a bit more grown up, you get what I'm saying? Carl, Justin, boom, I see the thing with you and Piers Morgan. I see you badded up Piers, but now I can see why he was so nervous. You get me? So, you get what I'm saying? But nah, thanks for coming, and your story will be an interesting one because, you know, good work you do in the community, and we just want to know what brought you to that decision.
Love for that.
Especially coming from where you're coming from. But yeah, let's
let's
get to know where you're coming from. So
massive shout. I think it's all a journey, really. A relationship journey with myself. Before we start, I like to say shout out to you guys as well, because I've seen the journey. Obviously, Spray wouldn't really know me like that, but we've kind of like crossed paths back in the day.
Right.
So for me to see the journey with where you are today, commend and salute.
Thanks, man. Thanks,
so,
man.
As for the journey itself, I'd say I think it pretty much started as most of our journey started. Growing up in...
Where was you born?
Church Road.
Yeah, I'm going mad. I'm moving like I ain't got interviewer skills. Like, I'm gonna, we're going to get you through this interview heavily.
And I actually know Justin because we went to the same school.
But we're at where he was born.
All right,
So
cool.
Where he was born, Cream. We're going to get to...
Northwest 10. Park Row Hospital.
Yeah, this is the proper interviewer.
Park
I'm
Row
the
Hospital.
interviewer.
Born and raised. I mean, we was in Stonebridge for the first part. I think the first development year is like 1 year old. Then this new estate that they built called Church Road was being erected. So we moved in when it was meant to be temporary accommodation. White cardboard flats is what we grew up in. You know what I mean? That's how we know it. But then we moved to Church Road. So all of my formative years were Church Road, between Church Road and Stonebridge.
Northwest born and bred.
Born and bred.
See it there.
Like proper.
Primary school. Now, have you got
school.
siblings? Sorry, I'm going mad. Cream.
Got
Me out here.
You was giving it all.
No,
like,
but
you know what I mean? I thought you
remember
had it. I thought
siblings.
you had it.
No, but
You know
that's
what I mean?
that's when she normally pipes in.
Yeah,
You got any
yeah.
siblings? She pipes in.
Yeah, so I've got an older sister.
Because we can't leave out the family.
Older sister, I think she's probably 5 or 10. We're 5 or 6 years my senior, actually. Then I've got my younger brother and my younger sister. Obviously, a lot of people know who my brother is more than my sister. So yeah, there's 4 of us in my household.
Yeah.
But Dad was busy.
yeah.
Yeah, Dad was.
Big up Keyz, you get what I'm saying? I'm forgetting, but
So
we're getting to that.
Yeah.
So Dad was Dad. So there's enough of us all over London. So there's some of us in South London, some of us in Acton, Bridge, even my sister's in Bridge. So to my dad's credit, all of us know each other. We've got a strong relationship with each other, if that makes sense.
Was
as
it
well.
just your mum that you lived with? Or?
Yeah. So
Okay.
as far as my mum, dad's concerned, it's us three.
Right,
You know,
okay.
through the same mum and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Church.
Primary school run-ins.
Primary school was in Stonebridge. Went to school called Our Lady of Lords, Catholic school. So that's the whole, you know.
That your background?
Yeah. So christening, you know, that whole.
What country you from?
My parents are from Jamaica.
Oh, yeah.
He said, where you from? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, 'cause you get what I'm saying. You know, I'm small and that, but we have to make them know. You get what I'm saying?
Come on. Both my parents are from Jamaica. Part of that generation that obviously moved from Jamaica. Well, they were the barrel babies, so they were kept in, you know, in Jamaica while my grandparents moved over.
Right.
And then they were brought over afterwards, which kind of impacts some of the relationship things that we go through as youths that are from that kind of generation.
Yeah, because I see the last post, I think it was about the Rinrush.
Yeah. That's grandma and granddad that were out there in St. Mary's. Kind of different relationship. Granddad was born to, had a privileged status, if that makes sense. My grandma was up in the hills in the bush. Granddad being a white appearing person, pretty much was kind of told that if he pursues this relationship with this dark-skinned woman, then, you know, it is what it is. So he was like, whatever. So him and my grandma up sticks and moved to Bristol. So
Okay, Bristol.
Yeah. So
your
that's
team
where
formed from Bristol before you lot moved down.
yeah, before even London, because my mum was originally in Bristol.
Yeah. Big up the Bristol, big up the argument there.
Yeah, you know, that's my people that was with it.
Really?
Yeah,
Don't lie.
100.
Yeah, nah, big up Clinton.
So come on. So it was up there first and foremost. Then mum, you know, she was the eldest, rebellious teenager. So she was like, you know what, I need to set up life for myself. So then she moved to London, and that's how our start got.
It's good. It's good that you know your history,
I
you know,
love
your
it.
family history,
Yeah.
because it's hard. Like a lot of people, like don't really know past their.
Yes, it's becoming
Grandparents.
more challenging to do so, but that's more to do with society, finance. You know what I mean? It's more those kind of things and how it impacts relationships. So with my grandparents, that was my formative years, and their thing was like the whole family was together. So all of my 13 cousins, all the same age, we all had to go to Bristol every Christmas, Easter, summer.
tradition.
Glastonbury, my grandma set up like the biggest food store in Glastonbury, so we was there every year. So growing up in that kind of abundance of like family and love and certain things. So you could ask me from 5-year-old what I want to be, and I tell you straight, I'm a married man. It was the maddest thing. That was my ambition. As a 5-year-old, I'd say I want to be a married man, because the kind of groundings that my granddad and my grandma put into us, that was all I wanted to replicate when I got older. So
Amazing.
That's sick, though.
Yeah, my grandparents, I've said it already on the show that they're my role models. My grandparents.
100.
Right now,
Yeah.
that's all you want. That's all you want your people. Them wanting to grow up and be married. You get me? 'Cause
Yeah, well, it's
too much
challenging.
rainbow thing out there.
Challenging.
No, but too much rainbow thing out there.
Don't
innit?
get me involved in
Oh, yeah,
all
I'm
of
going
this.
mad
man.
on you.
Yeah, I got chatting.
Yeah, I'm
But
going mad.
anyway.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying? That was heavy. It wasn't so mad.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So you get what I'm saying? It wasn't. So,
it's
but
mad
anyway,
'cause times were
how
bad.
was you in primary school? What type of
How was I in primary school?
Yeah.
Shy.
Yeah.
Very shy, retiring type. My best friend at the time was Jason Roberts. So he's someone that kind of made it in football and done pretty well for himself.
Yeah.
And
Come on.
he's always been alpha since young. And that was my sidekick. So I was overshadowed a lot by his presence, and him knowing exactly who he is now is who he was at 6.
Wow.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Assertive, dominant character, that kind of thing. Whereas I was just kind of more, you know, trying to find myself, more quiet,
More
you
laid
know,
back.
more laid back kind of
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah.
shy, retiring type.
So from primary, like.
How was you like? What was you like at school? We didn't ask you like what type of child.
Primary.
Yeah, like, what type of child was you? Did you do good at school or? Was
Academically, yeah, I was always alright with academics.
Waiting for secondary school.
I suppose there was a lot going on
Primary,
household wise. So my pops basically used to run a club called the Hilltop Club, which was on Stonebridge Frontline, and we had to go there every day after school. You know, do chess, boxing, that sort of thing, and there was all that kind of cultural stuff going on as well. So I pretty much was in a family away from a family, was well protected as a youth. I knew myself, so I had a great childhood, to be honest.
Routine and discipline and everything was in there.
Big time, big time.
That's good.
There was an ever side to it. Police raiding yard and rear take a pops is pops, innit? So there was an ever side to it that coming towards secondary school kind of exposed me to life through a different lens, if that made sense. But
So what, your dad was on road?
pretty much, but it was like, I mean, that generation there, they came up against the Robertson era. So they came up against the Teddy boys and the racists and the white boys. And that. Yeah, and a lot of people forget that Housing was a white run area. It was a dominantly white run area. So they moved black families in amongst hostile white people as well, because working class, they didn't have the finance to move out of the area. And as far as they're concerned, all these monkeys are just moving in. So a lot of them was hostile towards the black community that came in at that point. So people
And had
like
to mash them up and that.
people like my pops and that, they went through it. So you talk to that era, they'll tell you straight that when school finished, they had to just run. There weren't no walking, because they said white man would bruck you up, and not even just the kids bigger brothers would bruck you up, the ones that were in secondary school. So they spent a lot of their childhood just running from beef. Then in the end, you know that Matrix moment where Neo says, I can't run from these agents no more. They turned it around and they started to bruck up a lot of man. And they're the reason why we can even walk. We had a relative safety in the streets that we walk in. So I would say he's a man that kind of went through a lot. You know what I mean? Went through a lot, but still very community-centered. So when time they had their come up and they went through their things, bank robberies, the whole nine, the whole thing was kind of like politically aligned. So when they had their money, it was set up the big youth clubs, put this and that on, make sure the youths them can get free breakfast. So they was following a lot of the Black Panther principles, you know, 10-point plan. So free breakfast in the morning, know your history, certain things, protect the area, rah. So I grew up in that era.
Did you ever have to see him go prison?
Yeah, see him go prison. But before the prison, it was a lot of raids on our house.
So this is secondary school, primary school?
This is end of primary going into secondary.
How was that though?
It was mad, because up until then, I was a youth that I used to love the police. Cops and robber situation, I wanted to be the popo. Do you know what I mean? I was that young youth. Yeah, I want to be policeman. That sort of thing. So I didn't realize there was this other relationship with police until I understood what that relationship was. Because when you're in
Do you still want to be a Fed before? Because I'm not. Alright, cool. Because
I'm saying,
I was going to stop. I was going to stop this interview. I was going to stop this interview. I swear I was going to press stop. Like, no, I just didn't know. No one told me you wanted to be a Fed in it. So, but
hold on.
Alright, cool.
Context.
Cool.
I was
cool.
five,
But it's cool. No, but you get what I'm saying. That's why I had to ask you. Do you still want to be one, or are we cool here?
Yeah, we're good. No, we're more than good.
I'm gonna start saying allegedly.
No, we're good. Cool. So around that time, I'd say a lot of young people at that point don't have any interaction with police. The interactions come through your older brothers, your pops, your uncles, if you understand. So those things kind of filter down to you. So when people say we've got a bad relationship with the police, the police are impacting us negatively. That's what that is. So up until then, I had no concept of police. It was only when I'm going to school in the morning. I was in secondary school at this time. I'm first year in secondary school, and I'll be going to school, wake up, and there's be a white man around my bed. And I'm like, it's not a why, that's a situation.
Oh my, I missed, but I missed. Thank you for that. Thank you. You had me, I'm moving to growing up here. I need to, you know what I'm saying? I probably let a few go. That's a why. That's a why.
But
let a few go is mad. But I'm saying, let's act growing up this week.
All right, cool.
You know what I'm saying? But it's true. Thanks everyone. All the feedback I'm getting from the Tommy episode. You lot I'm seeing. You lot have never seen me talk this. What did it say? Articulate. They said that's the most they've seen me, but I'm trying to be this again.
All right, cool. So so that was it. That was my childhood. Like I wake up, police all around my house. Young man, grab your clothes. You got to go to school. And I was like, what's going on? Come downstairs, see my dad in handcuffs and that, cussing. me kill or no? Kind of situation. I'm like, okay. Where's my dinner money? Mum's like, yeah, dinner money's over there, son. I got to grab my dinner money. And I've gone, you're walking past police. You know, you go down our balconies, police all along the balcony, police all the way downstairs, riot vans everywhere, and I'm on my way to school. So that was my first understanding of what police intimidation and violence really looked like, and it just followed through. It got more and more intense as the years went on.
Yeah, that's why man have to commend you to how you're dealing with life now, bruv. Like that's enough to turn man bitter to the end. Do you get what I'm saying? But yeah, we're gonna get to how you. But yeah, so what was you good at in secondary school? Did you like school?
Secondary school was a jump for me. I didn't enjoy it straight away. It was busy, it was big, and there was just a lot going on. And me personally, if I form friendships, it tends to be with a couple of people, and that's who I know. Secondary school, I didn't get to none of the secondary schools I wanted, so then I had to go to St. George's, which was made at Vale, which was quite some way away. It was either Cardinal Hinsley's.
Yeah, your school.
And Cardinal Hinsley was like, no, mum, that's the gay guy school. Or guy school. So I was fighting. I was like, listen, homeschool.
We don't edit.
Now, hold on a minute. Now, I'm saying as a grown folk now,
can do what I do.
I'm fine with that. You know the ones that, we're fine with that community. But as a youth man, I'm being from the Caribbean culture and certain things, it was like, Lord have mercy, I can't believe my mom's going to do this to me. So then it was like, all right, cool. Well, if you want to go to a school that's mixed, you're going to have to travel all the way to Maidavale. So I was like, cool. I'm doing that. So that's where that started. But I had no friends there. Nobody that was a remnant from my old school coming into this one had to make friends again. And as I said, I was shy. So first year was quite intimidating. But by the second year, third year, love school. Then it switched because we had lower school, St. George's them time, then upper school. So then it switched into just the upper school, basically. And that weren't a great time for me. But that's because of personal life. Well, parents split around this point. So we're saying around fourth year, secondary school, parents split at that point. And even though my dad was around, he weren't hands-on in that sense, but it was enough where his presence means a lot. And when he is around, like, know yourself, innit? I see my dad
He's a militant man.
I see my dad do a lot of stuff where,
like, know your skin,
I know what's going on. I know what's going on. We've been in East London and surrounded by racists and see my dad come out of the situation and every man broke up. And I'm like, okay, you know, like the films. So I'm like, cool. So he's not a man to be messed with on that front. So
it's like your security. You feel like your security is
and that's what he done security as well. So them man is doing security, securing carnivals, securing beer things. These guys were squatting, you know, over 200 keys for no apparent. So
but you know, like when your dad's gone, it's like your security. Like I'm trying to keep pushing this narrative.
In terms of emotional,
I'm trying to keep pushing this narrative. You know, like the dad's got. I'm going mad.
No, that makes sense. In terms of emotional security, the moment that he left, there was that void there, and there was also that thing where I didn't feel like I had anyone to answer to now. Whereas my dad was just like, we had just a look and all right, cool, fix up, set up. Whereas once he moved away from the household, it was like he had to hear things through my mum. And it was always like, bro, what's your mum telling me? And then you could play on that.
You can
navigate.
Mind games. You can mind games.
So by that point, that's when my personal situation started up, and by that secondary school didn't mean much to me. There weren't really much of a family structure. My dad got nicked and was doing remand in I think it was Chelmsford at the time. Mum was building grandma's house in Jamaica at the time. So I was here, raised around aunties and rear tears. So within that time, that was my time to kind of, you know, explore more street values.
So did you like have to look after your younger siblings and all that? Like,
yeah, it's weird. So in some senses, yes. So when we was on Church Road, it was one of those ones where I couldn't go out to play without bringing them two up. That's pram, nappies, SMA. Like I was that you. SMA, fix up the bottle, and then you can go outside with your brother and sister. But Church Road at that point was like a massive play centre. You didn't even need to send a youth play centre. In fact, if you got sent to play centre, you're screwing. Because there's so much vibes
more
on the block.
outside,
You're upset. Like, why do you do that? Like, I need to be on the block. So on the block, every day was vibes. As a youth that was into music, because of my dad's access and stuff, I was the one with all the sound equipment. I was the one with...
What music was you into?
Like R&B, heavily. R&B. This is before hip-hop even turned hip-hop. It was... R&B and ragga at that point was all I could be. You understand? So
early 90s.
Right, there you go. I had the decks, I had the techniques, I had the mixing desk, I had the big speakers. Come on.
From you got the techniques.
You know what's going on. All right, certain man though. So it was speakers by the window. That's how we used to set up. Like I put my speakers through the window, putting my music on full crank, and it's going throughout the whole estate. No one ain't telling me nothing. Everyone likes the tunes, 'cause I'm playing adult tunes. So everyone's like, make it go on. So every day on the block was just vibes. So yeah, in terms of looking after my brother and sister, that was part of my responsibility. Can't leave the house unless you're leaving with them.
Yeah.
So it was big man stress from a liquor youth.
Yeah, it wasn't stress. It was just part of what you have to do. My mum's got to go back to work.
Yeah.
My mum's got to go and do the 9 to 5. And then, you know, you're on the estate. So literally anything that happens, she's going to get a phone call at work anyway. Yeah. But Justin's there. So, you know what I mean? You sort these things out. So sometimes we look at these things and we say, now, okay, that's neglectful or child labor. There's all these kind of attachments to it. But when people have to get to work to put food on the table, you know what I mean? And it is what it is. I got to play my role. If my role is to raise my brother and sister, then that's what I have to do. So
other cultures and countries, that's just normal.
Yeah, I didn't see it as anything strange, you know?
That was normal.
Yeah, it was a norm for me back then.
Yeah, so did you get any grades?
Whoa, so yeah, I got expelled from secondary school, funny enough. Yeah, it was a fight situation. Cousin got into a fight with a youth, and you know them youths that look like they can't fight, but then you realise they can fight.
Mad. Yeah. It's too late because the fight started.
Oi. It was one of those situations. So we was like, yeah, my cousin's a scrapper, so he's got this. And then he was scrapping, I was like, oh, he ain't got this. All right, cool. So we joined in a little bit and gave him the one up in the situation. And then the head teacher at the time said, okay, cool. Last day of school, everyone's excluded for this fight situation. So we was like, all right, cool. All right, we'll just take it for what it is. Then they was like, cool, we're stepping it up. So then there's 7 permanent exclusions. Incidentally, those were the black youths. So St. George's was a mixed school, like really mixed. A lot of white youths, a lot of black youths. Like it was mixed. Whereas St. Augustine's, man didn't run that place. So it was mad because in the classroom, you've got like, I don't know, 25 youths. The white ones, they were like, yeah, you lot will come. As active as anyone else, they will come. But the 7 black youths, and we was one of the 7 permanent exclusions. So we had to go through appeals process to try and appeal, to try and get back in the school. They said, nah, what they're going to do with me is they're going to keep me at home because they're worried about the youth safety. They've got to consider that too. And if I do my all of my GCSE work from home, they'll allow me to do the exams.
That's what happened to me.
So I said, come. So my dad was like,
exactly what happened to me, you know.
So my dad said, come. So they got me a tutor. My dad paid for a tutor to come Monday to Friday, and it was 6 hours intense every day, just me and this woman in the kitchen. So eventually, like I was, at that point, it was like intermediate, some papers, foundation, some papers, be higher tier everywhere now. So I was like, cool, I'm ready to go and do this thing. So when I was meant to go back to do the exams, they said, okay, they've looked into things and they've changed their mind. They're actually not going to allow me to do my exams. So that was the first time I felt real injustice. And this wasn't just like one person made a decision. There was a priest, there was a teacher, they had to have like a reflection of society. So you've got like someone from the fire service was there, this kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm saying they've all looked at me and decided, actually, he's such a threat that he mustn't do his GCSE. So my dad said, listen, this you ain't doing nothing if I'm in that hall with him. He said, I'll bring him to the hall. In fact, I'll sit right next to him. This you won't do nothing. They said, no, none of that. No GCSEs for him. And that was literally, at that point, I saw the school to streets process for myself. Because after that point, I said, all right, school ain't for me. That work life ain't for me. Streets, fully.
That's the first time that you felt institutionalized racism.
Real time. Yeah. And incidentally, the head teacher that upheld that decision, he got killed 6 months later. None to me. It was just incident. He was the first head teacher to be killed in England, actually.
That one that got stabbed?
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, yeah.
I was in jail with my man.
They kicked me out of there as well.
No surprises.
I was in jail with my man that queffed him still. R.I.P. don't go mad.
That's what it is.
But yeah, so... All right, so you just hit the streets now.
Because the schools have an agenda. Because them schools, they have an agenda, you know.
100%.
She's against schools.
No, because I see, because they use little things like that.
Yeah, me too.
It's
no,
not.
I'm saying teachers or schools. I don't just
have, no, because I've seen it. Yeah, but there's good teachers, but there's a system there that I don't agree with.
It's like saying there's good police.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And it needs to be addressed. Because when they see that certain kids, like they're so quick to just talk to wipe their hands off of them. Yeah. And then they do little things and mess up around their GCSEs because they know that, you know, like that that transition is very important. Do you understand? And they know what way they want. You understand? They know what way they're literally navigating you that way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All the statistics that you care to mention, confirm exactly what you're saying. So as firm as institutional racism,
it's very
not
close
really
to home
about
for me.
who's the good ones, who the bad ones. There's a system that's negatively impacting, in particular, black children.
Exactly.
So until that gets overturned, we are going to be where we're going to be, basically.
That was one of the questions Tommy asked me. Have I experienced institutionalized racism? I said no, innit? Obviously, I was just on mind games, innit? Come on, man. Like,
is that what you're saying?
Mind games, innit? Like, you know, like, not like that.
Like you haven't. Of course you have.
No, but mind games, like, you get what I'm saying? I'm the EDO's watching, innit? Like, I'm there.
Hey, don't even.
I'm patterning.
I mean, that's down to you. But
I'm patterning. You get me? I've never felt institutionalized pattern.
Tommy. Anyway,
I know I'm going mad.
Yeah. But I think from that point, it's more about street life. At that point, I didn't. The trauma from that experience. I understand why youths feel the same trauma and don't want to go back into education after things like that. Because if you look at it, that's the first society you've ever encountered, and you spent a good 4 or 5 of your formative years in that society. So to be taken out of it and told you can no longer participate in this, you don't want to participate in anything after that, because they've already effectively thrown you out of society, the only one that you know, and it's half your life.
That's the first. That's actually the first people. That actually for real.
100%.
It's from school.
You get the same thing up to me.
Jobs, they feel and then they get it again in their jobs.
Well
You get me? But they did do that. Like I had to do the work from home and
but that's half your life. That's what people don't understand. That's literally half of your life. So that impact from that, obviously, you're now in where you in. So you're not. It's not like you're excluded from school permanently, and you're going back into an environment where there's finance and opportunity. You're from a disenfranchised background. You're from a place which is marginalized, and there already is an opportunity where you live anyway. Now you're gonna hang out there 24/7. So guess what? You do what people do to get by.
See it there.
110.
So what was going on? What was going on? You know.
Yeah, so that's when you get into the light stuff, picking up this and that.
You didn't even think about college.
We did, but that was more for girl. If I'm to be honest with you, like college was just a gal thing. Like mine just wanted to go.
But did you go though? Yeah.
Yeah, we went in a couple colleges, but that was just more about women and you know what I mean, keeping up the social circles.
Not serious.
Yeah, but not really on a qualification situation. By that time, we already kind of had fixed ideas about who we thought we were. So we thought, okay, we're into street life, so it is what it is. College is for whatever. You look at them like the nerds and what have you not. But yeah, but it is what it is. You're the person that's the real chief in the long term. You understand? But
mind games.
Yeah, but at that point, I didn't mean that.
That was a bit of a mind game.
Just caught it.
That was a bit of a mind game. You know, like you're the person that's the real cheat. Like that's a bit mad, but it's cool. You're big in that. You get what I'm saying? No, but you get what I'm saying. That was a bit mad, isn't it? Come on, man. I didn't know what to take it. Cool. I'm the real chief. I'm the real chief. Cool. I'm the real chief. Alright, cool.
No, you kind of fall into what's available to you and relationships.
Hey Keyz, come and get your brother. Hey Keyz, come and get your brother. Hey, man, alright, cool. Alright, let's calm down.
Right,
let's calm down. Let's get back. Alright, cool.
Yeah,
because we said he's gonna do this anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm prepared for this.
In honesty, I don't talk about these things. So you will not find a podcast where I'm talking about my formative years, and there's very fixed reasons around that, if that makes sense. So even accepting the interview, I understand we're gonna go to a certain space, and it's a space that I don't advocate. So I need to make sure right now people know trigger warnings. I don't advocate for the things that we're speaking about. I'm thoroughly fixed against it, but I'm just talking my life.
Yeah, it's just a journey.
So people are aware. Okay,
but that's what I'm trying to say. Like even just at this point of your life, it's like raw. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Even to what you've now become, like it's just mad. Anyway, but I want to hear more because I don't even know if you went jail or nothing.
No, it's interesting. So it's like you get into the street life side of things, right? So then it's about all of my influences at that point. Guys that were older than me, my so-called mentors, they didn't want me too ingrained in street life because those guys are frightened of my dad, and my dad still got a lot of sway when it comes to certain men. So they'll be like, all right, cool. So it was like a kind of sanitized street man starter kit, which is you can sell weed, but you can't move on from that point there. You know, the ones there, and there'll be enough people in and around. Nobody wanted to shop me anything in the first place. That's what I mean about responsibility and certain things that were going on even back in my era. Nobody wanted to sell me weed. And everyone had weed, but it was like, we're not giving it to you because your dad find out we're dead.
It's mad, yeah.
So it just goes to show that having father influence around, connecting in community, it means a lot, because it means even the people that are risk takers would know, but don't take a risk with that one, because his father, when he comes in, is a madness and everything's compromised. Forget police, man, we'll mash up your thing. You know the ones there. So with Pops, it was like that. But then there was this one youth that I kind of idolized, a guy called Brad. So it was an Irish brother. And that's how it was back then, with Irish. Sorry,
come on.
Definitely.
Irish.
Big up the paddy, man.
Big
up Brad, man. Legendary.
So, no dogs, no blacks, no Irish. You know what I mean? That whole situation. So, we're all in the same situation. We're in it together. And Brad was like the first charismatic white boy that anyone had seen at that point. Could dress sharper than man, had the swag, had the pitter patter, you name
Bad
it.
boy white.
He was that guy. And that family, obviously, if you know about the Bradishes, you'll know that family put in some serious work in terms of that side of things. He was the first man that was like, cool, I'm gonna boss you and put you on, but listen, if your dad finds out,
big up Brad,
it's not me. It's not me. Nah, he passed. It's not me.
See there, no, but look at that. Look, I said if he's alive, because I knew Brad
100
is Brad.
Yeah,
I'm saying I can hear Brad's Brad.
So he was the first man to kind of put me on game, and throughout my whole thing, like I said, it wouldn't go beyond that with certain people in place. So shotting weed and that, and when you're in that kind of game, the people that you interact with are working people that are working. People that have got the money and the means, but there are also people that will chat to you. What you do with yourself? How's everything? You know what I mean? Well, go on, big man. It's that kind of thing. So you're always in that kind of crowd.
Community.
That still want you to kind of like pursue a certain thing, if that makes sense, right? So Brad then was killed in a car crash. A mad situation. Man. Yeah, he was killed in a mad car crash, and
R.I.P.
that was like
the
first death in the community, our age group, that impacted the entire community. When church came, you can't get in church. There was no way you could go. Like the streets were jam. Bridge Park Community Centre, jam. It was like big, massive.
How old is he?
He was young. I think it was like in his 30s, early 30s or something like that. I don't even know if he made it to his 30s, to be fair.
I don't think he made it to his 30s.
He went 25, was it?
Like 20?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was,
Big up Titch in the building.
Yeah, it was one of them ones there. So that impacted everything in terms of relationships. He's a man that went and stayed with my grandma in Jamaica. And when I went to Jamaica afterwards, I was there for months, people would say, yo, was Snow your brethren? They used to call him Snow after the Informer guy, innit? Not the Informer, but the artist.
Daddy Snow, you get me?
Yeah, it was.
We know say Daddy Snow.
Right. You know what's going on.
I'm going a bit mad.
So he was. Well done. Give him some context. So it was that situation. So even long after I was going to Jamaica, this is probably like a year after he's passed, and man's like, yo, the guy was a legend. He's walking up with big chaparator on his ankle, going down James Avenue down in Ochi, which is notoriously sticky. And he's that guy. And man was like, yo, they couldn't understand this white youth that were just in all the maddest places.
Patterning.
Yeah, but at the same time, they knew they couldn't move to him in a certain way to make sense of it. So he was always that guy. So after his passing, I'd say that's when things started to switch. So for me, it was more like, the person that I truly love as a brother has passed out, you get me? And I got my brethren and that, but it was like, for me, that kind of like barrier between me and the streets was gone. And I'm about to go a bit more deeper into this thing. So that's when we started to move with different social circles. So my brethrens, my core brethrens are the same brethrens from 5. Same fly kick I got at 5 from my guy, Emo. Yeah, that's my people, right?
Jason Roberts and them.
Yeah, Jason, we kind of went different ways. Okay. He went football and I went I was in the streets thing. But Emo, Wayne, Dougal, these kind of people, these are my people. Like Skeng and all them guys, those are my guys. So that's like in your house, playing computer, cheesy for everyone's in the same yard, pillow fight. Them man.
Why for pillow fight?
Well, sorry.
I'm just saying the pillow fight. The pillow fight is mad.
All right, cool. I never went pen, so I imagine.
But everything was cool up until the pillow fight.
Right, all right, cool. I imagine in pen, pillow fight, and something else. Sorry.
Even on road.
Yeah. Well, even on road. Mad. Even as a family setting.
Pillow fight.
Cousins.
No girl.
All right, cool. All right,
I'm just getting mad. I'm going mad. It's because you wired me.
Yeah, cool.
And I come to be the Tommy Robinson spree.
I'm saying that's a reach, but we're going to go with it.
It's a reach.
So after that team, that's when I started to move with Everman. And Everman that was more doing harder things than what was going on in there. So those friendship associations brought me more out of Church Road, and I spending more time in Bridge, which is where a lot of my childhood was in Stonebridge anyway, but more time in Bridge, more time in Rise.
Them time there's no beef
more time in
between,
Green.
no.
Nah. You see them days?
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
You two have got beef.
Yeah.
You know the ones
there? Yeah, if you lot got beef, you lot got
my
beef.
man. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's between you and him. You know the ones there? Like, you couldn't afford to have that kind of settings that we have now. And those are some of the principles I think need to go on.
Come back, yeah.
Yeah, 2-man-1 did their thing, Hunger Games it. You lot put up your thing and go find yourself. Ain't got to be everyone.
Youth centre days?
There's youth centre days. There's funding.
We keep saying bring back the youth centres.
It's not a joke thing.
Because that's when different youths from different ends get to meet.
So that was that.
You know?
The youth cuts. Sorry to digress, but youth cuts 2011. That was the first space where they made austerity cuts, which I call crime cuts, because it exasperates crime. Right. The first space where they made cuts was to youth spending, and that's every council were told cut the money to youth spending straight away. So that's 2011. Sorry, 29. Then you got riots 2011 or the uprisings 2011 and to where we are today where there is no youth centre. So kind of was all around Brent at that point.
Possibly an agenda.
With different runners, different man, different morals. And I find that when you step up and you start to move different drugs, let's call it, there's different philosophies around those things. There's different risks and there's different ways that man determine payback. You understand?
Yeah, true story.
Man, you take some weed off a man would just say, oh, sure, man, and that's it. That thing there, the next thing is disrespect, and man have to do something about it, and someone's got to get blood off a leak for this thing. So that's when I realized this is a different thing altogether. And for me, I think what I can reveal is that my point, every time I've been at a certain point, I've listened to my the feminine principle is really listening to your intuition. You understand? Not ignoring it. And growing up in a house full of women, my mum, grandma, sisters, certain things, I always know. My mum said, listen, when you leave out there tonight, make sure, and I'm like, Mum, what to you? Why are you putting your mouth on me? Listen, I'm telling you, don't go out there today. Whatever, go out, madness. It was always that situation. So at some point I thought, you know what, let me start listening to that. Not all the time, but when that local spidey sense start going. So
you can't go around your mummy's instincts.
But so there's one day, deep down into that kind of hard life now, me and my guy, we're outside doing what we're doing. And a pregnant woman comes to the car. Not pregnant, but like heavily pregnant. Like, baby look like it's gonna drop tonight. You know the ones there. And she's come to the car and she's knocked on the glass and that. And she's like, yeah, my usual situation. So I'm looking at her, I'm like, later, move from the car. You mad? You're about to have a baby. No, move from the car. And she goes, you what? I said, move from the car, man. What's wrong with you? Wound back up the window. My guy looks at me and he's like, bro, are you serious? What do you mean if I'm serious? He's like, bro, if you don't shut her, you think I'm going to shut her?
Yeah.
So I was like, what?
Yeah, she going somewhere else.
My man jumped out and went and done the thing, innit? So I was just like, rah, and then come back. And drove to my hostel that same night. I was like, bruv, do your thing. And he was just like, nah, blood, if anything, I said, nah. Morals. I said, let me tell you something. Once I know that that's what I'm feeding into, I'm not interested. And that was it. Literally from that day, and my man knows who it is. He knows he's doing his L plate right now.
See.
You understand?
He can't believe it, yeah.
He's doing his time. When the man see this, he'll be like, yeah, that's a true thing. You get me? So from that, I cut off enough relationships just by ruling out that particular drug. Saying I'm not involved in this thing. Yeah? So enough relations that came with that fell away.
So your morals have always been on point?
There was on point as your support system. Yeah. So if you're from a different support system and you know what, your mum's on drugs. Someone's an alcoholic. Someone's been abusive. Someone's been touching someone. You feel? Someone's been exposed to things they shouldn't have been exposed to. Someone's electric meter keeps on going off. Someone's hungry at night. Never experienced that. My mum was making me food Monday to Sunday from scratch. You know the ones there, like I was that sport in my own world sport. Like Monday to Sunday, no matter what's going on, Mum, I won, all right, man, it's happening. You know the ones there. Other youths, that's not happening. Other youths could play out after dark. When we're in our bed, we're hearing other youths outside playing out. We already know what going for that household. You understand?
Otherwise, you'd be in.
So I don't judge anyone else that's in that situation. I don't have the same structure or support. You get me? I understand it. You get me? But for me, I deviated. What my grandma and granddad shown me from early, complete deviation, and I knew it. So at every point when that conviction hit me, I brought myself back. I brought myself back a little bit.
Did you get into trouble with the police?
Bare times. Throughout my teens, I say from 16 probably to like 23, me and police, just normal cat and mouse. Like, no insurance, not stopping for you, shut up. Is what it is. You know, was that was that guy. House constantly getting knocked up, wide. And at this point, was involved in a lot of
them damn producers, don't he?
Yeah, producers.
Yeah, man say my name's Michael Jackson. Yeah.
You understand? The mad thing.
Yeah.
But, it was one of those ones that police and me at that point, that was a standard. If I wasn't in court, like for 2-3 months out of the year, something was wrong. Something was wrong. I had to constantly be in court. Fines, racking up.
Did you touch prison?
Never touched. There was one time I came close, like this close I was always driving from 14, taking parents' car, gone. Man, come we go. Gone down South London, 14, you know, thinking I look old enough over a steering wheel, whatever. But I was always driving, that was my thing. So there was one time now, I think I got a ban, still driving on a driving ban. Warrant out for my arrest, so what? Situation. So the judge, they came and nicked me one morning, spun me, had excessive amount of money on me. They was like, cool, go back to the yard and spin the yard. Said, all right, whatever. Came back and said, right, we're sending you to court. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm going for this. Gone to court now. Judge said, right, you've been playing games with us for the last year and a half. You've had warrant for your arrest and you're not showing up for court. You're getting a custodial today. So go back downstairs from now, and at the end of the day, you're getting custodial. So I'm like, I'm really going to jail for driving. Bang, they put me back downstairs. Then, it was a weird situation.
I went jail for driving.
They put me back downstairs. They put me back downstairs, and then look at more like my door's open now, and I'm like, what one? They said, the judge said that you got to go upstairs and go to the gallery. I'm at the gallery. Put me in the public gallery.
Yeah.
To watch all the cases. Bro, I tell you, yo, that's when you talk about institutional racism, I never knew what it was until you see it out playing. You know the facts, but until you see it, right? So this woman here was sending man after man after man, sentencing. Man got caught with, a black youth come in, got caught with a knife. Knife went nowhere near him, no DNA, cool. Yeah, 6 months. Bro, okay, cool. White youth would come up, had the knife on him, police, ease him out. I said, just person after person, it was like that. So I was like, so she's showing me what's going on. And she's actually showing me I'm getting this treatment at the end of the day. So I've gone back down. I'm like, F it, whatever. It is what it is. I don't even care, like racist, whatever. She brought me up at the end of the day and she said, all right, cool, listen, I don't know why. However, with you, I'm not going to give you a custodial today. She showed me everything. She said, I'm not going to give you a custodial today. However, if I see you in my court again, just know you're going down.
You're gone.
And from that point, I said, all right, let me sort out my things. So nearly. And then the only time I ended up in jail, weirdly enough, was when I worked in jail.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, because obviously I know, Cream's told me what you do now. And it's like, apparently, like the last point before going jail. So it's mad that your last chance made you turn.
Somewhat.
And then now you're at the point of the last chance.
That happened, and then obviously my having youths young, 17, 18, having to grow up when I didn't want to grow up. I was the king of flipping GoldenEye. You mad? Why am I leaving GoldenEye?
Go on.
Why am I leaving my front room? What's going on here? This whole thing called parenthood and family.
Mad.
Apparently I got to leave my yard. My yard's the base. Anyone could tell you, everybody comes in my yard. Gunman. Oh shoot! Yeah, that's it. That's a
major one. That's a
huge one.
Let's go back. Let's go back to normal. Let's go.
Everyone reaches.
Yeah, let's go back to normal.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, let's go back to normal now. Sorry.
You got to
but
say that.
Come on, let's go back to normal.
Say that.
That was just. That was automatic. That was just an automatic alarm. That was
spot, man.
Not
everyone.
Say
not
that.
everyone. Only the girl.
Yeah, there was a lot of people in my gaff. So my gaff is known as that gaff. You can find gunmen and nerds in the same place.
Yeah.
We all had a supreme passion for gaming. Like gaming was a thing, and when it came to like N64, Nintendo, Amstrad,
Pro
64,
Evolution,
I had everything. I had every single console, and then I had the base. So everyone was always in my house. So it was like I had to leave this thing to go and now pursue parenthood, and that was a hard transition for me. Do you know what I mean? So after that was like normal jobs, working, not used to people telling me what to do, timing, all the rest of it. Had to get used to the work culture. It was tough. So you get sacked from a couple of jobs. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just is what it is. You just got to get onto that rhythm and understanding it, basically. And then when I started to make like more career choices, it was more like, all right, cool. By the time my younger brother and them started to come up now, and they've kind of the legacy that we left. Like at that point, Justin the funny guy, but also street doing this kind of thing. Comes as no surprise that them man have picked up the mantle for what was. And where I've gone out of the ends because I'm pursuing family and making sure my youth them are on the right track, that sort of thing, I'm hardly in the ends. So when I hear now, I'm coming back down, like my dad. It was almost like the whole thing happened again, where like, wait, what's this I'm hearing? Oh, your brother's involved in what? Then I'm going back down to the end. Yo, you know, and no, what had happened? What?
Yeah,
what?
Man, just style
so
you.
I'm that guy. Yeah, style me out. I've only got here 4 hours. I've got a shift in the morning, so I'm leaving in a minute.
Yeah.
You know I'm leaving too. So there's only so much. There's only so much you can do in it. So them man has picked up the mantle. So it was just weird seeing the whole thing go 360 and the same cycle committed to again. But I was raising family, so. At this point, when I'm coming down and in the man them's ears, can we go with that one? Man them's ears chatting?
Yeah, go on. No, we're just...
All right, cool, say that. So when I'm kicking it with the man them and we're talking now, and I'm just speaking as a mentor or as an older bro, if that makes sense, then man was saying, you know what? If you was in jail, like as an officer or something like that, man will hear you, but we're on road. We need to make money. We got to do what we got to do. But as if you was in that kind of space, because it's nothing but time. You're in jail 22 hours a day. Someone like you in jail, man would probably listen. And I was like, really?
Yeah.
So the man then planted the seed for me to even apply for a job to become a prison officer.
Oh, use a screw?
Yeah, big time.
Oh my
And that was in Feltham. So I had a very like, cool, I'm going to Feltham. Went through the training.
That's why we had the argument upstairs. Not argument.
No argument, never no argument.
But imagine, remember, I didn't know that. Remember when I said, I was like, I've got the PTSD. I was like, I've got PTSD because like, that's how Screws used to talk to me. No, but then remember, I was like, that's how Screws, and then he turned defensive. But I didn't know he turned defensive. You get what I'm saying? He's like, no. But yeah, that's why.
He said you got to think if that's what you are.
It's cool. So it was weird because my initial journey into that into Feltham, it was quite intense because that's the first time I've literally going to train with different sets of white people that I don't normally interact with, if that makes sense. And it's like you're interacting in their training school in rugby. You're there for months, etc. And then you pass out.
The training school's in rugby. That's where Only is.
You're there for months, and then you pass out. And then you go to whichever establishment you want to be in. So my thing was always Feltham. Everyone's like, you're crazy. I said, no, I want to be with the youth them and take it from there, start building those things. So went to Feltham. First year, I wouldn't say year, I say first 8 months for me was a complete culture shock. Because you got to imagine, this is the time of like honey trap killings and this is when man is just getting stabbed up regular.
What year?
This is 2000 and, I'd say 2008.
Oh, late, boy.
Yeah, 2008. And these times in the ends, things is going on, but for Northwest, it weren't like North London or East London. Like, and Feltham is that remand prison that everyone goes there first before they go on. So, and when I say that, I mean in the terms of like, man that's from North London, everyone's got stab wounds, normal, if that makes sense. Whereas on the ends, if you got stabbed, it was still like, okay, my man got stabbed. They're like, it was something. Whereas,
yeah, more man was getting shot than stabbed.
Yeah, but that was like early 2000. Then it kind of eased out for a little bit. Statistics say it eased out for a bit, but then there were still things going on tit for tat. Yeah. But North and East London, you got Hackney Bunch, you got Edmonton, you got North London. It was really kicking off. Tottenham and them. It was active. It was active. It was active. So that's the first time I was saying to myself, like, raw, these youths are just stabbing like non-stop, like things is active.
Did you twist up anyone, blood?
Huh?
Did you twist up anyone?
We'll get into that. So yeah, so we'll get into that. We'll get into that. We'll get into it.
I can't believe
we'll get into it. Man had to do
the man them.
Man had to do the dark.
I can't believe you twisted up the man them.
Certain man had to get it.
Like, you know, like,
yeah.
Fam, you know when they get you, it's not a joke, you know.
It's curtains.
It's not a joke, you know.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
He was dealing with
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. A lot going on. So, in fairness, it's like this, yeah. Feltham is like, I think you got like 10 units in Feltham, right? From Albatross, Curlew, you know.
Yeah, come on, man.
All the way through,
all the birds, innit? The wings.
Yeah.
Wings are the names of birds.
Probably like 30 youths on each unit. And why I say it was a culture shock thing for me was the rates of stabbings I was unaware of, because I was in my like, kind of like middle class aspiring mode, right? My kids are all right. You know what I mean? Like, we're out the way. When I go to the hood, you hear these things that are still going on, but that's going to the hood and hearing. You get me? Like, this was like, you're in it now. You're bang, slap back in the middle of dealing with working class, because it's a class situation, working class madness, what the things that the youth them have to face and what they're dealing with is a madness. I was thrown in the middle of it. So a lot of it I couldn't relate to straight away, because in the ends, if I chat, the man am doing madness in the ends, and I say, yo, what kind of idiot thing? Man, they gotta hear it. Whether they're gonna do something about it, they gotta hear it. Like, you're on some idiot thing, bro. I don't rate this, I don't rate that. We speak freely, and everyone has to account for everyone. We haven't got relationships where no one can't say nothing to nobody. It's a weird relationship thing. You can say anything to anyone. I don't care if you're a gunman. I don't like what you're doing. We're gonna have a conversation. You know the ones there. It's always been that way.
If you don't like it, you got to link up round the back.
You know the ones there.
Out in the garden.
Yeah, you got to get fixed up. You got to go and get a fix up. But it's one of those ones where it don't matter who you are, man can still chat to you and really question where you're going with your thing. So to get into a space like Feltham and see that morality had gone through the window, because there's too many youths getting stabbed up now. These are 15-year-olds sporting big scars throughout their stomach, etc. One day I was walking with like 10 set of youths. Every day you're bringing youths to and from. I'm walking with 10 set, man. And I'm saying to the man there, are you not really on this thing like how you lot claim? Like, are you not seriously this active? And they said, what do you mean? I said, is everyone here stabbing people up? I said, what are you talking about? Of course, that's normal. And I was like, honestly, man, I see one of them raise his stomach. I said, what do you think this is? The next one said, what do you think this is? Next one said, what do you think this is? I said, rotted.
No, so but wait, they showed the screw, their nank.
Yeah, the scars.
Oh,
not that. Not that.
They're going mad. That's what I was thinking. Raw.
They were just showing me.
I was rating you. I'm thinking you didn't shift them.
No.
I was thinking, they were just showing
me like scars and what they're dealing with. So I realized, there's been a shift. Like, and I've been out of it for a long time. When they see you out the streets, literally out. And now I'm kind of understanding that the culture shifted somewhat and youths are dealing with violence on a day in, day out. So I say that not to digress, but then obviously there was the honey trap killing, right? So
there's been a few. Which one?
The honey trap killing was the major one with the girls, so-called South London. Led dude to a certain spot, and they made a BBC show around it called Shack.
Okay.
Led him to an area, and the man them just corralled him and dealt with him.
There's another recent one in it, that madman with a fat girl, and you don't even know why he's done that.
Yeah, of course.
With the fat, you're thinking, why? What? That's the girl you. But
yeah. So it was back in the day. So this situation's gone down, and then the youth them were still there. So a couple of youth them are wedged because they used to be rugby players. So a couple of them are wedged. They're on the thing, and they're making it clear, like, yeah, man, we're responsible for that. Yeah, and they're just putting it out there, like, big and bold.
Rags.
Yeah. And this is like, you got caught. You know what I mean? So even all the officers know that it's them because they're just owning the thing. Then there was one youth in particular that, when you know officers mess, so where we eat, basically the officers, if you're in there working, you're enhanced, like, and you're a trusted, you're a trusted prisoner. That's how come you can work in the officers mess around their food, say nothing. So there was one youth in there that was working, and really polite youth. Me and him I said, nah, he's part of the honey trap crew, so I just avoided him. So I just don't.
Was he part of it?
Yeah. Okay. So I said, I'm not really anyone that's around here running up and down on a bragging thing. I don't understand that. Morality for me is that when things happen, you still have to respect who's passed, if that makes sense. Your team might know, but you're not going to be running around like, and everyone's celebrating your thing. So
juvenile, innit?
This is one of those ones where, I realize there's a generational shift, right? So cool. So dude's in there, and you could see that I'm always avoiding him. So in the end, he broached conversation with me. You get me? And he's like, how come every time I'm in here, like, you're making a play past me? Are you cool? So I'm like, yeah, I'm cool, but I can know what you're like associated with and that. And to be fair, man, I don't really rate the thing, if I'm to be honest with you, because man's been murdered and man's in here celebrating the fact. I can't respect that. I got sons and that, and if this was the situation, is what it is. So he's like, yeah, I hear that. He goes, yeah, you know, it was nothing to do with me. I'm like, yeah, that's what all the man them saying. And he goes, bro, I'm not playing. When you go into the unit, ask the man them. I was like, all right, cool. So I've gone back on the units and that, chatting, had a good relationship with the other man them. So I've said to him, yo, you see my man in the officer's mess? What did he do on the thing? He never do nothing. I goes, no, but he's facing a life sentence with you, man. So what do you mean? He said, he didn't do nothing. He said he came afterwards. He had nothing to do with it. So I'm like, wait, what's going on here? So I'm proper baffled now. That's when I'm hearing this thing called joint enterprise. Never knew what it was. Just hear it, like in passing conversation. JE, joint enterprise. Don't know what the hell the thing is.
Pussy or child.
My man got life with everyone else. And we all
just
knew.
from being local.
Imagine, he said his story, as straight as it was, he's coming home from Irish, I used to play for London Irish, he's coming back from rugby, he's come to the ends, man's just running out, like, yo, blow, blow, blow. He's like, what, go on? He's like, he said he looked, he saw you slumped on the floor, and he's like, rah. So he just ran with the rest of the man. The following day, he was going to Jamaica with his family. He's gone to Jamaica.
Mind games. That following day, going to Jamaica was mind games.
Yeah, and but that was...
He booked that flight immediately. That was mind games.
That was already there.
So that was too coincidental. The next day, you've gone yard.
It was already there. So I mean, all these things were already there. It was already proven that this flight was booked for the family, end of rugby season, to go over there. So all these things were already there, correlated. And he's playing for London Irish. Gone to yard, came back, got nicked to the airport, and he was like, oh, about that situation. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Just thinking whatever. Then he's remanded. So I meet him during this period. Then he's got life. So this is the first time when I'm realizing, this joint enterprise
It's not
thing.
a joke.
Listen, I'd go onto a unit. There's 30 youths on the unit. 25 of them is from our background. That was breaking my heart. Every day, like, I was like, this is a mad thing. Because really, this is...
Especially film.
They've taken away play centres and this is their play centre now. This is where the man them is every day. So every day I'm going into work, I said, nah, you know what? Even though initially when I went into the experience, it was like generational shift. Now I said, nah. And let me start forming relationships and getting into this place more. So that's when I started up bare different programs. You know, we started a Dragons Den kind of program in there. Me and a woman called Simone Haynes brought Jason Roberts in to do inspirational talks with them, etc. You know, you got the enhanced man, the PE man. And once you get enhanced or whatever, not they can do visit Rottle.
Oh yeah,
release.
yeah, DCAT.
Right. So we got an early release system with them to go up to Blackburn Football Club, where they can go and participate in training and watch training and, you know, be in the science department and stuff like that. So I started to get a real penchant for that. So within Feltham, man knew me as Prada or Finny, because I was always wearing Pradas into work, innit, my Prada boots and that. So my relationship with the youth them was mad. Like, youth them loved me in Feltham. When I was going on holiday, they're stressing. Like, nah, when you're coming back. That's how tight my relationship with the man them was.
Bringing the Zankos, innit?
But no, not at all. But you see, my relationships with the officers, horrible. The man, they hated me because it was like, why are you mixing with the Scroats?
I was going to say that to you. How was
problematic?
That with your
Massive problems. Because a lot of these guys ain't from the same culture, and a lot of them don't like work. They got to work in that condition, if that makes sense. I enjoyed it. I was like, I don't even know why these men are paying me. I come in every day, chat with the youth them. What are you on, bro? It's the second time I'm seeing you in 7 months. Are you stupid? Change your crime, man. What's wrong with you? So I was just running joke with the man them and forming proper strong relationships to the point where I'm on road. Youths would approach me on road. I'm with my family and they'll come and, yo, Finny. And I'm hugging up my wife's like, wait, what's going on? You them from jail. So that's how it is. So I know enough, man. You them were probably pinging. They know if you was in jail during that era, my era was a good era. Like, forming strong relationships. But that's when I started to form programs in jails. So from there, left there, went into teaching.
You made some money, innit?
What?
No.
You can't make money. You can't make money in that kind of situation. But it's just left from there and then set up a education hub in Wandsworth. So in Wandsworth prison, that's when we done like alternative education, like 5 different education providers coming in and doing certain things. And that's when me and my business partner at the time, Simone Haynes, we launched a thing called Sales Pitch. Russell Brand came through. Top execs in music came through. Charlene White from London Tonight came through, that sort of thing. So it was one of those ones where I said, you know what? I like building programs, but I want to build them before man reach here. So that's when I kind of maneuvered. That's when I maneuvered to what I maneuvered to.
Sick. So how long was you a screw for?
I think 2 years.
And you told me if you twist one up. Like,
you know what? You know what?
We just want to know if you twist man up and why you twisted man up for.
There was this one time.
Why are you jumping on the man?
There was this one time.
Can't you just look the other way when the bell presses?
Right. So you know how it goes.
Yeah, when the bell presses, you just like, you know what I mean?
Right, cool.
You're just running with everyone else.
When the bell goes, it's a madness.
Yeah, you're just running with everyone else.
The bells go off. On average, I think every 8 minutes. Every 8 minutes, there's a madness going on, right? It's probably even more now. So it hurt me though. It was one of those ones that hurt me. You know when your mum said, "This gonna hurt me more than it hurts you." No, it really hurt me. It really hurt me. It was one that. So you see my unit, yeah. Nobody wanted to leave my unit because even if man's in beef, what would happen is one of them will come to me from before. Call it snitching, whatever you want to call it, but man don't want to. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Man don't want to leave the unit, so man would be like, "Yo, Finny, Me and my man, and I said, all right, cool. When I let everyone out to education, me, you and him, just us three, we're going to go into the room, yassa, and mash out the thing. Because I said too much people are feeding into the thing. Just takes us three. All right, cool. So I was mediating things out. And man was easing that vibe. So as an officer, you get rated on, do you get young people to education? Is their cells neat and clean? Are they participating in workshops, etc., right? On my unit, the man was like, right, I said, look, man, this is what I'm getting rated on, you know. So I beg you, see, you come the morning time, don't mess about with me. Because my unit's the R&B unit. Whatever they want to hear, I'll go and get the CD and I'll put it on at night time. Mine knows there's vibes on my unit, you know the ones there. So I'm saying, but you see, in the daytime, I need these things popping, don't mess about, because that's what I'm being judged on.
Come on.
So we formed a relationship.
Where was you working? What wing?
I think I was on Dunlow. I think I was on Dunlow. It's a long time. I think I was on Dunlow. So, yeah, so that was going on. So man would take time.
Dunlin?
Yeah.
That Fraggle wing?
Nah, it was normal. So man would kind of, you know, play ball, let me know. They got a situation, they let me know. No one wants to leave the unit. So the one you really check for, got a good relationship with him, you know, we're cool. Him and the next man kicked off. Man came on the unit on a mad thing, screaming out some next ends. And man was like, what? Quickly, fix, boom. But it was serious, blood everywhere situation. You know, no one's it. So I'm like, rah. So buzzer's gone. But there's two of us in there, innit? And he's there. So we got to do what we got to do, innit? And obviously, man's putting the bend on and you're first on. So you can't, you understand? So I'm saying to him, bro, I beg you, just go with the thing, please. You get me? And to be fair to him, he was for a minute. But then all the man them came in and it's a madness at this point, you get me? So he starts to fight. I'm saying, let me hold on to this arm regardless, innit? So he's getting bent up and you know how the bent up thing goes. Man's screaming. It's not no joke thing. When your hands are
I'm not screaming though. I swear that not once.
I'm not saying
no, but do you know why? No, but I swear.
I'm screaming.
Not once.
Man, I'm screaming.
Not once on my mummy's ashes. Not once. Because you know why? Because I know that's what they want you to do. That's just, I know that's what they want you to do. That's what the screws want to hear. Like literally, when I used to get twisted up, I used to go into like, you know, the zone. Like,
meditation.
The zone, I swear.
Meditation.
No, it hurt so much, cream, I swear I have to literally just, you know, like when you're getting a tattoo, the zone you're in when you're getting a tattoo, like, you know it hurts.
It's proper. But it's proper because even when we're training, we have to do the locks on each other. And certain time throughout training, you're fast.
It's not
Next
a joke.
2 weeks, your arms is gone.
Your wrist is...
It's not no joke thing. So when you're slapping that on you, I rather reason with you. Like I said, long before that happens, my unit had the least fights on it because no one wants to leave my unit. So you hardly have to really get involved in bending people up. But the one time I did, it was with the youth that I really liked. So it kind of hurt me.
Oh, Matty.
It kind of hurt me.
What was you lot's thing after that?
He understood. You understand? I'll go and check, man. If you're on sec, I'll come and check
Cops
you.
and robbers,
I'll come and check you. I'll be like, yo, cop me off, you know. But if man's on the sec, I will go and check, man, and bring him a book or something and say, yo, bro, man, walk one. He's like, yeah, I know, but you know, I can't have man come. And I hear it, bro. Cool. Let me see if I can get your move back on the unit, but it's not likely because of rear. So I always had a weird relationship with the man them inside jail. Like, it never felt like work for me. It was honestly probably one of the best jobs I ever had in terms of relationships with young people. And that's what I took with me when I left that kind of environment.
Why did you leave?
Number of things, really. But the main thing, fam, to be honest with you, was like the relationships between me and the Screws was awful. Like, really awful. There, one time we done a rugby match amongst the Screws, and
You should be calling them prison officers.
Whatever.
You get what I'm saying?
Prison officers.
They must be thinking like, right, how's he calling us Screws? Like,
no, because that's what we are. No, that's what we are. But it's like, it's called turnkey situation. But I was more into programs. So because I'm bringing programs in, I'm bringing Premier League footballers in, youths are going from here and going to Premier League football clubs. Like, people are coming to the jail. Swiss and the man there from Soul Solid.
We got Swiss. We've had Swiss.
Came to the jail. You understand? Like, things were happening in there that they were singing. And anytime they say, who's responsible? Finny. And it was one of those ones where man didn't really check for me or women didn't check for me. Women was right, but the man didn't like it. It was like, cause I'm making other people look bad because we're not just being judged on a turnkey situation. It's if you can actually get through to someone, you're getting ratings for that. My unit, man's getting education. Man don't want to go education. Yo, I'm gonna have a swingers in there with a man, you know. So it's up to you if you want to send me. All right, let me see where else I can put you. You know the ones there. But
so
once relationships are there, like it's that. So it was more that situation where, yeah, cool.
So you feel like you was working for an organisation that you don't agree with?
There's no rehabilitation, essentially. And you got to look at what the practice actually is. Like, they actually need youths to reoffend. As much as they say they don't want it, they need it. Without that, there is no job.
There's no job,
right? There's no job. So it was partly that, and it was also partly... There was one time we had a rugby match with all the officers and that. First time playing rugby, and a lot of these guys are ex-army. So rugby and that is in their blood, innit? Yeah. I think that's the first time in my life that I've been knocked out and I didn't even know. So playing rugby, and the whole thing with rugby is when you get the ball, get down low, real low, you know what I mean, and tuck in your chin, so, grab the ball. Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, innit? I said get down. Get down. Why did
just get down low and tuck in your chin is mad. Get down low and tuck in your chin is mad, but it's cool.
I've said a lot. I've said a lot.
It's cool.
I've said a lot in here. Yeah, cool.
You just
say that. No, ask for that one. So get down short, make yourself short, and make sure your chin's not available to get smashed.
That is mind game.
Yeah.
Is it mind game?
Yeah,
no
cool.
chins.
Yeah, you don't want to get smashed in your chin.
Protect yourself.
Protect yourself.
Is it mind games or what?
Protect your things, innit?
Nah, so that might be a mind game. Chin smashed. I don't know.
Don't say that. So so I kind of understood it, but I was late to the rugby game. So man's running towards me, bald-headed brother, massive youth, running towards me, full pelt, 200-meter dash, bang, smash me, hit me real hard. He hit me real hard. Dude hit me real hard. It's a lot.
Nah, I'm a madman.
It's a lot. Dude hit me real hard. It's the thing. And I was out on my feet, essentially. That's the first time I've ever been knocked out. I was out on my feet, didn't know where I was. Sound completely went. And then when it came back, I was like, "Bruh, I didn't even know where I was." I was like, "Oh, so I was knocked out just then." You get me? Next man came, dropped, threw me on the ground, and then, injured my ankle. Like, they went into a mad scrum, injured my ankle, and didn't care. And it was very clear at that point, F you, rah. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's when I realized, this is what's really going on. So now you can actually vent how you really feel. They did. So, from that, I just thought, you know what? Exit signs. You know what I mean?
How many years was you in there?
2.
Oh, 2 years.
Just 2. The rest of the time was after that went to become a TA for a bit.
What's that?
Teaching assistant.
Okay.
Primary school, I was like, jail's actually easier than teaching. Not gonna lie. Yeah, teaching's chaos. Primary, it's a lot. It's difficult. People don't. Yeah, they don't get enough pay for what they do. Yeah. For what they have to deal with. Because primary school students, trauma, experiencing a lot of things kicking off, and that the teacher's the first person that has to deal with that. So I've got a lot.
You get the first sight of, like, you can see who's getting parented good and who's not getting parented good.
Yeah, you know what's going on. You get a real inkling for what's going on. So I got a lot of respect for teachers, if I'm to be honest with you. Even if whether they're great or not, as a profession, it's very difficult. So I went into that for a bit. Money went great. So then went back into buses for a little bit, and then.
What, driving bus?
Yeah, driving
Big
buses
up
for a
Barber
bit.
Mark. You get me?
And then after that, a youth got killed opposite my mum's yard on the other street. So that's James Owusu.
Okay.
And this is the conflict that's been going on.
Big up Mark Owusu.
So James.
So I know Mark Owusu from Tottenham.
Saying that.
Mark Owusu from Tottenham, bro.
Saying that.
Might be his cousin or something.
Love for that. So that happened, and then it was after that I thought, you know what, I need to create something that engages, with both sides of the conflict, which weren't easy to do at the time, because I'm from Church Road, innit? So man ain't rating that thing. What do you mean, blood? What do you mean you're really gonna try to reach out? And you mad? So no ratings from the ends for a while, but I just thought, you know what? Let me just step out on faith and see what happens. So that's when I bought the bus. And just put some equipment on it. Got my guy Emo, and said, all right, cool. The first contract that we had was a cross-border initiative. So that I was working with Stonebridge and Church Road. It's a contract that had been there for 15 years that no one can access. So I said, all right, let me have a crack at it. So got man from Church, got man from Bridge, and said, yo, we've got a situation here where we've got some funding and we want both sets of man to work together on a track in it. So man was like, all right, cool. So it was like, cool, you got to come to Bridge though. And it was like, right, okay, cool. So we had to kind of square it with the man from Church Road. Say, yo, man's got to go into bridge and do the work. Man was like, boy, if you're saying it's 100, then let us know. But my relationship with the man in Church Road means man would have that kind of trust in it. So it's like, if it's 100, we'll come. Went over there, put on a music event for the day, worked with the man them, had Church Road and Bridge man them making music together, and that was for me the first thing where I realised, we could actually be part of a solution. So a lot of the things that I told you, which is I had to put a no disclaimer around, that was years when I was not understanding that my behaviour was contributing negatively to the community. So once I became clear about what I wanted to do, it was about community solutions.
But you know what? It's essential, yeah? It's essential that they understand this about you as well, that you actually came up like us. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And it's like, if you don't tell your story, no one ain't going to tell your story. Yeah. They're just going to take you from when they met you on Piers Morgan or when they met you, wherever they met you. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
It's interesting because it's just like, even though a lot of youths don't know the half, so I know lived experience is essential for a lot of mentoring work, but from where I understand it, our relationships that I've built around with young people is literally, do you actually care? Are you actually willing to work beyond a certain time period? Because my life is chaotic. Are you going to show up when you need to show up? Do you know what I mean? Are you going to play a paternal figure in their life for a period of time and actually stick to what you say you're going to do? I don't really think you have to be from a certain ilk or you have to be from a certain lifestyle in order to make that happen. Hence, you'd have even an uncle or an auntie even who means a lot to you because they always are interested in you. Regardless of what's going on in your life, they might say, how you doing though? And rare. You know the auntie that spends that time that will ask that question, that won't judge you, if that makes sense. You're always going to be open to a relationship with that person. But in terms of some of the youth who are active, then sometimes it helps and you understand where they're coming from because you've been through the life. But from what I can see, if you just want to spend times with young people and actually get them to develop and get to the better side of themselves, it doesn't take a podcast when I was in the road, so that's the reason why I don't do it.
I still think that you being relatable though, because it also like inspires. Do you understand? When someone can see that you've come from the same walk of life of them and you too can do it, it kind of inspires you.
That's real talk.
Do you get what I mean? That's what I think like it is, because a lot of, even like throughout like you speaking, we're talking about, you know, your journey from here to there. So for people, it's like looking at the journey as well. Do you understand what I mean?
But
so with that.
That's why for me, when I was asked, I had to think twice. And that's why I said to you very initial things that I know your journey.
You thought twice about coming on here?
Yeah,
my gosh. Mind game, but that's a why. That's a why.
I have to.
You don't think twice about coming on here. I have to wire myself.
No.
You have to wire myself for that. You get me?
I
have to wire myself.
See, I'm on
I have to wire myself for that. I have to wire myself for that.
But, cool.
You get what I'm saying?
But I had to give it thought. Because I'm very, there's a lot of work that I've done on myself long before my youths even grew up. And that's how come my youths are where they are today. There's a lot of work that I had to do in order for my youths to not be part of that. Oh, when my youths hear about me, they like, nah, I'm not who we know. So that work already happened, and I realized it was important to get that work done because I grew up with a dad that was influential streetwise. So I thought, all right, cool, let me just go this way, if that makes sense. So in terms of what I want to, there's a lot of people talking about their life, innit? There's a lot of people putting big respect for coming.
So I need to stop saying coming. Big respect for featuring though, because you get what I'm saying? Because that's what we're about. We're about giving the right flowers to the right people.
Obviously, it's relationship.
You get what I'm trying to say? We're about giving the right flowers to the right people.
Ice cream from secondary school, but what for me was more like I said, I know your journey, and I know that from when our paths crossed multiple times on the come up, I was like, I don't like this guy, I'm not chatting to him. Yeah. So that's how come you just saw me bare times and don't know, there's no recollection. Cause I said, I'm staying.
You did not like
I'm
me?
Staying, nah.
Because you're a screw, innit?
No, it was this one. This is
when you was a screw.
This is when man was transitioning.
Screws don't like me. Screws don't like me.
Transitioning. So this is like Akala years. Okay. So when I was transitioning, I was working, etc. Akala was my brethren, that's who I was up and down with, you get me? So when it came to like the first
Dynamite sister. Big up Dynamite.
Yeah.
Big up
so when it came to like setting up our
business. Didn't Akala like me as well?
No, it weren't that. It was more like
so Akala didn't like me.
Nah, it weren't that. Don't put words. Don't put words.
Safe, innit?
Don't put words.
I was cool with you lot. I was cool with you lot.
I'll say to say not like is strong. That means we've had dealings. So I wouldn't say didn't like. But it was one of those ones.
You said it already.
But it was one of them ones where he was one of those people that how he is now, animated and facial expression and looks different, looks kind of aggy. He was always like that. You understand? So my thing was like, all right, cool. You know, me and that dude there, let's stay clear of each other. I can see he's the person that in that clique, he's more likely to go in it. So I'm like, all right, cool. Stay clear of that guy there. So
it's so mad. Cause look what Chucky asked me. Chucky was like, oh. But do you know what? Chucky tried to say, like, oh yeah, like now feels are more approachable or whatever, yeah. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, but I'm thinking, bruv, like, I've always been like this. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, you know, like when your reputation.
You've always
No. People that know me know I've been like this.
But if they didn't know you.
But that's what I'm saying. If they don't know me, you're going to go by what you've heard.
Or what
did you get what I'm trying to say? But it's like what I said to Chucky. Yeah. I can't help if someone shook of me.
Oh, man said I was shook of him.
On mind games.
Hold on a minute.
True, there's bare mind games flying around.
Never be shook of that.
True, there's bare mind games flying around. But you know what it is? True, there's bare mind games flying around. But you know what it is? Like that. No, but that's what it is. Like bare people when they think, I think, why don't you like? Do you get what I'm saying? That must be your fear. Like your inside, your insides are nerminous. You get what I'm saying? Your insides are nerminous.
Not at all.
Because there's no need to not like me.
Before we met you,
there's no need to not like me.
I knew the older lot from North Star, innit?
This is my games.
And we was in Napa together. The man, they were active. They were putting in a lot of work and pressure on people. You understand? So that crew was aggy. There were no two ways about it. Man could say it was all chatty, nice. Nah. If you was in the clique, it was nice. If you're outside the clique, it's a situation all the time. So there was a relationship because obviously they knew Dynamite and Rare Tear, whatever you know. But man is man, innit? So regardless of who your sister is, man is man. So my thing was always that, all right, we're out here on business. I'm trying to be a businessman now. And Napa was hard, you know.
Even with that,
man, don't understand.
The yard, you lot did the first Caribbean thing over in Napa,
First Caribbean thing in Napa.
Let's go into that, bro.
Listen, that was challenge, bro. So, put it this way. Carla hits me up probably the year before, and he's going Napa back and forth with his sister, and he's saying, like, yo, there's a lot of money to be made in this place, you know. Like, I see the bookings, I see Wagwan, and he goes, bro, all of our demographic is there. This is a young 16-year-old Carla, by the way. So I'm like, all right, cool. So he's like, yo, we can do a restaurant over there and make money. So I was like, restaurant in Naps? I'm like, serious? He's like, yeah, cool. He's like, I've got contacts, so come and go out there. So I'm following a 16-year-old at the time to Napa, and he's the one negotiating all the contracts, everything else. Like, he's that guy. Me and him just got a relationship. Like, everyone's like, Jay, why do you move this youth from North? Okay, he just aggy, face just screw up all the time. But he's a youth that would sit down, no knowledge, you know what I mean? No black history, no science, and we just would always connect on that, you get me? So when it came to the first business venture, this was the first thing that I was doing from a legalities perspective that weren't 9 to 5, it was something different. So when we went to Napa, it was like probably like from January, off season, nothing Nagwan is quiet. Set the business up, set up a massive Caribbean space called Auntie B's Cuisine, got mum, brethrens, everyone came over to Napa. We started living the life. So when we was over there, naturally man's gallus and charismatic and funny and witty and all the rest of it. So our restaurant had everyone there. And because we're the only Caribbean restaurant, all the man them will come there. But so it doesn't matter, everyone's coming there. You get me? But then, mix up what happened in nightclubs. Certain man from the thing is dating a man's gal and a man, you know how it is. It starts to get all a little bit messy. Next thing you know, man ain't coming back to the restaurant. Things start to happen, egos start to get in the way and certain things. So it was a real learning curve for me. So when I say I know the man them, they used to come to the restaurant every day. You get me?
The chef's girl.
You understand? Well, I don't know how it went.
What's going on there.
I don't know how it went.
I can see what's going on there. Man beat the chef's girl. You know they want that. Some form of physical activity's gone down.
So we know like
some form of physical activity's gone down.
So I'm talking about Bucket.
R.I.P.
So when I met Bucket, charismatic brother. You get me? Like charismatic, good looking, funny brother. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those people that when he's around people, everyone's kind of drawn to you.
Birthday yesterday as well.
Really?
Okay.
Nah, yesterday from when, because this comes out on my birthday actually. So happy birthday to Young Spray.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, this comes out on my birthday.
Okay.
But remember, Bucket's birthday the day before.
So, yeah, so that was my first dealings in terms of like North Star, whatnot. And when I saw Dude, he's got on, I swear it was Ja Rule's chain.
Yeah, man, clarted that.
Yeah,
man, clarted that. But Ja Rule ain't a dickhead. I'll let him.
Not saying that, but I'm just
Ja Rule was
shout
trying
out
to
to Ja. I'm just saying.
Ja Rule was trying to run man down. He was running man down, but we got it.
This was the era. This is when things is active.
We got it, but he was chasing.
Right.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Big up Captain.
We don't know.
Capo.
So
I'm going mad.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, this is all alleged stuff. But that's how man saw them man did. So when we saw North Star, it was, blinging. But man's got that reputation. It
got Ja Rule's thing.
It already precedes them. And on the island, everyone knows he's wearing Ja Rule's chain.
We got it.
So it was one of those ones.
Big up Ja Rule. I saw his Math Hoffa interview.
Yeah, that was a good
Ja
shout.
Rule.
Cool. So there was already that kind of exchange, if that made sense. So by the time we've come back into London and then Carla decides, you know what, he was doing football at the time, West Ham, etc. Had a contract, wants to pursue music, you get me? So I said, all right, cool. So then we go down a music route. So I was just that person that was always there, building music videos, etc. Just on that.
It?
Yeah, on that.
Was you doing the videos?
First
the black and white video.
The first 3 videos was me.
Come on.
So that was that whole first initial maneuver. It was all of us, me, him, my brother, production crew, doing our thing in it. So that was the first foray into music. Now, you then have to meet certain characters. You're on certain pathways, you meet certain people, innit?
Boom, in your head. Sorry, that was the
right. So a man is active. Everybody from their own local clique is active at that point in time. You understand? So when you see man, it's not like this. It's not, man coming and chat. It's not that. Everyone's still,
stiff.
Everyone's on that maneuver. So I remember one particular thing, we was in North London and we was at one studio, whatever, you know, and come in and I seen you and Clint, I think. No, it weren't Clint. It was Wes. It was you and Wes. And it was just me and Kings, Akala. It was just me and Akala. It was just him and him at the same time. And I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, I know man's talking, but you know that conversation that's being had where, wagwan. But it's that kind of frosty kind of conversation where there's no real, like, wagwan, blood. So I was just like, all right, cool. This feels sticky. So my man, I'm looking at the time. I'm saying, me watch this guy here. Cause I know wagwan, but I watch this you. So that's what it was.
Carla didn't like me.
Nah. Carla was cool with you.
He didn't like me. Not the one that cream. I'm only talking now. And I was cool with it. I thought I was alright. I swear I thought I was alright, you know.
So now, part of the journey, part of your journey.
Chucky, alright. Chucky is right, you know.
Part of your journey, what I find interesting is that,
I wasn't
as you said, your personality has probably always been the way it's been. But it's only when you get to a certain point where you're actually confident enough to always be who you are, regardless, right? That things start to turn around, if that makes sense. So and that's what I find with a lot of the youth them. Enough of them, to me, amazing. But when it comes to other people, everyone, they stiffen up and face goes on and the mask. Literally, before the ballet comes on, there's another mask that comes in place, isn't it? It's getting into a point where they don't have to wear that. Just be yourself, innit? So I think you're just being yourself. And with that comes with a lot of responsibility, because that means someone might be coming at you on a positive tip, and you're not sure where they're coming from, but you're a name now. You're a name now. You're a podcaster.
No, man's been a name.
Yeah.
Yeah, man's been a name still.
But in the podcast
man's been a name in every world.
Yeah.
I'm saying in every world, in the whole wide world.
So in the music world, if a man approaches you, you're half up. You're kind of half like, well, I'm going for this. Whereas in the podcasting, bare different people approach you from a different angle.
Do you know what it is?
So how do you deal with that?
It's just the same to me. That's what I'm trying to say. Like with now, when people like try and come now, that's a why. But when people like, depending on who it is,
right? Cool.
I just think, okay, like now,
yeah.
Now you're thinking,
okay.
You get what I'm trying to say? Because remember, I've been up, I've been down, do you get what I'm saying? And a lot, like right now, it's a lot with people coming back. If I'll be honest, like you was cool with me before. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Before all of this, where it all went mad. Do you get what I'm saying? So now it's a case of people coming back. It's like, okay, people are fucking with Spray again, so I can fuck with Spray again. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not like I've been where everyone's fucking with me. 100. It's not like, do you get what I'm saying? This ain't new to me. Like people, I've been that guy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I've been that guy.
So I think there's a lot of maturity that a lot of the man them have gone on as well. We've all matured, and you get to a point where your youths are a certain age, your cousins are a certain age, and you just find yourself, you want relationships to be a bit more productive now. Yeah. Whereas back in the day, some relationships ain't too productive, but it's getting me from this point to that point, so that's what I need. Now people are more looking at the quality of the relationships that they have and certain things. So
as you get older, you get what I'm saying, you look at friendship different as well. Do you know what I mean? If we're not making no money together, or you don't do nothing for me emotionally. If I can't phone you, because you've got brethren, that it's not even a money thing. But that's a man I can phone and I feel mad or low and you can have a talk. I've got brethren like that. And they know how to, like, we know each other, innit? So that's something.
It's essential.
That's good. You get what I'm trying to say?
That's counselling.
Make a bit of money.
A lot of us don't realise we're counselling each other. We ain't got counselling money.
You see,
we ain't got money to go and sit on the couch and leave it all with someone.
When we're right or wrong.
So you need that. You need that. So that's all it was. Man, and we're very
Carla. Listen.
Yeah.
I've always liked you, mate, without being a wife. Miss Dynamite, that's my sis.
Yeah, big
up Miss Dynamite. Boom in her ear.
Shout out, Akala. Shout out, Miss Dynamite.
I didn't know. I thought Akala. We done a tune together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We done a tune.
That was from
I need to
the
find
Little Darker mixtape.
I need to find that.
I've got the CD in the car.
That's one. I can't even remember my verse.
Manting. Yeah. I've been listening to the last couple of months. So yeah.
Big up Akala.
But wait. You don't deal with it.
Just what's going on now? Like where?
No, before we get there, bro, because even back when we were first starting off, you was one of the first people to even recognize like Nines when he's come up. When Nines first started spitting to us in the room, before he even brought it to the block and everyone knew Nines can really spit, you was one of the first people that kind of helped bring him out of that shell. So if you want to go into that a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what's funny about that situation is obviously his bigger brother was always a DJ.
R.I.P. Zeno, because you don't know.
He was always a
people
DJ.
settings, you get me?
He was always a DJ.
Don't know.
So he was always doing his thing. And then after his passing, that my brother used to always be in my ear saying, yo, Nines can spit, you know. I'm like, what kind of spitting, bro? He's like, nah, he can rap, bro. I'm like, all right, cool. But we're freestylers. So Akala can freestyle. But me and Akala will go back to back in my van and freestyle.
Oh, you spit as well?
No, not like that. Like, it get me in a
No, he's got himself out.
Not like that.
What's going on here?
Not like that. But you know what it is?
No one needed it like me.
No, not at all.
Oh, man.
Not at all. Ain't like that. But in terms but I think it's just one of those things. Enough of us would just spit. Enough of us. There's enough rappers that were rapping around that time with man. And it was just one of those ones where you never.
Fair, we gotta say.
If you had something to say,
rap,
Big up Too Rotten.
Yeah,
we gotta say rap,
come on, come on.
We gotta say rap and stop saying spit though.
Yeah, all right, rap then.
Do you spit or solo thing? Yeah,
cool,
rap.
cool. Rappers. So there was a lot of rappers back in that time. So as far as we was concerned, I was part of that. Like, if you was rapping, you had to have an expression and authority. I was Biggie Smalls, innit? I was Mobb Deep. I was in Big Pun. That was my world, innit? So it's like, cool. If you're a rapper, I need to hear what your authority on a track.
Yeah.
And Nines would rap as he talks. So I was
Nines are mad.
Always rap like that.
When he first
Always,
started,
bro.
that was such a
You
wild.
feel? So
When he first bust,
all right, cool. When he first broke through.
That was mad.
Yeah, when he first majored, whatever. But so yeah, he's
The first time I seen was on that warm up session.
Right.
That's the first time I saw it. And he had all the changes.
Right.
And he was just spitting, just talking like I thought this guy, like you know. But the lyrics was mad. He's always had good lyrics, but I didn't know it was gonna connect because he didn't have no
the authority. What we're
not even authority, but you know what I mean. Like you know when you know what I mean.
Energy.
He's literally spitting in the same tone like I talking.
Yeah, like
monotone. You understand?
Calm.
But the lyrics, you get what I'm saying?
So that was me. So I came from the Busta Rhymes era where you had to have energy and certain things had to happen. Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes,
I'm just
the artist.
reaching.
I don't know how to call it.
Reaching.
Sorry, it's a reach. Cool. So coming from that era, I was hearing it and I was saying to my bro, yeah, he's all right, but I don't see it. But thing about bro, he's got talent lens as well. So he was like, Jay, I'm telling you, how can you not see it? This guy's gonna be the biggest thing. Are you mad? I'm like, Keyz, I'm not being funny. Yeah? Like, man's on the circuit with Dynamite, Carla's gonna come up, certain things. I'm around, I can see what's going on, and I'm saying this, no. And you're just like, Jay, I can't believe it. Like,
You missed the trick.
Yeah, you can normally see
missed
this
the trick.
No, we couldn't get it.
Listen.
Bro. Like,
I'm saying he missed the trick.
No one couldn't get
Like,
it at the
believe
time,
me,
bro.
he was like, when you talk about Spliff Star, he was his Spliff Star. He was telling me, listen, you lot are all gonna eat your words. You're all wrong. And I'm saying, bro, no. So then what would happen is that outside my Mardukes, Nines would be out there, and he knows that music-wise I'm kind of connected and doing things here and there. So he'll be out there, and then he'll just start spitting around, man. Rapping around, man. So we'll just all start, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, true,
happier,
true.
yeah, happier. Cool, so we'll just all start freestyling and that. So me and him would freestyle for time and would go back and forth. And it was like that for probably years, for a good like year or 2 years. Every time I see him, put the rapping on him, and then we'll just go back and forth in terms of rapping. And then eventually...
He was just murdering you.
Yeah, one day I was just like, later, angles. This dude was... like literally, like I couldn't keep up with it. I couldn't keep up with it, and that's when I realized, okay, not only nice with the punchlines, freestyle wise, you's got everything.
Oh, he could freestyle as well.
That was all freestyle. I'm talking about.
I got freestyle.
He'd have certain written parts in there, and the man that would all join in. I'm like, so I got to fight a choir now. 4 voices. I'm like, all right, because you all know the lyrics. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm the outsider, but he'd freestyle in between, so he was always freestyling. So that's when I said, all right, let me take the situation a little bit more serious, because I think I was sleeping. You get me? So then it was just a case of like, obviously, you got big PTSD going on, you know, still in a certain space himself, innit? So then I said, all right, cool, listen, I'm going to bring you to, Carla was doing his launch for Hip Hop Shakespeare with Gandalf and all them guys was down there. So I said, I'm going to bring you to this thing. It's off ends, you get me? Because at this point, he'll rap to the man them.
Yeah, but he wouldn't rap in public.
Wouldn't rap around nobody. You know, no one's there. So I'm saying, bro, you got to get out of that. And you say, yo, all right, cool. So brought him down there to freestyle with these guys and that. And it was hard. It was a tough session because he's rapping about what he knows. You know, no one's there. And this is like Shakespeare. So these are all youths from a different background. So they're like, we know that guy. That's nice. All right, cool. And that's when I realized, oh, people are starting to notice who this guy is. So oh, that's nice. So he'll be rapping and he don't feel good because he's not getting like the man them ain't rapping, but they're silent. They're like, that's a good bar, but they weren't really giving him the thing that he wanted. So he kind of lost the energy for the room, innit? And I was saying to him, man, what go on? He just like, bro, like the Shakespeare thing, and I'm from a different road, innit? I'm like, bro, like you can freestyle, bro. Like, come on, just freestyle your thing. Add some of what's going on. You got this. You get me? So true to life, it came back round. The cypher came back round. He built in some Shakespeare lyrics into the street side thing, and everyone went off. You get me? And it was like raw. So that's where the kind of journey started. Where I'm saying, okay, cool. And then it was like, all right. Anytime there was some big festivals that Akala was doing at the time, but they're weird festivals. You know, Secret Garden Party. Shout out if anyone knows about Secret Garden Party as a festival. It's the maddest festival ever. You can walk there in a Kellogg suit, and people say, "Yeah, that's all right." You can turn up. You can turn up as Tinky Winky, and people say, "Yeah, that's all right." Like no one's not. You're weird if you turn up in clothes. Like you got to turn up in some weird get up, innit?
Why for that?
Yeah. It's a weird festival. It's like Alice Wonderland, innit? Yeah. So it's that whole thing where it's
That's a crazy way.
Yeah, it's a trippy festival. Yeah, I'll probably look back and realize what I've done here.
No, because you said it's mad if you turn up in clothes.
Yeah. It is normal civilians.
I know.
So that was the first time that we kind of went out of the area. But my thing with him was always exposing him to different things in it. So by the time the music thing started to take off and then not take off, you know, blown up, then dropped the situation. Then there was a situation where there was a record deal on the table with XL Recordings.
XL.
XL Records and.
That's after the SBTV and all that.
It's after getting dropped.
So we've getting dropped.
Yeah. It was
big. He was with SB.
Yeah, so Jamal.
Oh yeah, Jamal.
He wasn't really with SB. Yeah. Jamal was kind of quarterbacking and you know what I mean, that thing and putting up videos and managing his affairs. Yeah. But he was signed to a big label at the time. Okay. And then madness happened with who?
So he was signed even them times.
Yeah, I think he had some kind of deal.
Okay,
a madness happened at the time, and then he got dropped. So then I'm approaching him now after the drop thing because I was like, even when the madness happened, man was trying to play their role and trying to mediate as usual, trying to mediate, and I'm getting calls from them side. I'm like, cool, I'm on it. Let me sort this thing out. This can't go beyond what it's gone to. You know, no one's there. Obviously, things happen. Things have escalated more now, so there's no dialogue as violence tends to do. Violence is a great way to cut a dialogue. So dialogue was cut from that. No record deal and that. So then it took a little while. So I was just saying to him like, bro, like, put out your track, bro. And this is Trapper of the Year. You get me? Like I was like, bro, like, frigate, like, put the thing out, bro. You get me? I said, it's one of them ones where it's all about music, bro. When the music hits, these guys are gonna come. Trust. And he was just like, oh shit.
Now go on. Let's just be adults.
Be adults now, yeah? All right, cool. When the music hits, all the interest is gonna be there. So Trap of the Year was brother's birthday, booked the hall and all the rest of it. Video done up in there, video hit, visuals even to this day, clean, sharp, done what they done, threw that out. And you'll find that Trap of the Year was on his own channel. Cause I was always saying, bro, do it yourself. Do it yourself, bro. You got this thing in it. Threw it up, went mad. And then XL Recordings at the time
Big up XL.
They were
recorders.
offering.
They signed gigs as well.
Yeah, big time. So they were offering something, but it wasn't directly.
I have to say his name.
It weren't directly with them initially.
Right.
So this is where I learned a lot from being around Akala and Nines in particular. Learned a lot in terms of my business acumen.
Yeah.
Sorry. So they offered a deal, and I'm saying, it's all right deal. It's quite a significant deal, considering it was like a kind of subsidiary thing. And he was just like, nah. I'm like, bro, you serious? And he's just like, nah, bro. Like,
He's a bad
I
man.
need the Excel thing on my coat, on my back. This thing in, no.
Just to get the
So
team.
I was like, all right, cool. So I've gone back to them.
I'm
and
dealing with a trolley route.
yeah. So I said, all right, cool. I've gone back to them.
No, but you get what I'm saying? Like,
I was saying to them, like, yeah, he's not, because the person that was broken
this,
it
blood?
is my other guy, Anthony. Shout out to them, man, and Caroline as well. So shout out to them. So I had to
Caroline
go-
Distribution.
I don't know if she's doing
over XL,
distribution.
innit?
Yeah, she was, but she kind of maneuvers doing her own things.
Big up Caroline,
Yeah,
maybe,
big her up, boss lady. So at the time it was them, and I thought, you know what? He's like, nah, he's not doing that. He wants to be XL. That's the home. That's the legendary thing. It's them or nothing. So I said, all right, cool. So we got into the room now with XL. Now we're negotiating, going back and forth with negotiations, haggling over money, percentages, all these kind of things, and then this haggle's going on for a bit now. Must have been a back and forth for over 2 weeks or whatnot. Then in the end, he was just like saying, you know what? I don't want to work for no one, you know. So I'm like, what do you mean, bro? And he's just like, nah, man, I just do it myself, bro. And I'm like, bro, hear what I'm saying to you. The self right now is us four. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you can't believe.
Print up the labels.
Yeah, you can't
believe. We had hat orders we couldn't keep up
You
with.
can't
So I'm
believe
like,
you
bro,
wanted to be
I'm
part
saying,
of
hear
this.
what I'm telling you. Like, would love to be part of this, bro, but the infrastructure's not there, bro. It just isn't. It's for the man them. We're not there with it. Like, you need to be part of the machine.
The property.
See how that thing
Get yourself
does
on
what
the
it does,
conveyor belt.
and then go where you need to go, bro. But right now, no. Like, and he was just like, nah, he's stubborn. So when he tells you no, it's no, innit? So he's like, nah. So he's not, nah. I said, all right, cool, whatever. So they phoned me back now, the head, and he was just like, right, the head of the label.
I know.
There you
You
go.
saw it.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, your
but
face.
That's
set.
what I
Sorted it out. So called me and that, and he's like, so what's happening with the deal? So I'm like, sir, it's a no, you know. So he's just like, are you serious?
He couldn't
So I'm
believe
like, yeah, it's a no. He goes, what's the problem? So I said, I can get him to sign a deal, but come and link me at my workplace. And he was just like, all right, cool. When? So I said, tomorrow, 11 o'clock. He was like, yeah, cool. My workplace was Westbourne Park. I'm driving buses. XL Studios is around the corner from Westbourne Park. So he says he's gonna come and have a meeting.
Westbourne
Cool.
Park, RIP my granny.
So it's come up to the lunchroom in Westbourne Park. So we're chatting and that. So he's saying like, what's it gonna take? Like, honestly. So I said, you know, the problem is that you're giving him an artist deal, and he sees him. He's not an artist. This is a man that's writing films. He's writing stuff. He's doing his own independent stuff. So I said, you need to give a deal that reflects that. And I said, he doesn't want to work for nobody. So he's just like, so I'm like, well, it has to be a joint venture. If it's a joint venture, I can sell it to him. It's a joint venture, 50-50. But if it's this percentage and he's got to work, it's not going to happen.
Man,
So
don't
yeah.
like being workers.
He said, yeah, he don't want to be workers,
Can't
right?
work the thing, bro. We have to have ownership.
So he turned around to me and he said, so I was like, what? So he's like, you know, we've only done that deal twice in our history. So I was like, yeah. So he said Radiohead. It's my favorite band. And I actually remember the album they made and gave it away, and I was giving bare Radiohead tracks that Radiohead are literally my favorite band. You need to
Your
know.
favorite one.
Yeah. Radiohead's up there. But Arctic Monkey.
No mind games.
Arctic Monkeys or
first.
Radiohead. It's one of them two.
Yeah.
Oh, no mind games.
No mind games. Seriously.
What are they? Rock.
Rock.
That's
He
what
put
I'm
us up
thinking.
on Arctic
I
Monkeys
can't.
years ago.
I can't even joke it out because I ain't heard it.
Yeah, all right.
Or maybe I've
Radiohead,
heard.
you need to have a little shimmy. Arctic Monkeys is that, yeah,
I've heard of it.
that's like street version of Radiohead. I love Arctic. But anyway, so Radiohead, I could tell them tracks back to forth, and I knew which album they released as a free album. So I was like, yeah, cool, man understands that. And they said, and White Stripes, Jack White. You know that, isn't it? Dum, 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 dum.
I know that.
Yeah,
I know the rhythm, I
there you
know
go.
the rhythm.
There you go.
Isn't it?
There you
I know
go.
the rhythm.
White Stripes, Jack White, right? So that's the only times. So those are big
Yeah.
institutions, right? So I said to him, all right, listen,
Radiohead, I don't know about White Stripes.
Cool. I said, whatever them man they mean to your culture is what he means to this culture. So if you've given them a joint venture, that tells me you've done it already. So do it a third time. So you're just like, all right, we'll shake on it now if you can make him sign it. So I said, we're shaking it now. Shook on it in Westbourne Park. Came back to Church Road.
You had a job on your hands. You had a job on your hands.
No, I came back to Church Road and I said to him like, yo, joint venture, my man, done. Done. It's joint venture. It's big. So yeah, that was our involvement in that situation there.
How do you feel now about what he's doing now, like with the crop circle? Did you ever envisage all of that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say no.
Okay.
In terms of what he means to the scene, and where his mind is creatively, I'll say it doesn't come as a surprise to us anyway. Not the ones from the ends. Like we're like, this guy's always been about. He was always about shock and awe. He was always on his writing game. So everything I was telling Excel that this guy's gonna be releasing films. Then it was he released the soundtrack to his films, cinema settings.
Yeah, no, because
on
the premiere,
Jay, that we didn't, that everyone in the churches didn't take advantage of at the time was that we didn't put people shadowing. Like, see, when he went and when he got first signed, everyone to shadow someone in that team. So someone shadowed the tour manager, every step. So someone in the team kind of could gain that same skill. That's the only thing I wish we did back then at the time, which we didn't realize.
Six and a half. But I would say, like, in terms of the vision, in terms of what he's doing, always proud in terms of that situation. It's just, for the work that I do, it's conflicting.
It's conflicting.
It's conflicting.
Because of what the content that he speaks.
Because of the reality behind the rap and the road. You understand what I'm saying to you? You're not dealing with things it's not like Jay-Z. Jay-Z's talking about Marcy. He's well removed from Marcy now. You're talking about things that man's having to deal with day in, day out in the hood right now.
But you understand it.
I think as a professional now, I'm moving to the space that I'm moving into. I don't rate it.
Right. But you understand it.
I understand it, but I don't rate it that much anymore.
Right,
that's
I
all.
hear that.
You got over it.
No, I'm over it, bro.
Yeah,
I'm over it. It's,
like,
there's
a bigger picture.
There's implications for everything, right? So I would say this, yeah. So for me personally, when it comes to my own son, for example, he's New Year's 2018, walking through Rayners Lane, walking his cousin back to his house after New Year's party at the house, right? Reaches the train station. Next thing you know, he's surrounded by 5 youths. 5 youths run him down. You don't know what one. He's just running for his life. They stab him up 11 times, nearly killed him, right? When you get into what is around that, what had happened was that
Alhamdulillah.
Northolt and Rayners Lane were in beef for a little bit. Rayners Lane, man, them killed 2 youths from Northolt, and then they're releasing tracks calling up the youth's name.
Yeah,
the track,
madness,
right?
Yeah,
So them man has come to find anybody on the night that they've come. They found my son. So you get to that space where you realize that it's not just music. It's not just tunes anymore. These are people.
Filters down to the streets.
It has real life implications. You get me? So I understand people are just talking about their life and what have you. I'm not here to tell people what they can or can't do. What I'm saying is that as a parent, I've dealt with the other hand where it's not just music, where my son nearly lost his life over these things. I've dealt with the other hand where I am, you're mentoring, man, and their dad's lost. Their dad's been wiped out for a situation. You're mentoring the next youth, their dad's in jail for that same situation. You see what I'm saying to you? Like, there comes a point where I'm like, I don't think it's too cool anymore. Yeah. So I understand music-wise, artist-wise, everyone could do what everybody wants to do. But in terms of solution-wise, what's the solutions in it? Because I'm in the business of solutions. Every day, I'm in the hood. I'm literally in the hood. I'm literally, me and my bro, we look very similar, look very alike.
Yeah, you look like Keyz with dreads.
We look very alike. So it's one of them ones where that could be triggering for a next set of man then. You see what I'm saying to you? And it's not like it comes without threat. I get threats. Man tell me certain time, yeah, you're dead. Rear. Your rear is, brother. And
Don't
I'm like,
come around and all this stuff.
I'm in there.
Yeah,
so it's almost saying like, don't go to the shops. You get me? Like, I work. This is the work that I do, innit? I'm working on transformation and trying to get young people to reach a better side of themselves.
Yeah.
But every now and again, you get the death threats. You know what I mean? People are losing life on both sides.
It's a brave job to take on.
It is. Do you know Farron and Mac? You must know Mac Impact and that.
Faz, big up Faz.
Farron.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
Have you worked done anything together?
Yeah,
or Respect.
Respect. Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah,
Respect's a
we've
funny
had them
one.
all on here.
You know, Respect's a funny one. There's a story behind that one there. So
Why? Go on, let's have it. That's a wire, isn't it?
So obviously you got the EDL situation doing what it does, right? And they've come down to Trafalgar and mashed up the place and done what they've done, and it's a coming back situation. So
I called them.
they've just, that's down to you.
I called them.
That's up to you, bro. But
Black
anyway,
people's going too mad.
yeah, it's on you.
Black people's going too mad.
Here we go.
I had to call them. I had to call Tommy. Get
You're
yourself
such
down
an
there.
idiot.
The black lot's going a bit mad, Tom.
Yeah.
No, but go on.
I mean, whatever you got to do,
I'm
whatever you
just
got to
going,
do.
man.
But yeah, so obviously the bird call's gone out. Man said, yo, under pressure, man, them circling him and it's peak, innit? And what I'll say to that is that allegedly some people had to go down there.
Yeah.
You understand? There's a bird call, allegedly people have to go and
to
make
go
sure
down
they're
and mash
available
up,
to the community, right? And allegedly people have to go in and serve
Mash up
for the
puppy.
community,
Yeah.
right? So that was the first relationship setting that I've had with Ras in that respect, right? So it
Big
was
up Forever family.
front line, there was stuff going on, you get me? And I tell you who's a person that goes very unspoken about, but very much proactive for us as a charity and as a man. Man like Stormzy.
Stormzy, big up Stormzy.
Man like Stormzy.
Really?
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so
Stormzy does bare things in the background still,
Yeah.
behind the scenes.
it's crazy. So when so the EDL situation for me is one of them ones where Akala obviously had a comments to with Akala had a situation with the leader, Tommy, and all of that. And that's got real life implications because when you go clash with them man there, they got certain people who are resolute and ready to do what they got to do. So it was a thing where us man was training anyway. So we're like, cool, like wherever we're going, we're thinking, cool, when we see rare, we're, you know what I mean? We got strength for them situations there. Community, we got strength for community and building community. But for them, man, they will mash up what we need to mash up, innit? So, anywho, that situation's happened. But with Storms, we've reached a space and listen, that was one of the most intense spaces I've been to as in a long ass time. Like, seriously, it was intense. Like, they took over the whole of central London. So even though Ras and them was in the middle, all around that was all them man there. And you had to get through that to even get to them man there, innit?
Yeah.
So I've gone out there, well, allegedly gone out there. Man's Jay's, innit? Man's out there, whatever you not. Then there's this big tense thing and the police are there and the police are saying, cool, if you break through this and you go in there, you can't come back out.
Yeah, that's you.
And I was just like, wait, but you guys are here. Like, you're allowing this situation. The man was fighting in the square. We don't care. If you go through here, you can't come back out.
Yeah, that's you.
And you best know there's thousands of them man there. No joke thing, like army. You know, no one's there. So I'm, man's out there, man's like, rah, rah, rah. So next thing you know, who I see pop up? Stormzy. Fly up, 50 man, break through that. Boom. Man's just gone in. And then things have just got amplified, innit? So when it comes to them man there, allegedly.
Big up Stormzy,
I say
though.
allegedly.
Yeah,
but when I
big up
say when it
Stormzy.
comes to them guys, yeah, for me, music and that is whatever, man. It's by stuff. Like when it comes to turning up,
Yeah, it's
putting
what's
yourself
it,
online, career,
Big up Mega Man as well, man.
Mega,
I see Mega
man,
was down
see
there.
who's really putting in that shift in it. So with Storms,
There's
it's
a
that
couple funny man down
when
there.
when our project got robbed, so our project got robbed. Man broke into our bus, stole everything, all of our equipment, everything.
Sorry, I was supposed to. Can you just
Sure.
remember where you are now? But I just wanted
Bookmark.
just to explain about the bus. What is it?
What
the
we
bus?
do on there?
Yeah.
Just so
those
that
that don't know.
you've
There's
said the
context,
bus
yeah?
a few times.
Sorry,
Because
there's
my friend's
context.
got one in it called Booth Bus.
Yeah, I know
Like,
that
he's
one.
got
I know that one, yeah.
Cairo.
I
Yeah,
know
big
that
up
one.
Cairo. But it's like studio on there, innit? So
Saying
what
nothing.
is on your bus? Like,
Me wait, just keep rolling, keep going.
no, yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
say nothing. Sorry. So The bus is a double-decker. A double-decker with studio upstairs and downstairs. Mentors, so we've got like 6 mentors, both men and women, and we work with youths at different periods. So we're in schools, we're doing early intervention work in schools, so youths are on the verge who are being excluded, managed, moved, internal exclusions. We do the work in the school with that young person to reduce that. Outside the school, we do diversionary, so those are referrals that come through Met Police, referrals that come from youth, YOS, which is Youth Offending Services. Right. Social services, etc. So that's men that are more, or women are active now, and they're at that kind of like last chance saloon situation. So we do the diversionary work on the bus as well. The bus basically is the reason why I was able to work in Stonebridge and Church at the same time, because of mobility. We're able to drive into an area. It's a safe space for young people, so it feels like their space. Almost that place that will feel like our space, but there's adults around it, if that makes sense. The bus has the same kind of impact. So from there, we then formulate relationships and connect them to other young people in different postcodes.
You got pool table?
Nah.
No, none of that. Not like an association.
Nah. So it's just like, it's just more teaching, mentoring, mentor attached to the young person and the family, so that person's getting support over the next coming months, and your mentor is now guiding, your steps in terms
music.
But yeah, it's all about music.
They play music on there.
Games,
That's the studio on there.
Yeah, PS5, everything.
Okay, so
everything.
Literally like a portable youth centre.
Yeah,
basically, yeah.
Essentially, but because we can get into different ends, people feel like it's their space. So when we're saying to them now, we're in a situation, we've got youths from South Kilburn working with youths from Kensal Green, with Stonebridge youths and Church Road youths, working together. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is diversionary. So this is like, not like these are youths that are not involved, active in it. And we can get them involved to work with each other in certain ways. So we're seeing the strength of what we're doing.
Go on.
But so with with our bus, we got robbed. Man broke on the bus, stole all the equipment.
That's mad,
Yeah, stole all the equipment and all the stuff.
Why the hell would someone rob something?
Yeah, do you get me?
So it goes,
like
innit?
That they know.
Someone tried to burn it out one time as well, innit?
The first bus got arson attacked. First bus got arson attacked.
Really?
Yeah.
So do you think that's because someone like
that was
what man's trying to do?
It was coincidental. My bus broke down in a village outside of London.
Right.
And then the farmer that was there was saying, listen, leave it here. It's a village. We all know each other. We've never had crime in this area. Be all right. I said, all right, cool. Went back to my yard and that, and phoned me like 2 days later to say, yeah, your bus is not there. There's no bus. So when we looked at the footage, it was just 3 youths that were bored. And that's the first time they've seen a double decker in their village. It was like, listen, village life is different. Let's just say on fire, innit? Yeah. So some youths are different, innit? That's what they did. So that was the first bus. That happened probably like a couple months after my son's situation, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So it was January and then it was March. My bus got burnt down and all this stuff. So then with the second bus, drug addicts jumped onto the bus, stole all the equipment, took everything, and not insured nothing. So it's why Stormzy comes into it, because so basically I get a phone call from one of his assistants saying, yo, we just saw something on the timeline, like get the equipment list over to us and we'll get it back to you by next week. I'm like, yo, this is like £10,000 worth of equipment. No one's there like, it's no joke. This is Sonos hardware. This is our laptops, new Apple laptops. This is like all of our equipment. This is not gonna be no. And she was like, times it by 2. I said, huh? She said, times it by 2. So whatever's on that's gone, put it twice. I said, oh Lord. Following week, bang. So when I tell you, like, them guys, like, no one could tell, and all he asked for is that we don't tell nobody. That's what he asked for. I said, you joker, man. I tell everybody. Yo, man, your mum's gonna know you done this, bro. Like, it's one of those ones, isn't it? But that's
big up
when you're talking about humility.
Even though he thinks we're washed up podcasters.
What?
He done the tune, innit? He said,
what did he do?
Hey, big up Storms.
What did he do?
He thinks we're washed up podcasters.
You think you're washed up?
No, he said a little
it's a mind
That's
games
what
again.
it was on his tune. All I see is washed up podcasters. Who the fuck's he talking about?
Oh shit!
Is it me or Chucky Loven?
I don't know about this.
Marks, who's he talking about? Marks, Tricky, Lippy.
Guys, disclaimer, I'm not involved.
Lippy.
Whatever's going on.
All I see is washed up podcasters.
Remember, Stormzy had the issue with Jay Spades, them, innit? So
I don't know, no, but big up Stormzy,
No, I'm saying,
Nah, but you know
bro, I'm a What's That
I didn't realise
podcaster.
it, you know.
Bro, sometimes own it.
That tune Shut Up, I didn't realise it
Bro.
till research, but that tune Shut Up was for my man. I didn't even realise.
Fam, sometimes own it. I'm a What's That podcaster. Safe.
Nah, not even.
No, but you get what I'm saying? Safe.
Not even. So,
What's that? All I see is What's That podcasters. Me too. All I see is What's That podcasters too. Do you get what I'm saying? Me too. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm part of the madness, but I've still. You get what I'm saying? I'm not united my borders yet. You get what I'm saying? I'm still moving a bit. You get what I'm saying? I'm
give it a second.
I know,
Yeah.
but you know.
As far as our
Tango.
Yeah,
guy.
I can end up meeting Keyz' brother again. No, I'm going mad. I'm going mad.
You put me.
Nah, because he's not a screw no more.
You put me on blast. But
He's an
anyway,
idiot.
so in terms of like our journey, Storms has played a massive part in terms of like making sure that the service could be delivered. But also, like I said, when real situations happen, I really saw man. You know the ones that I really saw man put in work. So I got a lot of respect over that side. But
And
did you see Chip down there?
It shows as well what they
Did you see Chip down there?
will you say sorry?
It shows as well the level of interest that they have in the putting back as well.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? He ain't
yeah.
even from Northwest, but you can see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
What
no,
they're
it's
doing
major.
and things like
It's
that.
major. It's
That's
major.
good.
So I
Do you know
think
what I mean, I respect that.
in terms of like obviously with the Keyz situation, all that, it's a situation, and I've been saying from before, like it's one of those ones where like there's a lot of things that need to be managed on that side of things because for me personally, I work in Bridge. And you forget there's a Smalls over Bridge, innit? There's man that's been killed on that side there. That family's going through certain things.
R.I.P. everyone, man. Free everyone.
All right. So it's when you look at it, everyone's losing. And you get to a point where, for me, I'm just like, I'm not in no side thing. Like, we're all losing. Whatever the design is, it's working.
Do you know what it is? Because you're from that era where everything was cool.
Yeah.
See, like me, like over our corner, it's the same thing. I'm from an era where Tottenham was cool with Wood Green.
Yeah.
Everyone was cool with each other. So like now when I see what they're dealing with, like I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? But it's gone past the stage. Like you can't really say that.
You can't go past that stage.
Not like that. But I'm just saying, me, I'm not on the grounds like that again to be saying anything.
I'm not saying.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? But
I'm not saying
for the man them that's on the grounds, they should be saying something.
I think there's still things that you could do. There's still solutions you could provide.
That, man.
I swear down.
I'm doing what I can do, bro.
I'm not saying you're not.
I'm doing on every week. I told them no beef.
Not saying
I lie.
But what I'm trying to say to you is no. What I'm
every
saying,
week I'm being a hypocrite.
Hear me. Sometimes when you got different youths from two different ends, it might even be the low hanging fruit. It might not be the ones that are too active, but they're two youths that symbolize these two ends, And you got them in a space, might be behind the camera, might be lighting, might be that, and they're working together. That's a contribution to say long-term legacy. If you want to come and work for what we're dealing with, and you're from these ends, we're going to give you priority. Being as someone that's from there, I'm going to give you priority that you can come in and get work experience and get behind the camera and, you know what I mean, learn how to do the trade type thing. But you got to be from that area because that's the area that I know. Charity begins at home. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm not saying you're not doing anything. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm just talking about solutions. I'm a solution.
I wish I could.
Even as you're saying that, let me just interject here. If there's any little youths from Bridge or Church Road that want to learn the camera shit or the thing, serious things, come in here. You can get some behind the scenes. You can feature on the behind the scenes and start to learn how to operate these cameras 100%. And things. Youths from Bridge or Church Road will get first kind of pick. And it's not that we're including no ends, but it's where we're from directly. There's a man from Bridge in the team and a man from Churches. So it's about unity and building.
I tell you. So it's like you get to that point. Yeah.
What is M from Bridge?
M's from Bridge. Well, he's associated to Bridge and the rest of us are more affiliated to Churches. But that's why we come together originally.
It's like me and Cream. She's Christian, I'm Muslim.
There we go. They come together to build.
You know what I'm saying? Here we go. No, but that's the biggest.
Say that.
That's bigger than you lot's thing.
It's the great syndicate.
Oh my! That's a bigger pattern than you lot's thing. That's what they want the world to pattern. Our thing is way more important. The Christian with the Muslim is more important than the Bridge with the churches.
Yeah. Well, it's as important as people feel and has the impact. But I would say like that's been the beauty of the project. So setting up things like bust down bars and all these things, getting different people who are from different parts of the community to come be part of the same platform, that sort of thing. You can get a lot of reach when you got these kind of shows, etc. I'm saying that for the guys that were part of the problem, so my era was part of the problem.
Yeah.
There's no two ways getting around it. If you're a big man and you're younger people are
Definitely
now
part of the
active,
problem.
you're part of the problem, right? So what's the solution? That's what I'm asking people in my age group. Come with a solution. I'm doing my little part to try and solve certain things. I'm looking to everyone in my era to try and come with a solution, because that's how you move the thing forward. If things like World War II can happen, yeah, and the whole of Europe are murdering each other, and afterwards they say, all right, here's the NHS system. NHS system come as a result of that. Here's a bit of UN, whether you like it or not. They made their agreements. We got to do certain things, and we got to kind of work together. We might bring this hatred to everyone else outside, and have been anyway, but internally we got to kind of pattern up, right? That's big World War II. Millions of people lost all over Europe, and now you can go. I'm going Spain. I'm going Germany, bro. You see what I'm saying to you? Things can change, innit? So
with diplomacy.
Same situation here. This is not an unsolvable situation. It's a situation that is unsolvable if we keep saying it's unsolvable. But if we say, listen, actually, I'm going to put my neck on the line. And I told you when I started the project, it wasn't looked at favorably. This is just coming off the back of a so-called L. Man's been killed. What do you mean you're going rear? And I'm saying, listen. So man's been killed over there too. What are you telling me? People's getting killed everywhere. We can't make special people. Like, these ones are more special than those one that died. Everyone's special to someone, innit? So if we don't pattern up from now and start to create avenues where young people can meet other young people and actually ease out the stupidness, you can already see what's going on. We already know where we're at. Everyone's concerned about their brothers, their cousins, their friends. We're concerned now. You know the ones there. So we got to do something with that.
Not going to go too much into it, but just a little quick mental health check on your son, and like what's he up to and everything, like, because obviously like that's a major thing that's happened. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but
no, I don't talk about it. I try not to talk about it that much anymore, because you find that all these things could be triggering.
All these
things could be triggering. But
bruv, I can't even imagine.
As you've been there, right?
I haven't. I've been there with me getting stabbed. That's what I mean. I'm saying, bruv, with my son, like, all right. I promise you,
that felt
the feeling I would have for my son is way worse than me. I promise you, like, I'm a tugs, innit?
Even Barry,
you get what I'm trying to say? No, but I'm a tugs in a way where I've been getting injured, like, from the gate. Like, I could take injury. And know it's the game, but I'm saying, see through my son.
Even Barry, big up Barry on the last episode.
Where your son is the way his son is, so I couldn't see it. Just see the character wise. Bro. When it happened to his son, bro, it hurt us, bro.
That was like,
bro.
Like,
he's not even like that, bro. So for him to get caught in that, bro, that broke us.
I can't even explain, fam, like how I would feel. You get me? My insides.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where, as it happened,
Alhamdulillah.
Two things kind of went through my mind, innit? So initially you're thinking, at the time I was in Bristol. Right. So I was in Bristol, and then I get the phone call to say, yo, X and Y has happened. And even when I got the phone call, I was still like, what? It didn't make sense. It was like, what do you mean my son's been stabbed? If you're in the road or you're in certain things, okay, cool. I kind of get it. You know the ones, if man phoned me and said, yo, X and Y has happened to certain people, I'm not with it, but I can start to move, if that makes sense. When it was my son, I was just crippled. Couldn't move, couldn't even understand what was being said. It was my bro that phoned me and said, yo, what you doing? So I'm like, I'm just here. He's like, Jay, get in the car now and drive. I said, oh yeah, shit. Like someone had to push me to move. That kind of, any parent that gets that news and there isn't a recovery situation, shout out to those parents, because I'm telling you, you're dead. Part of you's dead. If they've killed that, you've killed a parent too. Parents, relatives. You've killed people around those people. Because to try and move that and survive that situation ain't easy. So I'm driving down from Bristol. I got an hour and a half drive that felt like 4 hours, basically night times, like 2 a.m. And two things.
Fast though,
two things that was in my head was like, I don't pray often, but I pray true. Yeah, I give thanks often. Every day I get up, I give thanks, innit? But in terms of prayers, I think prayers are reserved for people who need the blessing.
You have to keep, you have to keep
pray
praying.
Every day.
You have to keep praying. Big up Bashir.
Not for me.
Big up Bashir. Shout out Bashir. One more time, because he got me back on my salah.
No, always.
After like the thing with Bashir, obviously we were chatting. And he said, you know what, Spray, like, obviously he's proud of what's going on. He's happy with what's going on. But he said, you know what, bruv? He said, just one thing, bro. Don't lose your salah. You get what I'm saying? Don't lose your prayers. No matter what's going on. And since then, I've been waking up for Fajr every day.
No, I love that. I love that. That's a different discipline.
But at least...
No, it's a different discipline.
starting, but yeah, big up Bashir. Because you're praying now, man. You have to pray every day.
And you see, like you coming from.
It's not even for you. Pray for your people.
Young pray.
Young pray. No, but pray for your people.
Young pray.
Young pray. Young and old pray. You know what I'm saying?
I love that.
Pray for your people. Pray for your people.
Oh, young pray too. You heard it here first.
This is mind games, but it's cool. I'm letting him do more mind games.
Prayer is 100%.
Pray for your people.
Yes.
Not even for yourself.
Right. So as far as that's concerned, that's me.
Yeah.
So if I give thanks and I do give praise, it's forever people. It's never really about me.
Right.
When I'm in a situation, I try and get through it as much as I possibly can. And when I can't, that's when I pray for me.
You get what I'm saying? I'm more pray for other people.
I don't really pray for me like that. So at that point, it was like, listen, God, listen, whatever you want from me, moving forward from here, let me know. But I pray, keep him alive. Because if this youth goes, whatever trajectory I'm on, I'm gonna revert to casting it. That's how it goes. When you experience big trauma, you revert back to what you feel protected. You understand? So that was what was running through my head at the time, driving all the way back down. So by the grace of, made it through physically. Amen. Stabbed 11 times.
Amen.
And
I took 11. You know, I got 11.
Well,
13 because a couple of slashes. Some dickheads.
So imagine. So in that situation there, it was a process.
15 or something.
10.
No.
10.
No, he wasn't 10. He was 8. No, he was 20. So he was 20. He's 20 years of age.
So I wasn't even crazy.
He spent, it's all right. He spent his 21st birthday in the hospital recovering, innit? So this is happening that, and then it's like, bang. For me, because of my prayers and what was going on, coming down into the journey, it was like, cool. My situation was like this. If my youth makes it through, I ain't retaliating. I'm rehabilitating, not retaliating. I'm rehabilitating my youth. That's all I know, right? So when these things are happening, people are like, yo, I'm like, allow me.
Leave me alone.
I'm with my youth. I need to make sure there's a full recovery. Just allow me, and then that kind of thing. So during that full recovery, you're dealing with like acute heroin addiction because the morphine is what eases the pain.
Wow.
So we had to like do your thing in it, like get through the pain, and you had to numb himself in it, like. And then we're realizing, he's out more than in. So me and mum now, we've got to be like, no, son.
Not right now.
Like, sorry. So we got to be like, yo, son, hear what I'm saying to you. Don't push that pen now, innit? Like, try not to medicate in that way, innit?
Yeah.
It's crying. Okay, he's like, yo, it's the only thing.
It's the pain.
You see it?
I got addicted to tramadol.
Listen, that was more for the good thing my man pushed through.
So it was one of those ones where for me it was like going through the whole journey over months to him getting a physical recovery till he can come out and come home and all of that kind of stuff. Like for me, it was just like raw. It felt like being born again. It felt like a release of life for me, that my son's been given life and been given a chance. Because there's enough. Sit down here with Kamari's thing on me, Peanut, and all these people. Man have lost their youths, you get me?
Man take one and they're gone, you get me?
Man have lost their youths, you get me? Like
man have took one.
Shout out to Mark Prince and people like this, you get me? They've lost their children.
Mark Prince OBE, big up Mark Prince OBE. Very sorry about the views you got on that other place.
Come on.
We'll probably have him on there and get him more views.
But like, there's man that's lost their youths, you get me?
Big up Mark Prince
for me, I was just like content that my youth was sent back to me.
Yeah.
And then I had to get into a mental space where it was like, now how do I go back and work around youths who I know could either be responsible or are carrying, and you understand? So I had to do a bit of work on myself before I could prep for that. But then, you know, grace of God, man's able to do that, and I'm back out doing the work.
United Borders, yeah? Sorry, Justin. But was, can you... I know that's a why, but show them your shirt, bro. Like, you're going mad a bit.
Everything's so white.
Yeah, you're going mad a bit. You get but United Borders. You get what I'm saying? It's was that had you started that already when your son, or was that something that made you start?
No.
Oh,
I was already doing the work.
So that was a big moment.
It was a big moment for me.
So basically,
huge moment.
It could have went. That could have been the end of United Borders.
110.
If that didn't
110. Like it was a massive moment. It was a massive test for me personally, and not to say I wouldn't have come for it, because like I said, there's other mentors that I got like Peanut like Mark, they've lost their youths and they're out here putting themselves in a certain space. So there's always an example that you can draw on. You understand? It's not always a case of, I'm just going to go crazy.
No.
You
don't know.
Elders from around the way, but it's like, it's one of those ones where like there's always an example you can draw. And so I can't say what would happen, but knowing that being broken, I wouldn't have been able to carry on doing the work that I do in the shape that I do it.
I don't even want to think.
You move 2 months after that, my bus gets burnt down. You get me? So there was tests,
like
and there was
when it rained. There's probably something else that you can't even remember.
No,
they come in free.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe. No, but you know what I'm saying? Like when it's madness,
there was a lot of shit.
There was a lot of stuff going on. So it's one of them ones where it weren't easy. But in terms for him, I can't big him up enough. Because I've seen the physical, what comes with that, the PTSD that comes with that, in terms of like crowds, in terms of analysing things, and I'm thinking I've got this freedom where I don't have to think about that.
Everything is now changed.
Everything's impacted. So these are things that impacted. A lot of youths ain't gonna have that access to therapy. A lot of youths ain't gonna have access to parents that can actually take the time to make sure that the development's there so they can get back on track. You get me? But
we've had a couple people on here that have said that they've gone to therapy and they said that it's one of the best things.
Only one person?
No, 2 people.
Size, big up Size.
And somebody else came and said they did therapy.
I said Size, but who then?
Someone
Who's
else,
the other
I remember.
person? It's only one person. No, but I'm just saying, but you still want to think. But I thought straight away and I knew it was Size. There's no one else. You can't think of the other person because there's no other person.
There was.
It was Size.
There
was.
I'm saying?
Big up Size.
Wasn't it?
No other person. No other person. Not one other person. Please don't.
I can't remember who went.
Don't say anyone's name and you know they didn't.
Alright, cool.
It's Size.
Big up Size though, but
back to your point of trauma therapy, it's not available to us in the capacity that it should be. The youths are experiencing the most trauma, youths from working class backgrounds. Obviously in London, that's predominantly going to take the shape of black youths, etc. But did you get any trauma therapy?
I checked myself out before I even got into trauma ward. I checked myself out of intensive care.
So you've never had trauma therapy?
Hell no.
Why not?
What do you mean?
That's what I mean.
Good question.
No, but I'm saying, what do you mean, why not?
Why would you not get trauma therapy? That's actually talking through certain things.
Oh, no.
Long after certain...
Oh, you mean counselling?
Yeah.
That's what it's...
Oh, no, but didn't you hear what I'm saying? I'm thinking, the only trauma I've with the trauma ward. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, trauma ward.
And you checked out before?
Yeah, before I even reached trauma ward. But you mean counselling? Yeah. No. I don't believe in that. Not even that I don't believe in it, because I do believe in it, that it works for some people. Right. But me personally, I don't feel right talking to strangers about my life.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a bit old school. Like, see, like old school people, like, remember I weren't born here and all that. Like, see in Dominica, do you think you got counselling? Like, no one ain't got no people to go to. You just deal with it. I'm off an old school thing. Like, as a man, deal with your shit, bro.
So you've never done it, but you can say categorically that it won't help you. Would it?
No, but that's like saying I've never bent over and never had sex with a man. But I can say
that's against
it's
your,
not.
that's against principles.
No, but I'm just trying to say. I'm just trying to give an example. There's things you could never have done before, but you just know.
No, hold on. In terms of that side of things, I can't say whether it's pleasurable or not. I can say it's against my principles. That's all.
I know. I'm going.
Whether someone will enjoy it or not, that's down to the person. Yeah, it's cool.
You get me?
There's a lot of stuff going on here.
No, but that's why I'm laughing. No, but that's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing. But that's why I'm laughing, because you know when you say something that you definitely win.
All right, cool.
No, but you know when you say something you definitely win.
But like talking over stuff,
Yeah.
It's essential. You just said big up Bashir because he spent to you. I feel like you should, you know what I'm saying, stick with your prayer, and you know what I mean. Like there's just
you have friends. That's why I said that strangers is an important thing. I said it. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel good talking to strangers about my life. Bashir's not a stranger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? And it's like I said, you have friends for certain things. I've got friends for him. I've got a friend that I can phone and chat to, like, and he's like a counsellor. Okay. Because he's known me from a kid. Do you get what I'm saying? Or my sister. Me and my sister sit on the phone. If I've got a problem, I can phone my sister.
Big up Vic.
Do you feel like when you speak to somebody that knows you though, no matter how they're giving you advice, it's still going to come from a different place, as opposed to speaking to somebody that knows nothing, like a fresh,
you're talking
unbiased
to a
person.
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're talking to a specialist. So as someone that's
is that what you do?
No,
counsel.
I'm not saying that's what I am. I'm just advocating that trauma therapy should be more readily available to young people.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
No, but I think so as well. You know, I think I'm special. Like, not like that, but I'm saying, I swear down. Like,
you're the anomaly. You're the one.
No, I just think I do agree. That's what I'm saying. I agree. Like,
so
like I'm just me.
How it came to me in the first place, how I knew about it. There's a youth that I know that went to war and certain things, and we disagreed politically in terms of his trajectory. However, returning back from war, because the government didn't give trauma counselling and certain things and didn't prepare returning troops for dealing with everyday life, they were getting sued left, right and centre. Suicide rate with them man is high.
Mad.
Domestic violence high, everything high. So he was one of those people that recognised there was something wrong with him. So he had to go and get this trauma therapy. And he was just like, yeah, he's one of those guys. Kind of sounds like you, like, nah, not into that. Old school, No, he came out of it and said, thank God. That thing there, if it weren't for that, I can't tell you where I was about to go with my
that's
situation.
what I said. He's a madman. Because look what I'm doing now without no trauma therapy. You get what I'm saying? I'm moving.
But not everyone.
Like, you get what I'm saying? No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm special.
But not everyone's the same. So you got to work through the majority, right? And the majority of young people who are going to be impacted by violence, not getting no support, and still left in the same areas, PTSD. So they still got to walk past the same areas where they were left to die, etc. They're going to react in certain ways, if that makes sense, if you don't get certain services to them. So I'd always advocate for, like, if you've been impacted by trauma, try and see a trauma therapist specialist. I know you might think it's a waste of time and or whatnot, but talking to someone that understands what you've gone through and can actually give you solutions as to how to deal with some of the PTSD which is left over that situation I
think it's a part of my problem as well. Do you get what I'm saying? Remember what we were saying on the roof and that? Like, just... Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the authority, not even authority, but how my brain is. I think, like, you can't tell me what I'm thinking in my head. But then them sort of people try and tell you what you're thinking. You get what I'm trying to say? No, because I've had all them madman interviews and that. Yeah. Not interviews, but where they're trying to pre your brain in it type of thing. I just think you can't tell me what I'm thinking.
Not all. You got to be open to it.
If some of them and they try and say, no, this is what, and then you think, no, but that ain't what I'm thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? But they actually tell you this is what you're thinking.
Like, certain things are related to trauma, certain things are related to abuse, certain things are related to abandonment.
But is it abuse trauma?
But I'm saying some people go through their life wondering why they are the way that they are. Yeah.
Or why your responses
are... Why is it like this?
Why
you always angry? Some of us get it.
Some of us get it. I get
it. Do you understand?
Do you get what I'm saying? I get it.
Why do I feel like that when somebody hurts me? Why do I take things to heart? There's so much different things that make you up.
A lot of people don't understand their madness. I understand my madness.
I get what you mean.
You get what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't...
comfortable talking to people that know you.
I don't fight my madness. I don't... Like, see some people, like, they will fight against... Like, I don't... See, when they say, oh, Spade's a madman, I don't say, I'm not a madman. I say, okay, I'm a bit different. Do you get what I'm saying? But I get it. Yeah. But it's nothing, like, I'm not delusional. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I'm not, because there's some delusional people out here.
You've got your people you can talk to, like you said, that kind of understand you. Remember, Jay, see, for people like us, like you saying, you've been so close to us growing up. You said it earlier, like you played a parental role kind of in your brother's life. But go back to that real age, bro, and let's really think about that. How much people was actually in with your brother at that time, bro? You played that father role to about 6, 7 of us, you know? Like, in terms, not like that, not like dad role, but you know what I mean? Big bro. Some of us didn't have it, bro. And you kind of stepped in and filled that void. And even when we was going along little paths, like, hey, here what little bro, let me show you, boom, boom, boom. So we had that person we can go and have that convo with. I didn't feel like I needed to go see a therapist because I could call Jay. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean? But if I didn't have Jay, I might need to go see the therapist and kind of understand what I'm going.
To your point and to
therapist.
To Pray's point as well.
Pray. Yeah, I clock. They didn't clock.
Yeah, that's right. To your point is that we do counsel each other all the time. We don't realize that we're doing it. So the difference is that when you're doing a professional, the things that they do, they know why they're doing it and they know why they're steering you down a certain road. Also, for all of that counseling and a lot of the things that you might give someone, how do they offset what you've given to them? Because everyone has to kind of move that along, basically. And even within the therapy world, counseling, there's things that you have to do in order to get yourself straight. You take on too much. Yeah, if you understand it.
Yeah.
So it's. I do know that we can't afford therapy, so that is our therapy. We sit down and it's good. We chat to each other. We can all identify with each other. I trust what you're saying. You're in the same situation as me. You can identify, and I'm willing to listen. So if that's the only access to therapy that you've got, take it all by all means. By all means, you know. I think the block life was different in that when you look at a lot of the decisions, the lack of opportunities, it means you lose a lot of mentors. So a lot of the man that would be that, nah, you can't do that, your dad, rare. Those guys get caught up in their life, you know, deprived backgrounds. They're trying to make money. They're big life sentences. Who ain't killed, who is killed, off the blocks. And now you're young people raising each other amongst yourselves, isn't it? It's important that you've got elders around you who can still chat to you and can still get you to question and be
extremely important
for what you're doing.
Extremely.
So, yeah.
So what's going on now, Jay? Like with United Borders, what are you dealing with?
So this year probably got another 60 young people that we can take through our services between now and November, basically, and you know provide services to them over the summer.
What is the services? What actually do you do? Like what's United
who else
Borders
is
about?
involved in the services?
Yeah. What's United Borders about?
Team?
Sorry, this is our show. This is our show. We're letting him say. We're letting him do a lot today. But you can see, like I've just asked the question, Deeks. You get what I'm saying? Don't. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Question at a time. United Borders. Like Right. We don't care who's running them. With you. We don't care who's with you.
No, big up though.
Everyone involved.
Let's just a question at a time and let's
in terms
remember
of the team,
who the pictures are.
So in terms of the team,
thanks for coming to Chucky's thing.
You know what? Normally you got the earpiece. We need to get the ears piece. That's all that is. We get the ears piece. We'll sort that out. So that will come to the ears.
Yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
Do
you get what I'm saying?
Ears piece time. Is ears piece time?
Tuesday.
Ears piece time. Say nothing. So in terms of
this is making your job mad.
In terms of who's involved.
No. Who's involved in this question?
Yeah.
What's going on with United Borders?
Sorry. So, all right. So, United Borders.
I'm going mad. Ask all the questions.
That's all good. This year, we've got like 60 more young people between now and September. Services are available for free. So, it's a music program and a mentor that will work with young people throughout the summer, all the way through to September, really. So, exposing them to creativity, but more important is a trusting relationship. Free lunches, Ubers, back and forth to where we are, keeping young people safe, but exposing them to more young people.
That's amazing that you touched on that. So even safety, getting back.
Situation.
Because that's even a situation.
It's a real situation
right now. Do you know what I mean? I think that's so important.
Yeah, it's a real situation.
What I noticed with you're very big on solution. Even you know, like when I saw you on the piers, and big up Alison Cope because we had her on the show.
Big up Alison. We had Alison on the show.
We had her on the show, and I noticed that one thing about you lot is that you're very solution based.
Very solution oriented.
Yeah,
a lot of solutions come from young people.
Oriented. Yes, and if there's anything that you could add that you feel like we didn't touch on, you know, like in regards to like prevention and solution that you wanted to add, or even just give any advice to any of the young ones out there.
First and foremost is kind of like speak to the people that are around you. You know what I mean? Irrespective of what's going on. So the family line is the first line that hears anything. You get me? But you have to trust people around you to do something with that information. You understand? So most of our referrals might come through social services, you know, schools, etc. But parents hit us up as well. Right. And be like, yo, I'm concerned about my nephew. I'm concerned about my son. You understand? So reach out. And from that, we can get referrals and we can get young people onto the program.
Can people independently just reach out to you?
Yeah.
Personally, so because you know, like there might be kids that haven't got the ideal home.
Yeah.
Do you understand where they don't have a parent to refer? They actually just, you know what, their parents might not even be good parents. Do you get me?
No,
like,
so what?
Because there's a lot they got referred themselves.
Do
you understand what I'm saying? There's so much of that as well.
To your point, Ice. So that's what. So when we work with young people, we tend to bring their friends.
Yeah.
And sometimes their brethren will come and they'll be like, "Yo, my brethren actually needs it." You know the ones there, like they know amongst themselves, or they're like, "Yo, my girl, she actually needs it." So we've got women mentors, we've got men mentors on the bus. Do you know what I mean? And we work through different people are experiencing trauma in different ways.
Who funds all of this?
So for the last 2 years, we've been funded by the Youth Endowment Fund. It's very hard fund to get. Like, trust me, you got to go for a lot to get this funding. So year one was feasibility. So that's seeing if our project feasible to go to, which is this year a pilot phase. Then that partners us with the University of Birmingham. And University of Birmingham top criminologists in the land.
Right.
They influence government paper policy around serious youth violence, right? So they assess our services to see if we do what we say we do.
If it's working.
Right. And then at the end of the year, they do a write-up around it. So that's what makes the service free. So we always try and make it free for young people. Travel's free, food's free, mentor coming to your yard, mentor visiting the house.
No, that's cool, bro. This is the adults.
Right,
no,
cool.
no.
Adult section.
I can't
mentor
go to you
coming
mad
to
for
your yard
this.
for free. We've got lived experience, people that understand it. You get me? Stephen Graham, Lady TT, you know, people like that who've been doing... Been doing the work.
Tata.
If they gave you
That's what I'm
the
thinking.
power to like bring in a law or change something, what would it be?
To change something. That's interesting. I would change the level of funding which goes into a community once it's been gentrified.
Right. That's big.
Put that money into the community that already exists.
Yeah.
Why are we getting people out of a community, putting people in bad housing, schools underfunded, in just impoverished situations, and then that, well, who's the best one to get out of that? Forget it. You know it's a poverty trap. You know people can't escape the situation, and you do what you do. People fall behind on their rent. Your up is only an up because the council are paid for you to be there, bro. Yeah, let mum not pay rent and see if you don't end up next to your up's yard tomorrow. See if they don't move you to Milton Keynes if you're doing certain things, and well, cool, they move you way out, up north, if that makes sense. So really, the amount of, when we talk about grooming certain things, grooming is always associated with the man them, grooming young people, and rightly so. Cool. Let's leave that fixed lens there, of course. But no one looks at government grooming.
Exactly.
No one looks at the fact that the government have groomed an area on purpose, left it with no finance, no resources, on purpose, left it with no opportunity, on purpose, told people that in order for you to qualify for housing, you have to be single as a woman, for starters. So there's no reward for families from the offset. So if I could change any of that, it would be like, cool, resources before you gentrify. Act like you're gentrifying with the people that live there. This is, you know what I mean? They move everyone out and now there's a Starbucks. What one for that? Like, do it when the people live there.
Exactly.
And start rewarding people for their families. Because people are trying. But you can only, listen, money plays a big part in relationships, you know? If you ain't got no dungo and you got a relationship and stress is about to go through the roof, not to say that you know how to conduct yourself perfectly as a man or not, cool. But finance makes a big situation. Of course. When you're talking about single mums, the people that people always like to chastise and go on about are really mums without resources.
Exactly.
Because if you're a single mum and you're earning $250,000 a year, no one's talking about you. If you can afford for your youth to go certain places, nobody's talking about you.
But they just
But
try to chat, man.
the single mums who can't afford and are deprived anyway, those are the people that people like to chastise and look down on, even though they're trying with the little that they have, if that makes sense. So
The ones that try to chat, man, though.
financially, I'll say sort that out, first and foremost. Secondly, more importantly for the area that I work in, I'll say, like I said, I speak to all of the man them straight in terms of solutions moving forward. So we're in a unique space where we've got a little attention around us. We've got funders behind us. We've got people looking at the work that we're doing and want to amplify that message, right? So for years, I've had it in my mind to do a big, what we got now, wireless. Now we've got these big festivals happening in our communities without us. And these guys are putting up big artists, big money being made every year, and we don't get nothing. We don't even get the jobs, we get nothing.
Originals are getting money.
Who's Originals?
They got festivals and Matt's barbecue.
Yeah. Matt's,
There's festivals still.
The
black man they might eat it still. The black man they might, they clock what's going on. They clock what's going on still. They're not.
Beaver and that's got the, is it the four corners?
Four corners.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
Shout out.
Big up four corners before all of them.
Shout out. But let's be clear. More of these in the ends festivals are popping up. Wireless is wirelessing, right? Let's be clear. The way the man will get their license, things you see wireless get rushed and madness happen.
Yeah, man rush wireless.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Cool. Next year,
I might do that as a next allegedly.
But next year it's happening. Regardless of what's happening, it's happening, right? Notting Hill Carnival, 1 or 2 incidents. This boy might have to close this thing down. 2 million people, and you get 1 or 2 incidents, and you say this might have to close down.
Yeah.
So you see what happens.
You see why they can't close it down, because they make too much money off it.
But this is it. But
you see,
it's the they.
They thought about it.
It's the they who's making money.
Yeah, they thought about it.
It's not really the community no more.
It's not the community,
right?
No.
So point is, I'm at that point where I want to have conversations with people in my area, between Church Road, between Stonebridge, and saying, yo, can we start setting some things up? So can we start setting up so young people on the come up, we're going to put them in limited companies to own these festivals from now. Yeah. Let's get artists actually feeding into. Imagine if I hit up Stormzy, hit up a Drake, whoever, and say, yo, right now, we're going to have truce in the ends for the next 6 months. Everyone's got a responsibility to make sure the ends, nothing ain't going on. You know the ones there, if there are things going on, you got to come back to your council and have the conversation before it gets to a situation, right? Cool. This is you lot's festival. It's happening every year. You lot are making hundreds of thousands every year. You lot can jeopardize it, or you can make it grow bigger. That's the vision. I don't talk my visions. I normally make things happen. But with this one, I can't do it by myself.
You need people to get behind it,
right?
The
So
network is a network.
you understand. And you got a lot of blood lost
That's
from
why
both
you need
sides.
people to
innit?
get behind this mad.
Yeah, but you need people to get in front of it.
man.
So you got a lot of blood. You got a lot of blood lost from both sides. You got families that are grieving on both sides. So in terms of what I want to do, that's what I want to do, and that's what I want to get in front of. And I would say, any artist out there with influence that wants to kind of empower what we're talking about, get behind it. Because I feel like if this happens, charity begins at home.
Exactly.
If we can get Church Road and Bridge back into a communicative situation,
At least for the younger generation.
why can't we do it in North
I
London?
feel like even what you just
Why
even
can't we
like
do it in
what
East
you said
London?
about
At least for
the
the younger
Stormzy
generation,
did, it
because for
might
our
even
generation,
inspire
it's not.
other
I don't
artists
think,
to
man.
get
You know what I'm saying?
behind
Man will just slap.
Do you
You
get
know
what
Why
I'm
can't
saying?
we do it in
even
South
like
London?
With you speaking on what Stormzy said, I feel like it would inspire other artists to stand behind their little what's going on in their community.
110.
And stuff.
So
Do you understand?
I'm
what
saying
If you've
like
got
I
the
don't even
money
want
to
I
do it
don't
and
want a
that.
legacy festival. It's just beer people come. I want a festival which is all about you maintaining a truce within the ends,
Community.
you maintaining violence in your ends. And you know what? If man and man went to war, like I say, you two, Hunger Games.
And govern
Drop,
it.
drop
What you're
you
saying,
two's
United
location,
Borders Festival
and you lot go
coming
over there.
soon.
You lot go and sort it out over there. You lot done, and it's what it is.
And do you know what I rate
But-
with what you've done, kind
Come
of
on.
Jay, as well? Instead of kind of going and kind of
Is it allowed to
pushing.
chat, bro?
That's what I was thinking. I said it. I left it. Because I left it.
Alright, cool.
But you saw, even Justin knew. Not even Justin knew that.
Defended me.
Yeah, Justin even knows that was a bit
No,
mad.
I'm
But
saying,
go on.
see the way how you lot have kind of done it, yeah? You
Yeah.
kind of set a kind of precedence for everyone to kind of to follow behind what you're doing now, yeah? So
In front.
you
led by example.
Yeah.
you're leading by example.
Yeah.
So my point was, you didn't go out here and tell man, put this down. Stop doing what you're doing. What we kind of went and said is, what are you interested in?
Yeah.
What else are you interested in? If we
100.
could kind of get your focus here, like I said, if we could get you involved in music and you're in the middle of West End doing stuff with music, you don't give a not being funny.
Yeah.
You don't give a shit about who's on the corner in what hood
Yeah.
where.
Do you
You've
think-
got things going on.
Makes sense.
Jay, does it make a difference when you educate people on the knowledge of the system that they're fighting? Does that make a difference, do you reckon, when you tell them, like, you know, when you say, like, you do know that you're like a product of a plan that they had for you?
Yeah.
How do they feel knowing that? Or do
You know what
does
it
that
is?
make a
I think
difference?
sometimes it's just like you are where you are, innit? Your electric's going off, mate. Yeah, I don't tell you. We've got siblings and we ain't got clothes. Shut
Ain't
him
that
out.
shit question?
So
Huh?
Ain't that shit question?
No, it's
No,
not
it's
a
not,
shit
it's not,
question.
it's not.
Oh, I don't know.
it's
Because a lot of people
it's like-
actually don't even realise
But
about
that's-
the environment that they come from. Like
oh,
when you're
right.
saying
I don't know,
about
I don't
they
know.
had a system there to break up our families.
So what you're
That's
talking
why
about, right.
You can't get benefits unless you're single.
Love
You
it,
can't.
love it.
da-da-da-da-da-da.
Love
So
it.
of course it's a good
That's
question.
that's a big question because it's
Oh, okay.
It's
Thank
political
you.
discourse, right?
No, but I have to do this.
No,
for-
you have to.
No,
Give me
because
back.
you know
No,
why?
I like what you done.
No,
Yeah.
because you know
I
why?
like what you
It
done.
gets more in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Because it gets more comments. Because they get like, oh, spray, you need to let Cream talk more, and it's like they like saying madness to me.
Right.
So I didn't even hear
So-
the question properly.
No, it's
you
all
just
good.
like
I
to
like what
wind
you
us
done.
up.
Yeah, I didn't even.
Wind us up.
I'm just saying
I like what
something
you done.
because they're gonna
I
say
like what
comments.
you done.
They always
No, I
getting
like
onto
what you
me.
done.
I play
And
the
I tell you
devil's
for why,
advocate.
right?
I play the devil's advocate.
I'll
well.
tell you for why, because actually it brings more focus to what you're actually saying.
do you
And
know
it's
what I mean?
actually important what you're saying. So you're talking about political discourse, right? So,
Right.
for example, on my come up as a youth man, I'll come in to the yard and just be hearing about IRA on news and RTM, and I'm just like, oh, these guys are bad. Done. You know, no one's there. And my dad would look at me and say, you know, what do you mean they're bad? What do you mean? And I'm like, they're just doing. And he's like, all right, well, did you know that the English went there and take women's things and them not gonna take it down lying? Them have to do something about that. And you feel so these people just talk? No, you have to do things to get your things back.
But no things.
They only respect people that want to fight for them things. If you want to talk, you're not get nothing. So that discourse as a young 6-7-year-old was that, okay, so the Irish that are here because of a situation, and okay, this is wrong. I'm not saying terrorism isn't whatever, that's a wrong situation, but the context is that there's people fighting to get something back, if that makes sense. I didn't know that, but because of that political awareness, which is important. So in terms of where young people are, it's important that they understand that this is design. And you think you're having a unique experience. You're not, bro.
Exactly.
It's a design. It's designed for you to go to school and have the trauma that you're carrying to go into school that you can't even sit down now.
Like
you get sent out. You get sent out of class.
When you leave school, like when you said, what's that thing? What you said? Have you experienced racial? What is that thing? The word?
Institutional
racism.
Yeah, even in school, which is why I became self-employed. 100%. Like, you know, like when you just see how disposable you are. Do you understand? Like they do it even with young black boys, even like in the warehouse
100%.
world.
100%.
You know, like as soon as they, you know, they're so quick to get rid of you. When you see who they keep, it's just all of those things. Do you understand? To make feel like
I'm glad you've highlighted that. But
all kinds of things.
The political awareness there, of course you can get in that. You can tell her, look, on road, you're not worth squat. Go Feltham, you're worth 150 grand a year. Go figure. You can hardly get even JSA if you're on road, much less.
Do you understand?
But your value, you're worth more in jail. So that should tell you what it is.
Where they want you to be.
That should tell you where your value and your worth is within their system.
This is a great conversation, but time is beyond us. But the main subject today is going to be the next generation. So we're going to circle back with all of this. Because we got Justin here today. I want this episode to be about the next generation and what we're trying to do to help and whatever. But yeah, boom. This is your fire round though, where we get to know a little bit more about you.
Sure.
Tupac or Biggie?
Biggie.
Oh, yeah.
Biggie
you
the lyricist.
You said it from earlier.
No, Biggie the lyricist.
I knew you was gonna say Biggie.
Tupac the revolutionary, but Biggie the lyricist all day.
He had flows, you know. I can't really say.
Authority,
I can't say
flows.
I'm Tupac in it, but I can't say nothing about Biggie.
That's a North London thing.
I can't say nothing about Biggie.
I had a conversation.
Now Cream's Tupac.
Really?
Yeah.
Soulzy.
Really?
Yeah. Biggie, what's that?
Are we just
Tupac
talking
or
about
Pac?
over lyrics? All right, it's quick fire.
Oh, you're Biggie.
I'm Biggie.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, me and Keyz had whatever when we went into that Biggie.
Quick fire.
That was
He's only saying Biggie because you're here. All right,
quick
cool.
fire.
that drug.
Jay-Z or Nas? He was Tupac last week.
I was on tour with Jay-Z actually. But Nas, what
Oh, you Nas, yeah?
Yeah. Even though Jay-Z's the more consistent rapper,
He's the winner, innit?
in terms of
If he-
consistency,
As where he is now, like let's just be.
But when Nas drops a track like Poison, You're the Man, I don't know. For me, the goosebumps,
Mastermind for me.
Mastermind even situation. Situation.
Like,
Situation.
Mastermind's mad.
It's a situation. Like, but I rate Jay-Z thing. But
So
Nas
do I.
for me personally, sorry,
Different level. But yeah, Big Pun or Big L. R.I.P. both of them.
that's a flip. So Big L, because you know what it is with Big L?
Bad boy.
He's responsible for Jay-Z and all of these guys, and this is what people don't understand. Flow-wise, so much was taken from that guy. He went too early. Big Pun's authority, though.
God, chat
Woo!
Could say about 1 million words.
Listen. Oh, I'm gonna go with Pun.
I would go.
I'm gonna go with Pun. I'm gonna have to.
I give you fair warning. Beware.
Oh, stop it.
Mad.
Stop
That
it.
beat. I give you fair warning. Beware. I know I'm even spitting. I'm going mad. But that tune is mad anyway.
Problem.
50 Cent or DMX?
DMX.
How you
It's
say?
not even close. Not even close.
Yeah.
Not even easy. It's just easy.
I'm taking 50.
That's easy.
No, but I'm
going 52.
Come on, I'm
Why
from a
was the
DMX
world
era.
so
Bruv, I'm from a
exciting?
DMX era.
Madness.
Spitting
I'm
wise.
from a DMX era, bro.
No.
I'm from a DMX era.
No.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
These eats him
These
for
are
lunch,
madman,
breakfast,
I
and
like
dinner.
the business side.
That's you need to get someone else onto that one. DMX can't be at 50. You need someone else for that.
everyone picked 50.
Yeah. They hate,
But
they hate
DMX
music.
is-
They hate R Street. Everyone hates R Street.
I picked 50.
Everyone hates R Street.
I picked 50, but DMX is, you know what I'm saying,
Alright,
is
say
DMX.
nothing, say nothing.
Snoop or Nipsey Hussle?
Yeah, you know what you're doing with that. You're so naughty. Music-wise, you can only go Snoop D or Double G.
Oh, come
Let me
on,
tell
man.
you,
Our era, like
that was the first
There
concert.
people picked Nipsey, but I have to pick Snoop,
Nah,
man.
Nipsey for the movement. So Nipsey as a revolutionary or just someone that's trying to get community pattern, of course. But Snoop Dogg, for all the misogyny and all the madness, he
No,
made
misogyny,
misogyny cool. But it's
Chalk
not cool. But
chalk
I
on
know
his
what you mean,
palm.
like,
He walks
it
with
was a
chalk on his
problem.
palm. You
It was
get
a
me?
problem. It was a problem. Snoop Dogg was the actual
walks
problem.
with
for me.
chalk on his palm.
Yeah, I can't play the songs now, but but bloody hell.
Daddy,
Wow.
we likes to party.
Ain't no
Cause
fun.
trouble.
Ain't no fun.
We don't bother
Listen to the
nobody.
sound of my nigga
Yes.
doggy dog.
Ain't no
No,
fun.
that was wrong.
If the
said it
homies
wrong.
can
But anyway, but you know what, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm
Don't
talking
cry,
about.
dry your eye. Here comes your mama with those tooly tog eyes. Her mean mother and step two.
say hi. Yeah, shit.
It's Sally in her face and punched her in her.
Stand there, girl.
Punched her in.
Hey,
Hey, you can't start Snoop. Punched her in her belly, but he's punching gal in her belly and them things.
That was a problem.
Yeah, we have to.
Right,
Yeah,
come
Snoop,
on.
Snoop's going mad. Snoop's going mad still. Yeah, Snoop's going mad. Snoop's going mad.
We don't rate women beaters.
Punched her in her belly and stepped on her feet.
We're not happy about that.
Slam the child on the hard cut. Like,
We're not
nah,
happy about
alright,
that.
cool.
Stick
cool,
Rick,
cool.
Snoop, we're not
Alright,
happy
cool.
about that.
Snoop, you're going mad.
Yeah.
But Bombata is your madman. Bombata is a kiddie fiddler. He's even worse.
But next
Allegedly.
one. What's the next
Alright,
one?
cool.
Yeah, allegedly.
Moving on.
Yeah,
Fabulous or Jewel Santana?
Nah, it's got to be Fab for me.
Fab. I'm Jewels. Prodigy or Jadakiss? Do you even care who I am? Why do I keep?
That's a
Tell
problem.
me to stop saying my boy. No, but I keep telling him what like he's probably thinking.
Nah, you know what it is. You know what it is.
Nah, but I don't care what you pick. But like, cool.
Nah, that's Prodigy for me. You know what it is? Jadakiss.
Can I say who I am?
Yeah, in a minute.
No, but every time he says his thing, I say what I am. But I'm going mad in it.
Jadakiss embodiment of work. Yeah, and what he does, consistency.
And what?
Cool. But
what
I've
of
got to go
work?
Prodigy. I'm going Prodigy all day.
No, but Jadakiss is what and what?
Embodiment.
Yeah, I'm going Prodigy.
I'm reaching. Hold on. Fat Joe or Noriega?
Oh man, that's an interesting one.
It's different, innit?
Interesting.
It's different. Do you get what I'm saying? It
Dropped that
depends.
one before.
No,
That
no,
one's
ain't.
new.
But it depends what you.
You know it is.
No, because I put in Fat Joe against a losing battle
cool,
each time.
Cool. All right.
I kept putting him
Joe,
against 50.
Fat Joe, obviously embodiment, and because of the second part of
Picking
his.
Fat Joe, yeah.
No, wait. Because his second part of his career, when they say it's like Pun was writing for him or whatever, he's got, you know what I mean? He went mad with it, yeah? Cool, we get it. But Noriega for me, I'm picking Nori.
I'm picking Nori.
Because he says the
I know, I
funny.
need to stop saying Nori.
Nori's
No, he
funny
says-
as fuck.
No, but he can't even rhyme that great.
He says the funniest
Like,
things.
He's cold.
He's
says
a
the
madman.
funniest
He
things
don't
for
even
me.
try and rhyme, you know.
I like Nori because
See Nori, if two words don't rhyme, he does not give a shit. He's still down.
And when he
get what I'm
comes
saying?
Sticking it to you.
Nori's the
Black
one that-
magic like
Nori
voodoo.
banned my
Like,
man outside Hot 97, innit?
Sometimes I want to cry, pray.
Listen.
Sometimes I want to like you lot can imagine. Sometimes I get drunk all goddamn day. Sometimes I want to go back around the way. Sometimes I want to ride smoke. Sometimes I got money and I still feel broke. Like,
saying nothing.
big up Nori, you get me? But
I'm with you on that one.
Dr. Dre or Eazy-E?
Dre, easy.
Dre, yeah. I'm Eazy-E, but I need to stop saying who I am.
Nah. Dre, easy. I mean, Dre,
I'm Eazy-E.
in terms of music, yeah, it has to be.
We've already established you're gonna pick everything Justin picks.
Yeah, we've already. You've got a real fan in here. You've got a real fan in here. And we can all see that he's a fan.
There's no way you
We can all
put
see.
Eazy-E against
No, you know
Dr.
what?
Dre and
I rate
expect a
you.
man to put
I rate you.
Eazy-E.
You've done bits on
Eazy-E
your.
versus Dre.
No, I haven't seen him act like this since Rich was here.
Could never.
I haven't seen him act like this since Rich was here.
Could never.
So I know you put in
I've
work.
done a job on
Like,
him.
yeah, you've done. You and Ricks. Big up Ricks, but that's when I know you lot are
Dre up
proper.
against like
You lot are
Diddy or
people
Jermaine
in
Dupri.
Northwest.
You can't put
You and
Dre
Ricks
up
are people
against
because
Eazy-E.
he's always
That's
going
madness.
mad. But he's with you lot on everything.
That's mad.
He's with you lot on everything. You and Ricks. So I know you and Ricks are proper Northwest people. You get me? Lil Boosie or C Murder? Can you pick something against him now? Whatever he
You know
picks,
it
pick
is.
the
I
other
don't know
thing.
what he's picking.
Nah, man says to pick the other thing.
Alright, you know what it is,
I'm
yeah.
going Boosie.
Mind games, look.
Alright, you see what it is.
Boosie.
Boosie's situation where he was quite clear on bringing his sons to strippers and not strippers to
I know.
yeah.
Boosie a bad boy.
I'm done with him.
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I'm done.
He
I'm
made
done.
Bringing him to beating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Boosie a bad boy.
I said
No,
Boosie.
come on.
Boosie
I'm
a bad
Boosie,
boy.
bro.
That-
Boosie all day.
I'm out.
They're young. They're
No,
little.
I'm out.
No, but he banged him to
I'm out.
beat.
I'm out. It's one of those ones where it only works gender wise because it's.
What
boys.
were they under 16?
It was like 15.
Yeah.
Oh, it was like 15-year-old boys.
15. She was a grown woman.
Like no. I'm not in that.
like that.
Because
wish, like,
all right, let's
wish I had a dad like that, man.
Let's now. That's your daughter.
I wish I had a dad like that.
Oh, shoulder slump. Say nothing. So it's just genderized. So that's what I mean. Even when black youths are like clearly the victim of something, we don't allow ourselves to look at it in that way because he's a man. No, he's a 15-year-old boy. What the hell are you doing? Yeah. So see murder just based on the fact that he doesn't bring his youths to slam big women or whatever the hell it is. That's some child pornography thing. Boozy needs help. He needs help.
Do you know what? Yeah,
not rating
I'll be
it.
honest with you.
Not rating it.
People could go jail, you know, for things that's happened out here. Girl could go jail, you know.
Listen.
No, because when I was 14, I beat a 28-year-old woman.
Well, that's of course.
No, but I'm saying, but she beat me then, innit? But I'm saying you wouldn't know. No, but I'm saying you wouldn't think, like, you wouldn't know what they're doing because you're young, innit? And you're just thinking you're holding a beat. But I'm saying on the other side of it.
That's a problem.
Do you get what I'm saying? She's pedoed, man, innit?
That's a problem.
No, but I'm saying she's pedoed, man, but you wouldn't think that because.
That's called statutory rape.
That's called
statutory rape, bro.
Alright, cool, I'll take that back.
Apparently you got raped.
I'll take that back. I haven't.
Statutory rape.
Nah, I consented.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. You're under the age.
I consented.
You're under the age, bro.
I take that back.
And I tell you what, yeah, a lot of that happens, yeah, with us, and we don't look at that.
Yeah, it's nothing. That's what I'm saying. Because man's looking at it like man needed ratings. I told everyone.
So yeah.
I told everyone and they didn't tell me I got raped. They was rating me,
spudding me. That's the worst part.
But yeah, I was getting
some
spudded.
Trauma. We like
Master P, is that trauma? I need to talk about this.
Big time.
All right, cool.
Counselor,
I'm talking today about
counselor.
it. And look,
counselors get in touch with
get in
man.
touch,
like,
but not in touch because that's
or get in contact.
Master P or Birdman because Cream needs to go toilet.
All right, cool. Master P or Birdman. Birdman.
You pick Birdman, yeah?
It has to be.
He was kissing Lil Wayne in that, man.
I'm not happy about that.
Yeah,
that's a little bit sus as well. Yeah. However, I'm just going with music at this one. I don't know Boozy's music. That's the problem.
No, Master P.
Yeah, no. But the reason why Boozy, I'm going off for his podcast, okay. Right? But with Master P, I never liked that era of music. It was like, what's up with this down south stuff?
It was mad.
Whereas
still.
with
you had to be dumb.
When he came
Master P was dumb still.
He's made the most money out of music as a CEO. Forget it. Against P Diddy, Jay-Z, he's made the most money from music.
Lil Wayne.
It's Birdman.
Cream is doing again.
Lil Wayne.
I'm going Birdman.
Lil Wayne, but I'm saying you brought Lil Wayne through. You brought Juvenile and all them through.
We know you.
Then Drake and then Nicki.
You're doing it again.
I'm not even listening to you, Spray.
You're doing it again, but we know he's with you.
I'm not listening talking to the camera.
Yeah, he's with you.
I can't hear the producers. Sorry.
Innit? Yeah. Oh my God, Justin is outside. Justin is outside. Look, hold on. Drake or Kanye? Look.
Drake or Kanye? No way, it's got to be Kanye all day. You know what it is with Drake?
They're hating the nails, innit?
No. That's it, whatever, each to their own. But you know what it is with Drake? There's never a moment where let me listen to Drake. And I don't have that too much for Kanye, but the moments where Kanye was Kanyeing, I do like when I hear them songs come on.
He's a madman still.
I don't mind ever hear Drake in a club, but it's never in my yard, me thing on Drake.
If we talk about musically, I'm Drake.
I like Drake.
All right, mate.
It's never happened.
Calm down, mate. This ain't really a Drake-friendly podcast.
He's letting you know.
No, but I'm saying,
I'm letting you know, bro.
No, but it's not really a
I'm
Drake.
always with my man. He's with one side. I'm on the opposite.
It's not a Drake.
I'm not on that side.
This ain't a Drake-friendly podcast to be saying it loud like that. No, but I'm saying, no, I'm with Drake and all that. I said it neatly, innit? Like, you know what, musically. No, but you know what I'm saying? I said it neatly, innit?
Drake's name calm. I didn't say excitedly.
Boom.
Fuck off.
Cameron or Mace?
Cameron Mace. I prefer Cam, but Mace has got bigger hits.
I'm with Cam. I'm with Killer Cam.
I prefer Cam. I prefer Cam, but Mace has got more hits.
Impact on the industry, like fashion, Cam.
Yeah. Mace has got more hits though.
NBA Youngboy or Lil Durk? That's like new generation shit. Don't even watch it. To none of them.
But I know more Durk than NBA, so I'm gonna have to go.
Mobb Deep or The Locks?
Mob.
Wu-Tang Clan or Bone Thugs and Harmony?
Woo. That's not been easy, not been hard.
Simple. Puff Daddy or Suge Knight?
Puff, man. Easy.
Puffy. Yeah. Even though he does all that rainbow stuff.
Yeah,
right, cool.
I don't know what you're saying.
Eddie Murphy, you know what he's doing? He's patterning up him in gigs. Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor?
Huh?
Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor?
Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor. Pryor, I watched a lot of his stand-ups.
I'm an idiot, you know.
Yeah, no, he's gonna edit that part. Pryor does a lot, and then Eddie for me, I grew up in Eddie, so Eddie.
Rich is funny.
Half
Rich is funny.
No, Rich is funny because it's unorthodox.
No, but see when you pre-Rich, he's actually a madman.
He'll become the drug addict. He puts his life on blast.
He's funny.
He'll become the dog. He'll become whatever.
That's mind games, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where he just said he'll become the drug addict.
You're an idiot, you know.
It's triggering me. It's triggering me. Alright, cool.
It's true.
He's triggering me.
Yeah, he's got a whole thing about him on crack.
He's triggering me.
He's got his whole thing when he was on crack.
Oh,
triggered.
Let's move on. This is mind games.
I missed the point.
This is definitely mind games.
Yeah.
He's been talking to that pom pom. Hold on. Definitely someone's told him to say that.
He's now
no ideas.
Listen, I'm from the era, innit?
Oh,
from the era.
Say nothing.
I'm not gonna relapse.
Sorry.
I'm from the era. I'm from that era.
I told you.
I'm from that jungle era.
I did not know.
I'm from that jungle era.
Oh, hell no.
Kevin Hart.
If I had known.
Kevin Hart or Chris Rock.
If you know I was a police, if I had known.
Kevin Hart.
I would,
Kevin Hart or Chris Rock. Listen,
I blame
listen,
you.
we've all got things to be embarrassed about.
No, that's
you as a screw. You get what I'm saying?
Say that.
Yeah. You as a screw, I'll buy food.
Say that.
In jungle days.
Wow.
You get me? In jungle days.
That's
Rex.
a lot.
And I sniffed. With Jammer, yeah. And Tommy Robinson.
And you've never spoken to no one about that?
All the time. Speak to it every week. Tell them. They even crack jokes about me.
Yeah.
Every week. But anyway, boom.
Cool.
Kevin Hart or Chris Rocks? Why Rocks? Mad. The next question has to be Rocks.
I'd say Chris Rock because he comes with a little political edge, but it's bougie. Kevin Hart, when I do find him funny, it's hella funny. But for a lot of the jokes for me are very hit and miss.
I think his best one was when he told his life story.
Yeah,
and he couldn't
being
really
a bit
get
honest.
it back because he's just saying funny stuff about him.
Yeah.
And I feel like after that, it wasn't...
Cream, it's not about you.
Shut up.
John Singleton, this is our guest today. John Singleton or Spike Lee?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Different. Well, it's not different, but it's...
No, that's real interesting for me.
You get what I'm saying?
I love
two big directors, mate.
I love both of the works.
Two big directors.
So...
I think I know who you're going to go.
John Singleton, that's Do the Right Thing, innit?
Answer.
No, I'm just saying.
No, Do the Right Thing is definitely Spike Lee, but
there you go. There you go.
Oh,
there you go.
Spike Lee.
But you know what it is with Spike for me? What I rate about Spike? It's long. I've got to be quick, innit? I'm gonna go with Spike.
You don't have to.
I'm gonna go with Spike because the Malcolm X for me.
It's just
situation, man, and the fact that they slept on that. I'm like, whatever, man. Singleton means a lot to me, but Spike,
Boys in the
and
Hood.
then Boys in the Hood, and like,
Boys in the Hood.
it's a classic.
Snowfall right now.
It's classic.
Snowfall is Singleton, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I still think
kind of, but not really. He didn't write that. He didn't write on it.
I still think Spike Lee.
Oh, he didn't write on Snowfall?
Not really. It's like he's got a team. He's got a production house. What, Snowfall?
No, but he's saying he did it. It's not him personally.
All right.
You know, when you get to a certain age, I know what he's.
You know, you got Boys in the Hood, and then you got the Hughes brother, Menace Society, right? So what I love about Boys in the Hood is the context. You got all the context there. Yes, you got all of these things happening, but you got a good relationship, father, son, and you've got co-parenting between mum and dad as well. You got the dynamic. You got the gentrification going on,
and he was a good dad as well. Good dad.
So in terms of like Boys in the Hood means
that's
a
the
lot
next
to
question,
me.
you know. Boys in the Hood or Menace Society.
No, that's an easy one. That's Boys because every time I tell people, personally, I don't. That's why I don't watch. I ain't watch Top Boy. Still ain't seen Top Boy.
I ain't watched Top Boy.
I still ain't seen it.
I ain't seen it.
Right? But it's my thing.
I see the Summer House, the one before.
Yeah. So my thing is more or less like I work in the environment is what it is. But also I don't really like shows that don't give the full context behind it, if that makes sense. Boys in the Hood gives you so much context that is, Whereas Menace was just one of those ones where Old Dog was glorified, and the only thing you're going to take from it is how to shoot your gun sideways and how to really be a gangster, if that makes sense.
Okay.
You lot might want to watch Top Boy then. Top Boy goes into that single.
Bro, let's turn this mic off.
Nah, fuck off.
Like, you know, like, we've just said we don't watch Top Boy, and now you want to promote it to us.
Because there ain't no
Listen, we don't watch that. We're not going to watch it. We've had enough of it.
Hold on.
We've had enough of Top Boy.
What's the problem with Snow?
We've had enough of Top Boy.
What's happened with Top Boy?
We've had enough of Top Boy.
Talk to me about Top Boy. What happened?
You're looking at one. You're looking at one. You're looking at a Top Boy. You're looking at one.
So you ain't gonna watch it.
You're looking at one. You get what I'm saying?
So what I would say for Top Boy is I've heard that it's got a lot more context. So I will watch it at some point, but I haven't watched it.
We won't. But we're gonna say this for the camera.
Cool.
Boom.
And Kano is
Boys in the Hood.
actor.
No, we've done that.
Chronic's gonna slap Kano. Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society?
Done that. We just already said.
No, that's what Chronic said. Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society? Oh yeah, I done it.
It's on repeat.
All right, Scarface or The Godfather? Any one of them. Any one of the Godfathers.
Godfather 2 for me, seminal. But
Godfather
Godfather
1
1
picks number 1, you know. That's what I say.
No, Godfather 1 and 2, both. Godfather 1's very slow paced. Godfather 2, the whole going back into someone's origins, how they became to what they become, is the blueprint that's in movies now, Star Wars, etc. Right? But for me, Scarface was like, I loved it. It was like one of those iconic shows. It was like, it encapsulates the 80s, cocaine, money, get out, yeah? But it also, for me, just by the end of it, the message really hit me at the end.
It was mad.
I don't think it hit a lot of people, but for me, it was just like, you do all of this for what? You're dead in a pool, long. So it was always about Tony Montana. Family was important to him, or his sister was very important to him, but people were disposable. Yeah. Chico was disposable once he messed with his sister. Godfather.
Yeah, but Chico's going mad.
Yeah, but Godfather, like the relationships.
I think he would have looked after his sister.
You understand? He lost the plot. That's when he was Chico should never have been murdered. You crazy? Like his sister was that valuable that she can't be with your guy that's been with you from day dot.
Chico, know yourself.
Nah.
Chico, know your skin. Know your skin. You get me?
If he saw that Chico was violating him, it would have been violating her. It would have been a different story.
Right.
That they was actually in love with each other.
Right.
Yeah. Now Chico, know your skin.
And who was violating his missus more than anybody?
Exactly.
Yes, but there's that kind of relationship with a man who can violate their missus, but let a man violate my sister.
Right, so are you picking Godfather?
Godfather because of the family situation.
Okay.
It's really seeing family. Whether I agree with what's going on, you can see the whole family structure and the importance behind family.
Corleone family.
Yeah.
Goodfellas or Carlito's Way?
Goodfellas, easy. Goodfellas is actually one of my favorite movies, period.
Michael Jackson or Prince?
Easy, MJ. You know what it is?
No, but some people actually pick Prince.
No, and
it's easy for us. For the ones that like Michael Jackson, it's easy.
No one else but MJ. You see in his house. Listen.
MJ
was an icon.
So in terms of artists, yeah, we
know.
Was he in his house?
His sister. Yeah, I was as a child. I was as a child.
No, because she gets me about Kalonji. She gets me about Kalonji.
All the time.
So we know that.
Was he in Rick's house as well?
In terms of like artistry, Prince is an artist.
Big up Rick,
he's a bigger artist, yeah.
Big up Rick.
MJ, I went to the concerts.
He's got his own show now. I'm going, man.
It's all good. I went to Bad concert twice, and to see big people fainting like that, and just seeing a big star, real big star.
And where? Whose concert?
Michael Jackson.
Did you faint?
No, not me.
I'm joking.
Big
man.
I
remember Michael Jackson.
I wouldn't even feel two ways about it.
I remember Michael Jackson had people.
The impact.
I've locked Michael Jackson off the house in his TV and his sister's fist fight.
Situation.
He's a phenomenal performer, though.
Unbelievable.
He actually, when you really check him and his dance and everything about them, I just remember he's just one of those.
Music, everything else. He's for me. But Prince is the man.
Michael is
love Prince,
kiddie fiddler.
In terms of and that too. Let's not run from that.
Yeah, let's not hide the fact that he was going mad because you can't just have kids. Can't just have kids
crazy.
Dreaming and sleeping in your bed. You get me? That's mad.
I'm not.
But let's leave Michael.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. I'm a father, innit? So
that's crazy.
We're rating their music.
But musically,
it's just music. Just music.
Diana Ross or Tina Turner?
Tina.
Yeah, that's my mum's. Whitney Houston or Mariah?
Whitney.
Lauryn Hill or Alicia Keys?
Oh, that's a ridiculous comparison.
That's what I'm saying. Someone picked Alicia though.
Them two together.
Who? Someone actually had the cheek to pick Alicia. Who is it?
I don't think I was.
It was recent. No, it was actually recent.
I don't think I was in that episode.
Yeah, someone picked Alicia.
Pray for that person.
I couldn't believe it.
You got to pray for other people. You said in it. So I
think
pray for that person.
Was it ASB?
It's fine. Everyone's allowed their opinion.
Yeah,
I don't think it was.
Everyone's allowed their thing.
I'm just like, because I was in prison. I was in prison with the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. That album there
meant a lot to my mum.
Crazy.
Blood. You get what I'm saying? And that, you get what I'm saying? I listen.
I've got a few copies of the same album.
Even there,
is in Zion. Hey, Zach called his daughter Zion
when it was just her and the guitar to me.
Don't mess about. Don't mess up. Lyrics wise,
unplugged.
Can't
chat.
I said it.
Cannot chat to the miseducation of Lauryn Hill.
I didn't say that.
They're saying that. No, but they've said this to me before. You lot have said you rate Unplugged over the Miseducation.
No, you know it is.
No, I didn't.
You know it is.
I never said that. I said it hit different. I said even the one where she's just her and her guitar.
Mystery of Iniquity.
Crazy.
Is it history? A Mystery of Iniquity. Nah, man. She's got some songs on there for me that prove she's one of the best lyricists. Period.
Christina Aguilera or Shakira? Christina Aguilera. Christina Aguilera or Shakira. It's not about you.
Right, sorry. So I'm choosing Aguilera. I went on tour with Aguilera with.
You're so solid in them.
Yeah, and you know what? She's a great person. Management was great. Treated everyone amazing. In terms of
can she beat?
In terms of singing, she's an amazing singer.
You mentioned twice about seeing people on tour. What was you doing on tour?
It's the fire round, Cream.
Okay, no, but I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, it's the fire round. You know, question after question, fire round.
Doing, you know,
constant fire round.
He was in the background of the Carla management team.
Yeah.
Really?
So he brought us everywhere. In terms of management, he brought us everywhere.
SWV or TLC?
SWV, easy.
Escape or En Vogue?
That's hard.
Everyone always thinks that's a good question. That's a good question. Like everyone always stumbles.
You know what it is. In Vogue, as music goes, they were influential for me, and it was seeing grown women, sophisticated, sexy, sultry, but at the same time, kept a little bit classy, if that makes sense, right? But Escape was with gal these times, and I would reach out for my Escape album. So it means something different. It's got to be Escape.
Immature or Crisscross?
Oh, whoa. Crisscross, for obvious reason, that's my era. But Immature had some bangers. It's just I was a big man by this point. But I can fully understand why someone would say Immature over Crisscross all day. I can get it.
Jump, don't you know you should know better? Crisscross is not having anything today. Like you said, it's totally crossed out. I'm going mad.
You're an idiot. The next one.
Totally
we can mix a bit like this is looking like it's crisscrossed, innit? This is Deeks, you've never seen Jordan shoots like this. I always have to do something mad every week. You always do a madness. No, but these are supposed to be underneath the knee.
I've not seen you I've been watching the podcast.
No, but I'm saying these.
Your shorts
Jordan shorts. I'm going mad.
More yardy and shorter.
I'm actually going mad.
You know, innit?
I'm actually going mad.
He's been getting shorter and shorter.
I'm doing it on purpose. Cream, stop it now, man.
I thought I was crazy bringing in trousers. I thought bringing some slightly longer.
Cream, stop it now, man.
Because his shorts have been getting shorter and shorter.
They're going mad, but you see
more riderish.
I love that, man.
All right.
Oh my gosh, Ryder's mad. Hold on.
Saying that.
Cream, stop it.
Apologies.
Cream, stop it.
Apologies.
Boys to Men or Jodeci?
Jodeci.
Yeah.
I'll pick Jodeci, but Boys to Men, not lyrically, but their tone, their voice.
You know,
as singing.
Boys to Men were up there, yeah.
But we can't pick Boys to Men.
When End of the Road happened, it was like they were everyone's now, innit?
Yeah.
Jodeci was just in the hood. That's Studio Express. True story. This Shout out Studio Express.
This has to go out.
That's Raven till the morning.
This episode has to go Tivoli Gardens. We can't pick Boys to Men anyway.
That's wallpaper.
112 or Drew Hill? As he? No, but you know what I'm saying? This is for Tivoli. We can't pick Boys to Men. We can't pick Boys to Men.
I said wallpaper.
Yeah,
I know. Come on.
Mad.
Say that.
Crazy.
Say that.
Crazy.
Sorry, what was the question?
Mad.
That threw me off.
Mad.
I need to wheel him and come again.
Yeah. Crazy.
He said something about Drew.
Oh my days. Wow. Cream's going mad.
Say that. Yeah, say that.
Cream's going mad. Cream's going mad. Cream's going mad.
Say that.
112 or Drew Hill, Cream's going mad.
Thank you.
Cream, please.
I'm gonna go with Drew. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Drew Hill.
Cisco, mad. Why for
that? Because
Jagged Edge or Cut Close? Why for Cisco though? Picking Cisco's mad.
But the vocals though,
I'm just gonna pick 112 just because Cisco's on the other side.
Yeah, but the vocals.
Sometimes you get what I'm saying. Someone else picked Cisco. Someone said went mad the other day. That's what they said.
Is that
they picked? Someone actually said that they like Drew Hill because of Cisco. They're lucky I can't remember. They're lucky I can't remember who it is.
Is that a problem?
Huh?
Is that a problem?
Was it Yankee?
Oh, is that a problem?
We got Yankee.
Like
no. The man said he liked.
Well,
you don't feel there's a problem with that. That you like that if someone said they like Drew Hill because of Cisco.
That would make sense.
Oh, okay.
What's the problem?
We'll let him get away with it.
No, I want to know what's the problem. Is it
Cisco's mad, isn't it? Like it's just can't be.
What's the problem?
The hair and all of that. You just think
got blonde hair. He's
right.
Madness. He's in the Big Brother house.
That's right.
He's a madman. But anyway,
but he's a singer.
He was wearing thongs in the Big Brother's house or something.
I nearly said it.
I don't remember that.
I was going to say
I don't know that.
I remember. I was going to stop. I was going to stop.
That's a why. That's a why.
It's a why.
If that's what it is, that's a why.
Yeah, but if we're into MJ, if we're into MJ's music and MJ's on the madness, you understand? So it's like cool.
Jagged Edge or Cut Close?
that's a hard one. That's a techie one. I like what you done there. You're an R&B man then?
I'm old school, innit?
Yeah, he's an R&B man. Yeah, that's the situation.
I'm old school, you get me? But I'm a hip-hop man still.
Let's not get carried away. I'm a hip-hop man. Let's not get carried away. Size is an R&B man. I'm a hip-hop man.
Our era
I'm going cut close.
I just know what's going on.
Though. Our era had
Keith sweating that. You like Keith sweating that?
He was alright, but I like cut close.
Cut close,
Keith he had the nasal.
You like Keith Sweat?
It was like,
You like Keith Sweat?
The nasal.
Keith Sweat.
I don't like Keith's actual sweat. In terms of music, the nasal went for me, but writing wise, up there.
He can make some tunes.
He's alright.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I was gonna start singing, but cool. I'm a madman. I swear. I was gonna start singing and I realized I can't sing. Hold on.
Express yourself. But
if I could sing, I would have just done it.
You just express yourself.
I would have done
You're in
it.
a safe space. You can do that.
Nicki Minaj or Cardi B?
Nah, you know what it is? I don't think Nicki Minaj gets enough respect in terms of her writing, the way her dictation and her rhyming ability is very underrated. Yeah, she's an amazing writer. Do I like her music? Not particularly. But when it comes to just as a rapper, finish. She's up there.
I couldn't believe she was 40 years old. I googled her the other day and they said she's 40. I was like, oh my gosh.
And then listening to her flow and seeing what Wayne's done in terms of Drake and Nicki, I didn't know, but I got schooled and I was like, okay, yeah, Lil Wayne's a beast.
Beyonce or Shanti?
It's not even close.
You're going to say babe.
Beyonce.
It's not even close.
I'm a Shanti, innit? But a lot of people pick a Shanti. So that's why I'm not sure.
A lot of people don't like music. A lot of people don't.
Musically. No, but even musically I'm picking a Shanti.
I think the guys pick a Shanti because she's so good.
Yeah, but even musically I'm picking a Shanti.
When it comes to performing, that's not taken away from a Shanti because I think a Shanti is very good.
I just don't see that Ashanti album.
Beyonce is one of our best performers.
See that Ashanti album
right now.
All right, Cream. See that Ashanti album. Which one of Beyonce's album do you think tops that album? I'm just saying, me personally.
All of them. They're like every time I listen to every single Beyonce project.
So you don't mind listening to I'm a survivor. I don't want to listen to that. I want to listen to baby.
See the area you're talking about.
You're just going to go with him. We know you're going to follow. We know you're going to follow Justin. We know you're about
to go on your fuckery.
You're going to follow Justin.
No, I'm about to go. You're on your fuckery. You're on your fuckery. Nah. You're on your stupidness. You're on your stupidness. I'm about to be honest. I'm about to say my mum always used to play the Ashanti album. You see that album you're talking about? That resonates with man. Do you know what I mean? That album you're talking about. I don't know what album competes with that from B. Personally, I don't. I'm with you on the Ashanti thing. I'm with you.
I just said how.
Oh, you still don't?
No, that one album, Jay, I'm gonna be real with you. See that one particular album.
Yeah, that album
else,
is
that one
madness.
album, bro.
So you've done Lemonade to yourself.
Tune after tune.
I ain't gonna lie. That one
you've done Renaissance. Have you even done Renaissance? This current thing that's out right now.
And you know what? Another thing with Beyonce as well.
I haven't heard it.
And you see, I
don't think her new stuff can be.
What they said was a bit housey.
Listen.
It grows on
Listen. I'm not on it.
And she is
I am not
level.
on it. I'm not on it.
And let me tell you something.
I'm not on it.
Beyonce is actually one of our best female rappers as well.
Listen.
Have you heard her rap?
I think she's the best performer.
Have you heard Beyonce rap? Have you not heard? No, but have you heard
Rihanna or
Beyonce
J-Lo? It's
rap
not
and
about
she
you.
don't even rap.
Rihanna or J-Lo? This is getting too silly now.
I'm not. She's bad.
It's too silly
all
now.
I'm saying is
Rihanna or J-Lo? Someone's definitely written for her.
All I'm gonna say, I didn't even answer the question. I
100%.
think it's sacrosanct. I shouldn't even have to answer the question.
Rihanna or J-Lo? Black people too.
We're gonna get back there. You see B though. I just went to a recent concert. 3 hours.
She's a great performer.
No, wait, no.
She is.
I don't.
I'll give her that. Performer, I don't know.
But go on.
I don't know. Like, when I tell you 3 hours of whatever you heard in the CD is beyond that now. It's about to go beyond that. I'm saying after MJ, it's Beyonce, but vocally. MJ can't chat to Beyonce. No one could chat to Beyonce.
I feel like as
Tina
a performer, Tina Turner.
That, no.
But I feel like
She took off Tina Turner.
Light work.
She took off Tina Turner. You don't think she took off Tina Turner?
I feel like she kind of got a little bit of influence from Tina.
She
Definitely.
Yeah, of course.
Because when you look at
you
the way
watch
Tina performs,
yeah,
I feel like Beyonce got some of her thing from Tina. I do.
Remember I told you.
I agree with you, Cream.
Remember I told you.
See how Tina's moving. Tina is the original maniac on stage. She's doing
I can't even do what she did.
MJ did.
I can't even try and do.
MJ did.
When I see that woman, when I
MJ
watch
took
some
off
of them
from-
old
who's
clips
that
of
guy?
Tina,
No, but I
like,
said MJ influenced her.
yeah,
MJ
100, oh yeah,
influenced
100%.
Yeah, he
Like,
took off
cool.
James Brown.
100%.
I'm not taking away from that. What I'm
She
trying to say to
definitely
you
got us
is,
from the oldest.
I don't think
the greats.
There's
100.
not enough respect for
100.
B. That's what I'm saying. There's not enough.
See
respect
Beyonce
for
and
B.
Chris Brown for this era. I got to put respect on
listen.
them.
Anyway, let's what's the question? again?
Rihanna or J-Lo?
Rihanna or J-Lo?
It's easy, Rihanna, to be fair, but they're both singers-wise not my kind of singers.
Maya or Ciara?
It's got to be Maya. You know, Maya's made certain songs for me that are like, yeah. But Ciara as a performer and all the rest of it, she's got tunes too. I missed that era of R&B for me. Maya kind of caught me towards the end of it.
Lil Kim or Foxy Brown?
Kim,
Maya Jama or Alicia Dixon?
what for?
To beat?
Oh my God. dog.
No, but it's only because you asked what for. That isn't what the question was for, you know.
None.
No, that even that I'm
neither.
going mad.
I'm alright.
Which one looks better?
You mean which one
Alright,
someone
cool.
prefers?
Forget it.
Fine, but I can't do that.
I'm going
'cause it's
mad.
like, yeah, no,
I'm going mad.
Not on objectification.
I'm gonna pick Maya Jama. I'm gonna pick Maya Jama.
Say nothing.
I'm going mad.
I'm not involved.
I'm not for real.
Not involved.
Stormzy is our bridging.
Overall
Thoroughly not
achievements.
involved.
I'm going mad. Stormzy is our bridging.
Just
Stormzy is
not
our bridging. I'm
involved,
going
not
mad. Stormzy is our bridging.
I'm
We
not
can't pick
involved.
Maya.
No
We can't pick Maya.
objectification.
Yeah, I'm not involved.
We can't pick. What did it? What's going on?
I'm not involved.
What's his?
I don't know.
What happened?
No, Justice said I'm not in a no objectification.
No object. No what?
Objectification.
What does that mean?
Like objectifying them off of just their
Oh,
understand
oh,
he wants to
oh,
know
just
what
off
they're
oh,
about. Do you
okay.
understand?
Misogynistic.
Give a big substance
Okay.
to the
And you
thing.
find that hilarious?
Because he's
Okay.
not joining that, innit? He
Okay.
said he's not doing it, and
but
he
you
gave
saw
the
she
proper
found out
word for it as well.
But this is
so,
my
yeah.
co-host, and she's supposed to be an adult.
She's back at you.
She's supposed to be an
back
adult.
at you, but she
And
just
you
said.
saw how hilarious she found that.
Sweeter. That was sweeter.
You saw how
Wallpaper
hilarious she found that.
sweet
Yeah,
me. That was sweeter. Sometimes
you went mad
can't
with
say.
wallpaper.
Yeah, you can't. Sometimes you just don't know.
Steph London or Miss Banks? Let's just keep it music, Justin.
It's always going to be just music.
No, but Chia said beat last
You know what it
time.
is with Steph? For me, it's the one tune.
Which one?
That's what I'm thinking.
You know the one tune.
What with French? I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
For me, she's
I don't
got.
know.
What's her main single?
The one with French Montana. That's
the
Yeah.
one I know.
Is that with me?
Yeah, me,
and
me,
all
me.
that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Me. That same tune.
Yeah, that one.
That's all I've heard. Ain't heard nothing since. So, fair enough, innit? Like, she's doing her, but it's just.
Tim Westwood or Charlie
I'm going with
Sloth?
Miss Banks for that reason.
Yeah.
Tim Westwood or Charlie Sloth?
Rapers? Hold on. Allegedly. So one of them's allegedly have perpetrated crimes against multiple black women. Like it's
Not
just
rape though.
multiple crimes, whatever you want to call it. For me,
we can't keep this. Can't just slander out our thing again.
well, I'm slandering it
Yeah,
all
we can't
day,
slander it.
all day. As far as that dude's concerned, I don't think we should make any space for it. I'm not going to answer him. Just whatever.
I'll answer it for you. You pick Charlie Sloth because you think Westwood is a Ari Apis. Blade Brown or Dubs?
I'm not into my man.
Yeah, we don't do.
Blade Brown or Dubs. I'm not familiar with either rapper, you know.
Okay. Jay Spades or Fecky?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I've heard more from Spades.
Boo boo
But-
bang bang bang.
Yeah, but Fecky's movement.
Boo boo bang.
Fecky's movement, I like it. And Fecky's someone that just aura. Pure aura. Like every time he comes, it's looking clean. I like. Sorry.
No.
Wow, that was a lot.
No, it matters.
Every time he, you see him on the socials, he's doing his thing.
Yeah, he's
I like what
swagged up
about.
and all
Yeah, I
that.
like what Fecky's actually
Potter
about.
Paper or Rimsey?
Paper all day, man. Potter
Paper
Paper's
is
the
a
man.
madness.
He's the man,
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Free him
Listen
up,
to the
free him
last-
up, free him up.
Yeah, listen to
Free
the
up
last
Paper.
album and I said, nah, this guy is
He can
way ahead.
rap, yeah, he can
way
rap.
ahead.
He can
Way
rap.
ahead.
Snap Capone or Scraps? Well, we know who you're gonna pick. Yeah, that's a bit.
Why do you know of what?
Scraps, innit?
Why?
Because he's from the churches. Why would you pick someone else?
Wait, hold on a minute.
That's
What
Nina's.
What is that?
Why are you gonna
Wait
pick
a
someone
minute.
that's Keys? That's
stop
the
all
man.
that.
Them you
Stop
can't
all
pick.
that. We're
I'm picking Scraps for you.
We're going with music, yeah.
I'm picking Scraps for you.
As far as music's concerned, yeah, Scraps. But as Snap Capone was in Feltham when I was there, and I had dealings with him in Feltham. Love the way how he conducts himself as a man.
Yeah.
So and I ain't seen him since Feltham.
Big up Snap, free him up, free him up, free him up, free him up, free him up.
Free up Snap, man.
K-Trap or Fredo?
know what it is? I know more of Fredo's tunes, but the K-trap songs that I've heard, I'm like, right, this is actually bad.
This is all right.
And I haven't done enough research on trap, so let me go back and do a bit more research on them.
Before I go on, I just want to say that I've been checking out this clavish shoot. That clavish shoot is cold.
It's
It's a problem.
cold.
He's cold.
It's a
He's
problem.
cold. He's been
He's
new to
cold.
me as well.
No, because
I
you
can't deny his
remember,
skin, bro.
what's his name? Young Meth. Remember Meth come and said, clavish, and I didn't even,
But the
I didn't
clavish
check him
shoot is
out.
cold. Give him
That
his
you
flowers,
is
bro.
cold.
Yeah,
Nah,
you don't
he's not
want
ready to get
bad.
flowers yet. You're
Yeah.
going too mad. He's too
Nah,
young for
man.
flowers.
You don't reckon-
Let's not go too mad. He's not ready for flowers, Deeks. He's a little youth.
Producer,
Not even a youth like that.
Earpiece.
Not like that.
You don't
But come on,
reckon he's
bro.
ready yet, bro?
He's not ready for flowers, bro. But he's a cold. I was giving.
On the come up.
Do you get what I'm saying? I was giving him credit.
On
Let's
the
not
come
go
up.
too mad. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, let's not go too
Next
mad.
in
He's fresh,
line.
innit?
I think next
But
in
he's
line.
cold.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
I ain't
very
gonna lie,
cold.
my flowers is in the bag, ready
He's
for
very
clavish.
cold.
Saying that.
He's
Ready
very
for that.
cold.
Come get them, brother.
He's
I'm ready
very
for
cold.
flowers.
No, he's very cold. But I just think we have to be very careful. Like we can't put everyone in the same.
Legendary thing.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's, that's what
He ain't done enough to
happened
get
with
legendary
that's what happened with the
status.
Tef
Fair
thing.
play, fair
That's
play.
why I was like, do you get what I'm saying?
But he's cold,
Where-
and he's
but
on
Tef-
his way to legendary.
Yeah,
status.
100%.
Him in the back, yeah.
He's cold. He's definitely cold. Because I didn't listen. But anyway, I'm going too mad. Central C or Digger D? I know this is a bit Mickey Mouse for you. 'cause
I just have to say Digger in terms of like,
Shut up.
I say Digger in terms of the growth and journey and what he's had to navigate. I'm not,
up Digger
from
D.
what I understand, Central C's had to navigate some issues in his life, right? In terms
Now
of
big up both of them.
in terms of
Big up both of them.
Doing some movements.
Yeah.
Big up both of them.
But
Central
in
C.
terms of artistry, I'm still more.
I'm
Digger-
rating
Digger
Central
D.
C. Look, 23. That's what
Okay.
he represents.
Okay,
I just wanted to show the crap.
saying nothing.
But it's the mind games, isn't it?
Yeah, saying
The
nothing.
cream likes the crap.
But I'll say Digger for now. Still Digger.
What's going on?
Go on, Digger, man. Big up yourself. Keep coming through the projects, man. Go
Big
on.
up Central C as well, man.
And Central, for real.
J Huss or Dave?
Right. So, J Huss for me, he's in a league of his own in terms of just the way he goes about things, the way that he does it. It's just so
Who told you bad man don't
yeah,
dance?
it's got to be Huss. But
Who told
Dave,
you bad man don't dance?
Dave.
Even when I put my hip high.
Yeah. The
I know I'm
whole,
going, man.
no, the whole lot.
Yeah,
know.
that same
So-
I know,
thing.
you could do it better than me. I
He's
know.
got a new
But
thing
you
with
see, I
Naira
tried
Marley
to-
as well, isn't it?
Huh?
The Naira Marley thing. He's got a new his album just dropped, man.
You know how I know? Like I still listen to his old album. I still listen to his the album before this one, and I'm still like, yeah, creatively. Every time he comes, every time he drops an album, yeah, he
missed
sonically he moves the needle.
Yeah.
He's ahead of his time.
Yeah, definitely.
Moving the needle was mad. Meeks Money or Bugsy Malone?
Depending where you're coming from, but
I know.
who?
Meeks Money or Bugsy Malone? The Manchester.
Listen, alright, Bugsy,
Oh.
Bugsy, go on in.
Bugsy?
But you see Meeks, yeah. I actually went and downloaded
Meeks
the album
money.
on Apple and all of that.
I think
and
he's
I,
cold.
And I beat the album front to back, and I did it again just to make sure is what I'm hearing.
Meeks
Man, it's
money.
cold.
I think
cold.
he's cold.
Like he's
think
so
he's
next
so
up. It's
cold.
crazy.
I think he's
he's
so
so
cold.
next up. It's mad.
Yeah.
Fucking cold.
Yeah, I
Business,
just
yo,
think he's
Bugsy.
cold.
Shout out
Movements
to
and
Meeks.
business.
Shout out
Yeah.
both of them.
Yeah, and
both.
Bugsy.
Shout out both of them.
Shout out both of them.
Shout out both of them.
Bugsy.
man.
Meeks Money.
Bugsy's
Got
fucking
Manchester.
sick as well.
Yeah,
cold,
Meeks is a
like.
problem.
Big
for
up
me.
Manchester, my second Mr. Millions.
Clean. Sorry. Mr. Millions. Missed. Millions.
Birmingham.
Yeah. Nah. You know, is Mr. Successful. He's all right. He don't need my crownage, innit? But Millions for me, it's something quirky about it. Something real authentic about it, if that makes sense. So,
Certain road quality.
yeah, there's something about his thing where I'm just like, yeah, I'm convinced.
Big up both of them. Storm's your chip.
You know I'm a Stormzy man. Stormzy don't
Oh,
even
yeah,
make
yeah,
music.
you
It's just curtains. You can do it. You can
Gets or D double. It's my. It's her. It's my.
What's going on? However, let's. You see, Gets, yeah.
I'm over talking my
The
content.
last, I've never understood Gex. I never done Get a Gospel, never done any of that stuff, right? And because Kano was around at the same time, obviously there was a lot of a lot of spillage, right? But getting into Gex's last 3 projects, I'm like, listen. I actually don't know.
D-double, man.
Nah, yeah, that's great. I actually don't know lyrically who can chat to Gets.
You're with Gets?
All day.
Okay.
Lyrically,
I'm with D-double.
timing, music. I just don't know who can chat to Gets, if I'm to be honest.
I've done a track with both of them.
Favorite artist right now?
Kano or Dirty Dugs?
Oh, Dux was the Guan.
Listen.
Listen.
But you have to be old school to know about Dugs.
Well
You get me?
underrated, man.
Yeah.
You know what it is? When he was Goods and went Dugs, things got lost. Remember
Now, when he was Dugs and he went to Good, you mean?
Nah,
That's when things got lost.
It was
He was
Dirty
Dugs to
Goods.
begin with. He was Dugs to begin with. Bro.
You think?
I know him.
And
And
then
then Dugs, and then he turned into Goods.
And it weren't Dirty Goods.
No, it was Dugs, and then he turned to.
All right, let me run with you. I'm gonna Google that one, but let me run with.
100%.
All right, say nothing.
Boys, you know, yeah, come on, man.
Say
That's
nothing.
mad.
I'm gonna run with it. I'm gonna run with it. But you see the same thing with.
That's why I say Dugs and I don't say Goods, because I know him as Dugs.
Say nothing. So you see the name change thing. We was having a little rooftop convo about doing things at timing when you're ready and rear.
I think
You
done
understand?
it too early.
I think it came way too early.
Yeah.
I think there was a little bit of lost messaging there. But Kano to the house. Let's not mess about with Kano.
You with Kano?
I got to run with the Kane.
I'm with Dugs because I know Kano took off Dugs. Bashi or
gotta
Crazy
run with the
Titch?
Kane juice.
I've been out here for too long.
Kane.
Took off Dugs.
Say nothing.
Bashi or Crazy Titch? You're gonna go Bashi, innit? No West 5.
Why is he like this?
I don't know. Like these lot always go with Bashi.
He's so naughty.
Now these lot always go with
do
Bashi.
because of the overall, like where he's at now. Is why I say Bashi.
Let me tell you.
If it's just musically,
Titch, unfortunately.
I can see you. You can see me.
Unfortunately.
I can see you now, man.
Unfortunately, yeah, Titch obviously being in the situation that he's in.
Free him up.
Right, cool.
You can see I'm a bad boy.
Like,
MC.
cut short his greatness. You see, if Titch weren't in jail, he would have been that guy.
Yeah,
and he would have been Dizzy Rascal. He would have been.
Dizzy.
He was before
I
all
can
those
see
guys.
you. You can see me.
package before.
Forget
I can see
it.
you're a bad boy
Like,
MC.
Absolute beast.
You can see I'm a bad boy MC. Say my name,
Like,
crazy.
Bill, man. Free up Titch.
Titch and who?
Titch or Bashi?
Right. Bashi, however, music-wise, nice with it. Sick flows, nice with it. When I learned about Bashi, I went on a tour with him, Akala and that for, I think it was Richard II, a Shakespeare play, yeah? And I only know Bashi through music. I didn't even know this guy was an actor. When my man, this is, am I doing a lot over it? Say nothing.
No, it's just the fire around is getting a bit. It's not being fire, but
It's not being fire.
It's not
no,
being
sorry.
fire.
Because I have a story with a lot of
It's every question, no, but it's every question though. But go on.
Sorry about
It's
that.
every question though. Normally it's
My
just an
apologies.
answer and I get to say the next question.
I gotta give context. I gotta give context.
Alright, cool.
Hip hop Shakespeare thing.
Go
My
on.
man was acting. I think it was Richard II. I believe it was.
Yeah.
And his acting, it was like being in like theatre rooms, which was like nightclubs, what have you not. His acting alone, I said, you know what, I don't know nothing about him, but he's gonna become that guy.
Yeah.
Are we picking Bashi or Crazy Titch?
No, I'm just saying, acting wise, I got a lot of respect and time for him. Seeing the journey, he's an amazing actor. Crazy Titch, same way.
Alright, cool.
But I gotta put that out there because man knows.
Frisco or P Money? Let's try and just skip through
Let me
these.
tell
please.
you, P Money don't get. He needs flowers immediately. By the way, P Money. People don't put enough.
Frisco,
Cool.
Press T or Footsie?
Footsie. That's
Beer right hooks, beer left hooks, beer uppercuts, beer headbutts.
Oh shoot.
No, I like to say that's the one dark. That rate
That's
is
the one I
dark.
know.
No, rate is dark.
Footsie, that's
Beer
what
right
I know.
hooks, beer left hook. But you know how
I'm
physical
gonna
that
have
is.
to- I'm gonna have to
You have to
go
be a
Footsie.
physical guy
I'm gonna go with
to
Footsie.
respect that. You get what I'm saying? To
I'm
respect
gonna go
that bar
with
there.
it. I'm gonna go with.
Beer right hooks, I give you beer right hooks, beer left hooks, beer uppercuts, beer headbutts high. It's the eye. Left your face with bare cuts. Like,
Say nothing.
left your face with bare cuts is.
That's a quick one.
Yeah, that's
I
violent.
don't know. But
Yeah, I've got to go with Press T though. Big up Press T.
oh, you going with Messi after all of that?
All of that. Kill off, Kelly. No, but Heartless Crew or So Solid Crew?
So solid for hits, heartless for rave. If you want
for
a rave,
vibes.
you're not beating their rave.
More Fire Crew or Pay As You Go?
It's got to be more fire, man.
Oi, who's big up Nico and Ozzy and them
That was a
boy.
moment. That was a moment.
Am I going mad?
No, you.
What? Because I said, oi.
No,
These
you're good.
catching me.
You're good.
So why you like? What's going on?
Nothing.
Oh. Because she's going mad. She does it all the time. Wiley or Dizzy Rascal? Stop that. Get that. What? I think that. What?
I think Wiley don't get enough respect.
Tiger.
Wiley don't get enough respect. I gotta go with Wiley.
Who's that Tiger?
Dizzy was I was in the Dizzy era, but Wiley for me, music, what he's done for the music scene in general, not enough respect at all. So, yeah, Wiley. All day. He don't get enough respect.
But yeah, but Dizzy Rascal as well though. The can't style Dizzy.
The artist, but yeah, Wiley created a whole sound and a whole wave. So
Skepta or JME?
Nah, Skeppy, man.
Kelly LaRock or Shola Amma?
Kelly.
Adele or Amy Winehouse?
Good one. Adele's a better vocalist, but Amy means more to me.
Jungle or Garage?
Jungle. I was sweating.
House or grime?
House or grime? House.
R&B or hip hop?
Nah, I gotta go back to grime. I'm lying, grime.
R&B or hip hop?
R&B.
Obviously, you
See.
Sizzler or Caperton?
KP.
Beres Hammond. Caperton over Sizzler, madman. Beres Hammond or Sanchez?
All day. That's a good one, by the way. I'm gonna run with Beres. But Sanchez is that's you're
Sanchez,
right. I don't like what you done there. That's dirty. If there were shots, I'd just take a shot right now.
Yeah, people pick Sanchez as well.
I would have took a shot.
There's going to be shots soon. We're going to get sponsored soon.
No, that's
allegedly.
an issue. That's an issue. That's an issue right there.
Allegedly.
Wow.
You get me?
Wow.
It's not coming.
But I'm going with Beres.
Beres. Hey, little girl.
No, I didn't like that part.
That was mad.
Yeah, that was that.
Bit of a pedo line.
Yeah, that needs a bit of examination.
It's
a big tune. It's a big
he
tune.
likes, he wants. It's mad
Hey,
when you
little
think
girl,
of what he's saying.
time, it's a lot.
Yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
You need to examine him.
It's mad, but
we're not going to do that.
It
right
sounds
now.
good. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, effect.
Mad Cobra or Supercat?
Oh, that's a next one.
I don't know.
That's a next one. You know, it's Supercat because he just.
But that's how I know he's a G, you know. See, because enough you lot try to say Supercat too quick. But that's how I know he knows. You get what I'm saying? Everyone's on this Supercat song. Cobra's trust me, Cobra.
Mad Cobra.
Yes, but see, the way people try to say Supercat so quick.
He's put Bounty underneath.
Cobra's the one that says.
Mad Cobra has killed a lot of men.
He's a madness.
He's put a lot of men under.
Obviously, Supercat, but
I'm going to go with Cat because Cat's swagger is a real swag. It's not a joke thing.
Ninja Man or Merciless?
You know what it is? Ninja, because for obvious reasons.
Merciless.
Yeah. But Merciless. Oh my Lord. Listen. Like if it comes down to track for track, you know Merciless has got more hits than Ninja though.
Underneath Sykes.
No, track for track.
Yeah.
Merciless
wins.
If you're talking about live show
Merciless
clash, Ninja. If you're talking track for track, Merciless.
Right. Yeah, swagger though, Ninja.
Bounty Killer or Beanie Man? Because we'll be here forever.
Ah, shiz, you're damn right. Beanie was my artist. Not gonna lie, that was biased with Beanie, sorry.
Look into my eyes.
Bounty.
Tell me what you see.
He's a much better lyricist.
What's going on? We have it like, what's happening here?
No,
this is the guest. No, but I'm saying you lot have, this is the guest here.
She's laughing at you,
No, but I'm saying this is the guest
Can't we
here.
react?
Yeah.
Am I not allowed to have a reaction?
She's laughing at you, you know.
He's not distracting
laughing at you, you know.
No, but I'm saying this is the podcast.
He's not distracting me.
But
Me and Justin.
You know,
No, but I'm saying
arguing.
they can see in the camera. They're gonna be able to see.
arguing.
No, but they're gonna be able to see the camera. You get
I'm
they're
just
gonna
having
see. This is
reaction to
this is
the
the podcast.
fire
Don't
grab.
worry,
Fire
like
grab.
this is the podcast, Chris.
But I'm picking Bounty Killer.
Okay.
Okay, I'll face the screen.
I've done it a few times. Can you stop? Stop distracting my co-host, please. We need her involved in this.
Ears piece.
Yeah, we need her involved.
Gonna get the ears piece.
I'm involved.
Like not laughing. I'm turning around. She's laughing. I don't even know.
we're gonna get
If
the
I
ears
want to
piece.
laugh at,
Listen,
if I want to laugh
listen.
at the thing, I can't.
Bounty Kid. Oh, we done that. Look, see.
Exactly, there you
Vibes
go.
Cartel or Movado. You see what I'm saying, Justin? What I've got to deal with. Vibes Cartel
This guy,
or Movado.
focus on your thing.
You get what I'm saying?
Focus on the
Week
thing
in, week
front
out.
of
This is
you.
what I've got to deal with. Do you get what I'm saying? And do you get what I'm saying? Before it was like, oh, chat to your guest, but now you're actually her guest.
Do the fire out now.
I'm going
He has-
Vibes. Vibes doesn't get enough respect. He's
gets
the
too much
the original like best lyricist in Jamaica for a long time. Love Movado, but Vibes man put
Donia or Busy Signal?
I'm going busy.
Massacre or Skeng?
Skeng, man. Voice.
Alkaline or poppy?
Alkaline. Yeah.
Skilly. It's poppy, man.
I'm going to keep on Alks.
Alkaline got lyrics, though.
I think poppy has got bigger hits, but Alky for me.
Skilly bang or intense?
Getting skiddy.
Yang. Dexter Daps. Dexter, you know it. Dexter Daps or Valiant?
I'm just getting up on Valiant, but when Dexter comes on, you know it's a proper Shabada pot night.
Why for Dexter? Valiant still. TJ or Shano?
Don't know neither.
Okay, I'm Shano. Football or basketball?
Soccer.
Coke or Pepsi?
If I had to, don't do fizzy drink, but would be Coke. Yeah, problem.
That was going on in United Borders.
I wasn't going to call it, but
I didn't know. Is that what's happening in the officers' mess? Coconut.
Well, officers, yeah. But anyway.
Where am I? Fanta or Tango? I'm piping up now. Fanta or Tango?
If it's real Fanta, if it's real Fanta, like Nigerian Fanta, all day.
Orange or apple juice?
Apple more time. But
Carrot
orange.
cake or chocolate cake?
Carrot.
Chinese or Indian?
I'd probably eat Chinese more, but I enjoy
Italian or Turkish? We don't want to hear nothing else. Just want to hear the answer. That's it now. That's it now. That's it. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your answer, Justin. We appreciate that answer. Yeah, Italian or Turkish? Yeah. Fam, fam, Italian or Turkish?
Turkish.
Rice and beans. Man wanted to explain.
Alright, say that.
No, but you wanted to explain why. You wanted to explain why he's picking Chinese over Indian. Bro, it's cool to just pick something.
I've got something to say about
It's
jollof.
cool
Can
to
I
just
say it or
Alright,
not?
cool.
Say it?
Now go on.
Can I or
No,
not?
go on.
Am I alright?
No, go on, I'm going, man.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Day in, day out,
You're
rice
my
and
guest,
peas,
okay.
yeah? But when I really want a rice,
Okay.
jollof is superior. But rice and peas, day in, day out.
Alright, fish and chips or pie and mash?
Nah, fish and chips.
Car or bike?
Car.
BMW or Mercedes?
That's a hard one.
You're doing it again. Stop distracting, please. I saw him. Yeah, I caught him at the start. See, I caught him.
Max.
Audi or Volkswagen?
Audi.
Lambo or Bugatti?
Lambo.
Ferrari or Bentley?
Ferrari.
Jeep or coupe?
Coupe.
All right, we've got some big boxing fights coming up. Yeah. Who we saying, Usyk or Dubois?
Easy Usyk.
Yeah, I want Dubois.
Easy.
Come on. Joshua or White? Anthony Joshua or Dillian?
It's got to be AJ. It has to be.
Spence or Crawford? That is the biggest fight.
Listen, that's the biggest fight.
Decade.
You know? Yeah, people. Anyway, let's not quick fire. Crawford.
I'm going with Bud as well. Still. Haney or Tank?
Tank.
Come on. Tyson in his prime or Ali in his prime?
Ali.
For who? For Ali for a person, but I think Tyson would knock him out. Hagler or Hearns?
Oh, Hagler.
Come on. No, but Hearns is going, you can't.
No, Hearns is the man, but Hagler, nah, man.
Ronaldo or Messi?
Current Ronaldo, yeah? Cristiano.
Yeah, Cristiano or Lionel?
Shit, I don't like that. I'm going to run with Lionel.
Yeah, Messi. He proved it with the World Cup. Haaland or Mbappe?
Mbappe, man. I don't know why people are playing games.
Nah, Haaland is sick.
Stop playing games.
Ian Wright or Thierry Henry?
It's just Thierry.
I'd even ask who do you support? I'd even ask that, but
best team in the land.
Liverpool.
There you go.
Quality guy.
There you go.
I knew you was a quality guy. Something told me that you was a quality guy. You know what I'm saying?
That question come, you saw my
Something told me you was a quality guy. But who are we saying out of Ian Wright and Thierry?
Thierry's easy. Thierry's the best thing that's ever happened to Premier League.
Ian is Ian though. But I
Ian
know what you
for
mean.
for the bowl and all
Skillfully
that
Ian.
stuff, but let's not play about with
But
goals
big up Ian.
and running past people like they weren't there.
Dwight York or Andy Cole?
That's a good one. But I know Andy, so I'm going with Andy.
Andy, he just scored more goals, innit?
Yeah.
Dwight, you put a shift in though. Yorkie will put a shift in.
He did.
Yeah,
Andy, there's not enough respect for Andy.
Not at all.
Not enough respect.
Not at all.
He needs his flowers.
And not all right, bro. Everyone, we realise everyone needs their flowers, but we're the ones that's gonna give them. Not you.
Fuck off.
We're the one that decides who needs their flowers. You know what I'm saying? But Andy Cole, there was a time where he should have been playing for England more.
Yeah, big time.
And they would remember the Shearer and
big time.
Sheringham
and all that nonsense.
yeah, they would just get him at this time. Andy Cole's the highest scorer in the league.
Yeah.
And they got him on the bench. But yeah.
We get it.
Mad. Racism. Institutionalized.
We get it.
JD's or Foot Locker?
JD's.
It's changed now, innit? It's fixed up, I think so as well. Nike or Adidas?
Shit. I'd just go with Nike. Safer bet, that's all.
Just do it. Gucci or Louis?
Clothes? Neither.
Versace or Mosh?
Woo. Moss.
Selfridges or Harrods?
Self.
Designer or sportswear?
Good shout. Designer.
Inside or outside?
What?
Just like, you rather be indoors or outside, like?
Outdoors. I can only be inside for so long.
Simple. Girl thing now, restaurant or cinema? You take a girl.
Restaurant or cinema?
Yeah, which one you rather?
Restaurant.
Looks or personality?
Can I have a balance, please?
That's what I'm saying. Everyone will pick both, but but it's like, what one do you prefer?
Looks ain't gonna hold me. If there's none upstairs, what we're doing?
So you don't mind the butters thing with a good personality.
That's
Natural or surgery?
That's not gonna hold me either. That's gonna be a problem at some point.
Natural or surgery?
You might hold me longer. That's what I'm saying.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Natural or surgery?
Not fast.
Don't mind. Okay.
Just whatever.
I don't mind the titties, but the bum thing, it gets too tough.
I don't know.
I don't like to feel
just
tough.
each to their own.
But yeah, the titty thing. Titty! I don't mind the fake titty.
I'm not involved.
All right, cool. Bad girl or good girl? Bad girl or good girl? Bad girl or good girl?
Right. Good, no?
No, people pick bad girl, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people like a bad girl, you get me?
Each to their own.
Me? Yeah, because you understand, you need her to be able to, you understand? Put things away. Cool. You need her to be on job, you get what I'm saying? But boom, you see me? And it's the bad girl them that's giving the good blowjobs, you get what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm
the
not
good
involved.
girl them, the good girl them don't really know how to do that. But hold on. Trust me.
I'm not involved.
Trust me. Mind games. Boom. Policewoman or stripper?
What?
He's picking policewoman. Oh my
Hold on. Policewoman or male stripper? What?
Oh, man saying his own stuff. Saying his own thing. No one said nothing about male. No one didn't say nothing was mentioned about male.
Okay,
That
I was
was
like,
subconsciously a madness.
Yeah, potentially.
That was your subconscious going
Joker.
crazy.
Nah, in terms of
if that's the first stripper that comes into mind, that's outrageous.
Yeah, that's a wait. What am I hearing?
Prayer.
What am I hearing?
You need prayers. Remember Young Prey?
Yeah, Young Prey. We're back. In terms of police, no way. It's got to be
stripper. So now you like the bad girl, but that's why this question throws everyone off. You know,
why?
I say good girl or bad girl. Yeah, I say good girl, bad girl, and people always pick good.
No, quick fire when he doesn't want quick fire.
People always pick good girl, yeah, and then the next question they pick the bad girl. Imagine that, just because they don't want a policewoman.
Because that's assuming that police are good, and I don't have that assumption.
But they're trying to be good. Black girl or white girl? Could lose your job, eh? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, man.
Yeah, black women.
Girl's breast or girl's bum?
Nah, I'm not involved.
Alright, cool. Her on top or missionary? Are you not involved for none of that?
You've
someone in it.
Yeah, not involved.
Alright, money or love? No, wait. Sex toys or no sex toys? Because what the fuck? Am I going mad?
Not involved.
No, but I'm saying, alright, cool.
Baby, enjoy secondary school.
Taboo or not taboo?
Why would you not? I don't understand.
Okay, mad thing.
Why would you not? If you're with someone and that's your partner.
No, Cream's with all of that. Cream and Deeks is on that.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Cream and Deeks are grown, you get me?
Yeah.
Me and Titch, yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
gosh, the married man.
And he's off camera, so that's a beautiful thing. What I'm saying is,
no, but you.
So you just said something about
7 years in.
oral and good and bad, yeah. So I'll take it that you like to partake when it comes to yourself.
Huh?
You like to partake in oral festivities when it comes to you, but you don't want
Getting it done to me?
Yeah.
Of course.
But you don't want to be giving anybody pleasure at all.
No, you are what you eat.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? I'm
Healthy,
not trying to...
strong.
Yeah, not trying to be a pussy out there. But yeah, boom. Do you know what I mean? You are what you eat. Do you know what I mean? You are fucking what you eat. I'm not trying to... Do you know what I mean?
Different. That's different.
I'm trying to be a lion.
Yeah.
Okay. Eat lion.
Huh? Boom. Deeks. Check the cameras, please.
Yeah.
Producer, the cameras still working? Are the cameras still on? Like, no. Boom. They're gonna ask you for some Northwest questions, but I'm gonna do mine first.
Say that.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, because they think I don't know what's
Say
going on.
that.
They think I don't know what's going on.
No, you do.
Or
Let's
that
see what's
I've got
happening.
things saved. Boom.
Let's go.
Oh no, here we go.
Can I have some silence? Can I have some silence, please?
Go on.
Scandals or Mr. Patties?
Scandals.
See, think I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
Easy.
Mums or movements?
That's a good one.
Obviously, it's a good one. I picked
That's
it.
a good one.
You didn't.
What do you mean? This is me.
That's my question.
It's not your questions.
Okay.
It's not your questions.
It's
'cause you- I
definitely
swear that
ice
is-
creamy.
A
Is that
man said
you?
them to me. Huh?
All right, cool.
It's not her
I'm
questions.
getting movements.
Big up Fusey.
I'm getting
But it's not
movements.
hers. Yeah, it's not your question.
I'm getting movements.
Complex or annex?
Someone's put you up to this.
Fusey. That's what I
Someone
said. Fusey.
Wow.
That's what I said. Big up Fusey.
Yeah, say
Big up
nothing.
Fusey.
You know what it is? I've got great memories in both spaces.
Yeah.
But Complex is why I done my first youth rave. 14-year-old, done my first rave. So bang.
These are actually the questions I asked you on your
that's
episode.
Nice. Oh, big him up, big him up.
It's got to be Complex.
Dreams or Palm Beach?
Oh my God. I'm taking the mic.
need to get rid of it.
Wow.
Oh, you don't add that one.
We had that one. We're gonna get rid of that one.
Yeah, you got to shake that one off. Oh man. Palm Beach is where I first picked up a Ricochet, but it was worth it. So I'm going Palm Beach.
Are you getting grace?
Yeah, my shoulder.
Sometime, you know.
It was weird. It was a great night.
Akon on Church Road or Roundwood Park?
Acorn.
Gotta stop now.
R.I.P. Miss Clark.
Hey, you know, we got to take over from this.
R.I.P. Miss Clark.
Acorn all day.
Akon, yeah. We have to say R.I.P. Miss Clark.
Come on.
For, yeah.
Come on.
Unique FM or the Beat FM?
Unique. Yeah.
Sweetie Irie or General Levy?
Phew. General Levy came onto our podcast, to be
Big
fair.
up Levy.
Yeah, big up Levy.
Sweetie Irie's got the hits and very underrated. But General Levy as a lyricist, yeah, I gotta go with Levy right now. But I respect Sweetie. Love Sweetie.
Go on.
All right. Big Ben's or Andy's chip shop.
Look at you.
Big up
Look at you.
Deeds.
You
I
are
gotta big up Deeds
naughty.
though, because he could be
You're naughty. Big Ben's Craven Park, though. Andy's is down the ends, isn't it? Church. Yeah.
Which one you going with?
Yeah, it's got to be Andy's. Isn't it? Yeah,
Go
it's
on,
easy.
Andy's. All right. Reed Walk or Talbot Walk?
You pagan. This guy's a pagan. Aye. It was mad. You know what?
What's that on the churches?
Generations.
Wait there. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Well, both on the churches.
Go on the churches.
Can I
The new
elaborate?
front line versus the old front
Yeah.
line. What we doing?
All right, cool. What's mad is that all of like my childhood besties are all on Reed Walk, innit? Like obvious, innit? Talbot man them, they were the first man them to literally go out there in terms of licking texts and doing certain things, coming back in off key mosh, doing certain things. Those were the first guys.
Big up Stone.
Like, yeah, those were the first guys. So it's
Stallone,
like even though they was the
Bobby.
bottom, they were advanced in certain criminology, innit? And fashion as well. Those were like your Elaborate Grove man.
Escobar,
if that makes sense. But yeah, Reed Walk is is where all my besties were.
Okay.
Yeah, take time.
So Roundwood Park or Gladstone Park?
Woo. Roundwood Park. They had some big raves up there. So Roundwood Park.
I got Acorn Club or Annex. Annex Club.
I got more memories in Acorn. And when I started raving, Annex
Just
was
I
the
asked that.
place. But more memories. He did. He said
It's
Acorn
also
or
about
Roundwood.
Annex and
Yeah.
Bridge Park. But
Yeah.
we've got them coming in different forms.
Say nothing. Say nothing.
Granville or Bridge Park?
Granville.
That's up their
Down
side. Yeah.
Killy.
Yeah.
Aye. Now, Bridge Park, because that's where I done my first rave.
Yeah.
That's the first. I done my first rave there. Me and the man, them 4 of us, pictures, whole thing, sellout event. Then when Jungle started, my pops them got into Jungle with Moose and all the rest of the man them done the hard they come down there and Danny Dread them, R.I.P. him.
Yeah, R.I.P.
So
Danny.
that's where I first started to rave and do Jungle raving, and I was like, this thing's mad.
Yeah.
Jungle was, I don't think people understand, but anyway, Jungle all day.
A Carlo Kalashnikov.
You're a scumbag, bro. You're a proper scumbag. Woo!
Did you say Carlo Kalashnikov?
Yeah.
How's that not West Christian?
Because those are
His people that I know is close to him.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, bro. He's a funny guy. All right, cool. So obviously, Akala's my guy, innit? So it's like bias is always gonna be here irrespective. But when Kalashnikov first came, where it's murder. I don't think people.
That was
Man can't
one of
test
my
the terra
favourite-
firma.
Yeah, literally, I remember
Banana
seeing it. I just thought
munching
he was so
monkey off the
cold.
boat. Listen. Nah. If he was ever
can't test the
consistent,
terra firma.
if he was ever consistent, he would have been that guy.
He'd have been a
Yeah,
serious
when we're talking about, I don't think we've had breakthrough. Like, you got that breakthrough and that dizzy breakthrough, if that makes sense. It happens every kind of generation or so. But yeah, it's breakthroughs.
Boom. What? Time's getting beyond us.
Tubby T or Gappy,
Oh my
quickly.
gosh.
I just want to run through these ones.
Oh, that's more.
I know.
Naughty. You're naughty.
I can't even believe we're
Tubby.
still like.
Sun Cycle
R.I.P.
or
him.
Sun Cycle Crew or Solid or So Solid.
Gotta be Song Cycle.
Cash Money
Underrated.
or Redman.
Free cash.
Free
Yeah,
map.
it's like I said, techie. That's a techie one. Yeah, it's a techie one still.
I've only
is what
done
I'll
a few.
say.
You did
No,
like
but
100.
yeah, but it's like.
And the last one, Naf or Villain, Skrilla Kids.
Naf's a character. He's a funny guy. I gotta go with Naf. He's a funny
Big up
character.
Naf, man.
No one, like, I've
Big
got
him up.
friendships with these youths from when they was young,
come
innit?
on,
Like,
from
Listen,
school
Naf
days,
got a lot
these
of
are
flowers.
like, come on,
That's
big up
old.
Naf as
He's
well.
the first man I see
Funny
come
guy.
through
With the
own
phone watch, that's what I
swag
said
in his
to
own
Spray.
brand.
Yeah, come on.
From Northwest.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Different.
swag and just,
Big up Naf.
yeah, I've got a lot of time for that guy.
Come on.
All right, cool. Can we do current affairs now, please, Cream?
Yep, current.
Is
Is there more?
No, current affairs. This is
Alright,
where we talk about. That's what I'm trying to say. He can't even believe there's more.
Yeah, there's
but I'm
That's
saying, you know what I'm
because Spray
saying.
had
I'm
about
trying
1,000. I only did a few, and
Yeah,
he's
but-
rushing me.
yeah, but
Like, go on.
obviously,
Anyway,
'cause I can see what's
Benjamin
going on, innit?
Mendy found not guilty. Current topics.
That's the footballer.
The footballer.
Yeah.
But we have to
A
be
bit
careful.
more context in it. Go on.
No, I'm just saying. Obviously,
Yeah.
like he got found guilty.
Yeah.
But he got found not guilty.
Yeah.
But as a man that's been found not guilty as well, you get what I'm saying? Obviously, big up and all that.
Who?
But me, I've been
Seen.
not guilty, not guilty of that funny charge. But I'm saying like
Right.
there's things I've been found not guilty for before,
Right.
and then possibly, basically, yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly
But
might have been
basically,
guilty.
just because you get found guilty does not mean you're innocent all the time. So that's what we have to bear in mind as well when we're talking about certain things.
You mean because you're not guilty doesn't mean you're innocent, right? In
What did I
Mendy's
say?
case,
Why, what did I
you
say?
said guilty, I think.
Because
So
you're
I'm
not
just-
guilty doesn't mean you're guilty. Is that what I said?
You said because you get found guilty doesn't mean you're innocent. So I think anyway, we're there.
Yeah,
He's
same
not
thing.
guilty.
Is that
Found-
not the
yeah,
same
He's
found
thing?
not guilty, but it
guilty.
doesn't mean he's innocent, right?
Is that not the same meaning?
I don't know.
Well, I was
We'll
just
have a
looking
look.
at it as I haven't gone deep in. I've just
But
I
at the
see a
same
lot of
time-
people behind him, like they're happy that
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got the not guilty.
Yeah,
So for me, the energy behind it is that he was wrongfully charged for something. Do you get me?
Do you know what it is?
So-
Like you have people on one side saying, because I see someone, because I'm on Twitter, innit? You don't
Yeah.
really go on Twitter. But like I see,
Really?
I know.
Shots firing
Yeah.
for what? But go on.
So I see, now because you get to see what's going on. But
You're an idiot. I see what's
you
going
get-
on.
No, but I'm saying,
I
you get what I'm
see
saying?
what's
No,
going on. I
on
don't need to
Twitter.
just
No,
be
but
on Twitter.
Twitter,
But go on
you
anyway.
Go on Twitter, get on,
Newsman.
sign in. I at you
Yeah,
all the
go on,
time.
go do your thing.
I at you all the time.
That's nice.
Couple retweets.
That's-
I'm
I
wait-
love it.
I'm
That's
waiting for a
nice.
couple retweets.
That's nice.
I'm waiting
Go
for a
on.
couple retweets from
You're
her.
gonna get to the point.
But anyway, so boom, like you have some people like they're saying like, oh, like the footballers are dumb. Why are they backing him? Just because you've got found not guilty doesn't mean you're not guilty. Yeah? Then you have some people on the other hand saying, listen, he's got found not guilty, therefore he's not guilty. Do you get what I'm trying to, in our society, like, do you get what I'm trying to say? How can you now get found not guilty, but then it's like you're still not able to brush it off?
Basically, because I
Do
saw
you get what I'm trying to say?
I saw
get it.
Big Up Made You Think. I saw him going into it because obviously he's lost his contract.
He lost a lot.
He was one of the highest paid in his whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things. So all of these things, like, he's lost. He went jail. Of this thing, and he's not guilty. So then what happens? And there's a lot of athletes. I'm not saying that there's not athletes that do commit, but there's also athletes that don't, that get wrongfully, and then
Niall got found not guilty. Big up Niall Ranger.
There needs to be something. Big up Niall Ranger.
Big up Niall.
He
got found not guilty.
Put in place, because you know, people are losing their career. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's a thing where it's an ageist thing as well. You can't just jump back in, and you know, like, after you've had certain headlines over your name and things like that, endorsements, it affects a lot of stuff. Do you get me?
Listen, my brethren, had a man when man was growing up. You get me? Like, you get me? But anyway, he used to play football, innit? Yeah, do all of that stuff. Don't worry. He used to do that football proper, play like proper semi-pro and all that. Like, he got done for R. Like, yeah, some girl called R on him, yeah? And he's never been jail before. First time he went jail was Belmarsh, yeah? And that was for just a dirty charge anyway. He cut a long story short. He got found not guilty. I don't know if he was not guilty. He says I know, but we know who you are, you know who you are. I'm not going to be here and enable madness. So I don't know, no, I'm joking. But he got found not guilty. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. And then from there, football done. He wasn't like literally, because
I don't know how
in the ends, no, but in the ends, it tarred his name in the ends. People say,
I don't know how this is going to affect his career moving forward.
No, he's not. But he's not guilty, he's gone. Yeah.
I don't think another club's going to pick him up just like that, and he's going to get off where he left off. So this is going to hurt his main career.
They'll pick him up.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because it's just about money.
I want him to get
you know,
shit back,
yeah, come on, I think.
But if they don't, this is the shit that we go through, isn't it?
Right.
What else is going on?
So what's the question?
There's no question.
No. This is our current topics, current affairs section, where we're just talking about a few things that's been going on.
What else is going on
this week, or you know, like in the headlines and things like
that.
I think it's one of them ones where you have to look at the amount of women that I actually know from a personal standpoint who have had sexual assault, who have actually been raped, and have actually protected the men that have done it because they're within their family, their friends, they're your brethren, and they want to keep your brethren held in silence. You have to look at the fact that how little people are convicted for rape when it actually does happen. Yeah. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and side with multi-millionaire footballers and say, oh, isn't it a shame that these guys keep on.
You've got to be more careful.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to put caution to the wind. He's got a good lawyer, so he'll get off as other industries do, as they do in the film industry. A lot of people get off when they do these sort of things, right?
Right.
But I more look at the amount of women that I know, personal friendships.
9.
Yeah, the amount of women I know.
That's why people are saying like, that's why people are like, just because he bust doesn't mean he never done it. Yeah, people say just because, you know what I mean?
But less about him, more about the industry.
Yeah.
You've got an industry that kind of like, you've got a lot of money, disposable time, and you've got a lot of women in your proximity in it. So you should be, the industry should take more charge over what their players are exposed to, if that makes sense. Because it's going to happen again, if it's not happening right now. So we need to stop looking at the individuals. We need to look at an industry which actually, when these things happen, they have got the money to fight the charges. But
keep an eye on
I know way too many black women that have been raped.
Don't do
in my friendship circles to ever be thinking like, I'm siding with anyone.
You need to keep an eye on Noah Clark. You need to keep an eye on him.
I don't know.
Adam 22, let a porn star. Adam 22
saw that.
Let a black porn star dig out his gal, dig out his wife. He went mad.
He's gone mad.
Even if that is a fetish, if that's his fetish, get a Chinese guy to do it. Why are you gonna get some guy, some tonk guy that knows what he's doing? This is what he does. He's a porn guy. He's gonna give her the proper beat. So, you get what I'm saying? If that's your...
You know what's cheeky?
He's a madman.
I see him on the platform this week talking about
get a China man or
can't fuck her like he can.
Get a China man or something.
That's why you don't do it. Because now you've let a black man in. He's on the platform talking about, you can't fuck your wife like I can fuck her. Cheeky.
I'm not involved.
Yeah.
I'm not involved.
Anything else?
Just something for you guys. I see everyone talking about this Declan Rice move
Big.
to
Arsenal.
Big
Hopefully
move.
we bring a trophy home this year.
Big move.
Gunners all the way.
Big move.
Never walk alone, so I don't care about me.
Gunners all the way.
We're going to have a break for the RTM banter, and we'll be back to talk about the main subject, which will be the new generation.
Well, this guy's a mother.
Oh, you mind? Huh? What? Huh?
Voila. You know what this guy?
Estamos aquí, los muchachos están luchando, ¿verdad?, para rescatar a las personas que están lesionadas dentro del cauce. Esperamos, muchachos de la brigada. Vengan a apoyar.
Boom. Welcome back. Carl, you're done. No, okay. You get me? Boom.
We're just back in.
Yeah, just like that. But hear what though?
No.
Hear what though? New generation.
This is a marathon.
No, this is the next generation.
No,
This is mad. But yeah, no, we just need to talk about the next generation quickly because, bro, time, innit?
Yeah.
Like, we're just going mad.
Yeah.
We just need to run through this and then boom. But this is why I chose this to be the main subject because we've got Justin here. Mm-hmm. And I just want, I'm actually relying on you for this bit. Okay. Just to like give a talk to the next generation. Like, do you know what I mean? Like what we want from them. I just want them to see that we're with them. We've got them. Is this too mad?
With them,
Is this too much of a preach?
That's
No, but you know what I mean? I just want them to know we're with them, innit? Like,
we understand where they're coming from. We might be a bit older, but we understand the journey and we're here to support their journey and help get them to the next step where we can.
Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say? We're not against you, we're with you lot. But 100%. Justin, please, man, can you just
there's
like,
a bit of a cut,
give us some, man.
So what we would say is,
what are you finding with the next generation? What do you find?
Well, what we want to do is kind of like get away from op and get into opportunity. Looking at someone who you think is an op and looking at actually there might be an opportunity within this relationship. So we've kind of got young people to connect with other young people who are from different areas and they're realizing, right, you know, if I'm a spitter and that producer's over there, he's in South Killy, but I'm from church, but he's a hard producer, so I need to work with him. And that producer's realizing there's only so much talent you can work with in South Killy. You've actually got to move around and there might be talent in other areas, so you'll be better to be a little bit non-partisan if you want your thing to spread. Do you understand? If you want your music to get out there. So we're getting young people to look at, that's not an op, that's an opportunity, you know what I mean? And connecting people before there's a negative situation happening. So what would happen with us is like in our era, you get into a situation with a man in our next zone and my man's like, yeah, but I know my man and I know rare. Phone calls start to get made, right? So we need to get back into that before you just react straight away because it's easy now. Phones, innit? I don't blame them. Phones are there. We never had instant gratification stuff going on in our era. Phones are there, but you still need to check in with people around you. Like, yo, you know my man? Yeah, I know my man. Yo, what's all of this? Get people to do that kind of like that work, innit?
We need a resolution center.
To try and crush out.
Like in PayPal.
100%. Try and crush out things before.
Go to war with no recon.
PayPal.
100%.
Listen,
like, try and crush out things.
PayPal has got a
That's real shit, I'm saying.
PayPal has got a resolution center in it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if there's a problem between the two, Byron, we need a resolution center.
100%.
100%. So if there's a problem, there's somewhere that you can go.
So in terms of working around young people, in terms of working around young people, what I've noted is that you got to work through adults. You can't work in silo with young people alone. So I'm equally interested in working with the man them from different ends. Because these are all our nephews and our sons and and our daughters as well. Let's not go on like that. They're not part of what's going on as well. So man them, our age group, let's start to link up. And let's start getting to a situation when you hear something I go on and you know something I go on, shout them people there, yo, what I go on for real. Get back to dialogue. Because young people are like that. You leave 2 young people in a room, children, babies, they're going to fight, carry on. Yeah. It takes adults to give them structure, give them a play situation and proper structure. And you know what? They can get back to it. So with the young people, like I said, look at opportunities. Is the situation going to make me actually have a fulfilled life or life in jail? Because I don't care what no one... What saved me is that my brethren that I was running with, they're doing their L plates now, innit? And seeing the difference between who's actually checking for those people now. Everyone with RIP and rare. Who's actually looking after your youths? Who's actually going to spend time to make sure that your son, your daughter, who's doing all of that? Basically. Who's doing all of that? So it's always easy to throw up, all right. Yeah. It's not easy to go and check people and actually work through their trauma with them, actually go and do homework with youths, actually to get youths back into education. So what I would say to that is like, before we get into a situation where it's all glorification, you're on phones, you're doing your thing, and you're scoring points, believe me, when you enter your first year in prison, take it from someone that's worked in Feltham, your first year in prison, all your friendship circles are dead. Mum coming to check you, sister coming to check you, friends ain't making that commute day in, day out, and friends are in their own beef. You understand? So it's like, listen, really start to appreciate Wagwan, and if there's situations around you, tap in with someone slightly older. Tap in with someone that's still road affiliated, but big man in it. Might want to do something different. Or still my auntie, different. You understand? Try and get the dialogue back is what I'd say.
Yeah, no, man. Next generation.
Come on.
All the way.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Love.
And get in touch with United Borders if you want any help. But
and
every episode...
Icy and Lady TT and
the
other ones that work. No, they all work with United Borders. So I just wanted to give them... a shout. I want to give other people.
I know TT. I don't know her, but that's Deluxe's bridges.
Yeah, TT. Basically. So just like all of them,
let's bring up
I want to big up everyone that's doing their part.
Reach out to CTG. Mo, let's make this happen. You need vending, titch vending.
Big up.
Yeah, you need slush puppy, drip punch.
Listen,
drip punch. When we do the slush, anyway.
Making it happen.
Every episode we have a different dilemma, innit? Yeah.
True.
So we just need your help. We need everyone's help on this.
True.
Their RTM podcast show. Big up Cream and Spray for their dedication and perseverance.
Thank you.
I'm just hearing.
What's going on?
You know whose voice I'm hearing? Brav. I'm just hearing that.
The guy with the gold teeth.
Castillo. Yeah.
Oh, is that where he does that now?
He's been
Wait, has he been doing? He's copying us now.
What?
What has he been copying us?
I don't know who.
So now he's got a Dare Castillo now.
He has a dilemma thing. He's been doing his dilemma thing
forever.
For a minute.
What, before us though?
It might have been. I don't know. I don't know. But it might have been for a minute. For a minute,
everyone's been copying us. GRM Daily copying our fire round. Like
let's pick up
they're asking people about rice and peas and jollof.
That's been his thing.
Listen, I've done a daily duppy, yeah. I'm coming to rap. Like, why are you asking me about rice and peas or jollof? Like, you lot going mad or something? They copy. We're influencing. We've got big influence. This is the influence.
Give him his flowers.
Now, obviously, Castillo's copying, man. You get what I'm saying? Say,
here we go.
Have you been doing that before lockdown?
Before. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before.
You sure?
Before everyone.
Right, dilemma.
Big up Cream and Spray for their dedication and perseverance.
Here we go.
I've got to repeat this. I've got to repeat this because they're bigging us up for our dedication and perseverance. Big you up. I've been locked in since season 1 and the growth has been constant, of course.
It has. The journey's been
Alhamdulillah. Listen, I'm a 26-year-old woman, not me, but the person writing. Still living at home with my parents as I haven't saved up enough money for a mortgage yet. Right. And I'm not sure if I ever will. Blood clot.
All good.
As I'm stuck in a dead-end job working in Sainsbury's. Listen. Anyway, I have 2 little twin brothers who just turned 16. I have my own room and they share a bedroom. Last week, I caught one of my brothers putting one of my mum's kitchen knives in his school bag. I took it off him and put it back in the drawer, and he begged me not to tell my parents. I asked him why he was trying to bring it to school, and he just told me not to worry. I'm worried for him, and I don't know what to do. I don't want to tell my parents as they've been arguing a lot lately, so I don't want to stress them out. any advice on how to deal with this, please, guys. Keep up the good work. We're rooting for you. Thanks for rooting for us. And that is a dilemma.
Yeah, that is
I
one.
actually like that question.
That is actually a dilemma.
Yeah.
We've got the
Dilemma.
right
Someone
person.
needs to start with you, yeah.
We've got the right person to answer
Yeah,
it.
They
definitely.
need to come see you writing borders.
No, but what do you think? Should they tell the parents? Because maybe I would say maybe tell
I've
your
got
parents
something
though.
to
Hold on,
say
was that a
about
real
it.
dilemma that's come?
It's a real
Yeah,
dilemma,
what
bro.
is
That's
it?
a real dilemma that's come in. Every week we get real dilemmas.
Oh, for real? I thought
That's a real talk.
No.
He's not
Spray's
making it up.
rating. Spray's rating. Albums
No,
and come.
people really type
Say
in
not.
these
All right, cool. First and foremost, what that young person wants to know is that is it safe enough to tell you Wagwan? Because if they've given you, or if you found a weapon and you put it back and you haven't told the adults in the household, that means there's enough trust established for you to dig deeper. And even though they don't want to discuss it right now, I would talk to the other twin because young people tend to talk to young people
And
first.
twins definitely know each other.
Yeah, young people tend to talk to young people first. So if this one isn't offering enough, go through the other young person and find out what's going on. Every chance he would have said to the other one, yo, that kind of thing. Then secondly, once you find out a little bit more context behind what's going on, especially if it's for school, is to then find out who the other party is in that situation, find out who their parent is, and actually get a mediation situation sorted. And I think if you can do these things together as a community, you would actually prevent someone from going to jail.
Yeah.
You're going to prevent someone from being on a certain list and being known as a certain thing at school. A lot of the young people that are carrying in school are not who you think.
Yeah.
The young people will get into something and get frightened.
But that's what I was going to say. I'm going to ask a hard question here, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it's not everybody carries just to go and do something bad.
No.
They carry to protect themselves.
I've had that multiple times.
And the thing about it is like, if it's your child and you, like, if you're going outside, you know someone's going to think, you have to defend yourself, no? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I prefer mine to defend themselves.
Let me give you,
other than like, you know what I mean. So it's such a tricky situation because
Let me
I
give you
feel
a
like
scenario.
that has to be acted on immediately.
Real
Because
quick
I want to
imagine-
know, are they safe going where they're
Yeah,
going?
'cause
Because if I
imagine she-
take it off you and
And
I
then
hear
she
something
goes
happen
out
to you,
and then he goes out
then
and gets
what?
bored up.
Do you
And then
understand
he's
what I'm
like,
saying?
that's why I said you got
That's another thing.
Man took
you
the
got to
kitchen
get
knife,
into
put
it.
it back in the drawer
And now
for you
he
to
ain't
go
got
and get
nothing,
bored up.
and I know that he's not meant to, but at the same time,
Right. So
it's just so
this is
tricky.
why I said,
innit?
like, you got to talk to this one, not getting it, go to the other one. We had a situation, that I can reference, where a young person got into a little minor altercation, nothing big, but the other young people that were there was telling young person A, yo, you know, my man's a madman, and you know when time he sees you, he's going to put it on you and rare. So person A now, calm you, lovely you, just wants to do photography, certain things. He's thinking to himself, whoa, I know that you've got a reputation. Whoa, I know that you're definitely coming for me. He packs a knife and goes to school. The school find the knife on the youth. The school then contact me. So instead of like, all right, cool, I'm chatting to my man. I said, what happened? He said, on the day, this and that was going on. Them lot was telling me that my man's out. I said, he's not looking at you like that. Are you serious? Yeah. I said, all right, cool. 1 second. I phoned the next youth in question. I said, yo, what go on with you and this youth here? He was like, what are you talking about? I said, no, this youth said that. He's like, which youth? What's his name even? I said, do you know the one with the braids and that? He's like, no way. What are you talking about? He said, listen, I'm coming to check you right now. So my man's come down to me with the youth present, and he was just like, my youth, why would you think that? What's going on? He just said, nah, the youth, them, rare. And he goes, bro, listen, I got love for you. It's not that we come to the same project. What is wrong? I saw quickly how just little...
between each other,
right?
talk out.
And we're dealing with a youth that was just into photography. What are you that's known for nothing else? Just dealing with photography on the course for photography. That happened. He thought something was going to happen, so he tooled himself for something that youth might have came up to him and said hello. In his mind, something's about to happen. If that makes sense. So it's just like I said, mediation is so essential. I've mediated in the principals in the headmaster's office. 2 youths are warring in the school. They're looking to exclude them both permanently. I've said, all right, cool, let me chat to both of them, get them in a room, everyone's tension is high. I said, all right, man, listen, Right now, no one's getting excluded. What we're going to do is, I've got boxing on Sunday. For the next 2 months, I'm coming for everyone. The next 2 months, I picked up all of the 8 youths. Every Sunday, boxing, eating food, Westfield, Chinese, rare. The same 2 youths that were in it at the beginning.
Now.
Listen.
Bridges now.
One moved to Amsterdam, the other one goes to Amsterdam to check him. When he comes back from Amsterdam, batty and bench. And I'm saying mediation, like... But that's in every relationship.
They don't realise they're very similar.
You don't get along with. You're actually, if you spoke, they clash with people that are similar to them as well.
110.
I went to school in Bridge, so I know half the Bridges. We know each other from before.
A lot of it comes down to just failed communication, right? So that's all we try to improve. Relationship can break down with man and woman in our bed, and you are just not communicating effectively, not seeing eye to eye. All of a sudden, your partner's an enemy, if that makes sense. You don't even want to know this person no more. That's adults. These are kids. And now they've got other means of settling arguments. So I just think, you know what? Mediate, get between. So
what shall we do in this, in regards to this dilemma though? With this,
are they telling their parents?
You know, like, what do you think?
Do you think she should tell the parents?
I think at some point, depends what kind of parents you're dealing with. If everyone's warring at the moment and the house is chaotic, you might need to bring someone else in who's a guardian, who's a safe point, if that makes sense. Because you want a resolution for this. If parents are warring, they might not be able to solve this current situation. Who's the cool uncle? Who's the uncle that's a little bit road, that knows a few things, that can come and chat to him and say, cool, come with me confidently, let's go and check this you and mediate the situation. There's a situation that needs mediation quickly, immediately. Because it can escalate quickly as well. So
you get nicked.
Yeah, so I would say like, and then there's projects like ourselves, there's multiple grassroots projects. Reach out to us, let us know Wagwan, and we'll get involved. You know what I mean? We'll get involved.
Yeah, no, and keep your head up, and thanks for
100%.
Reaching out as well.
No, love for that.
And that's a sister that cares about her
love
siblings.
Love for that.
She didn't even run straight to the parents, and you know what I mean? But I will say, definitely talk to him.
Open it up.
And find out what's going on, because you can't just be disarming, man. And you don't know what's going on. But he's probably just said, all right, sis, hold up. He knows his twin brothers got that. He knows his twin brothers got that. Like they're both. There's 2 of them, innit?
That needs to be.
There's 2 of them. You need to chat to both of them. Like he said, you need to chat to both of them.
Because
twins are very similar.
But don't leave it.
You can't
sit down there.
Yeah, because one day you don't know, your brother could end up in prison or her.
Yeah.
And then it's on you, innit?
100.
So every episode as well, we give them a different book suggestion to go and read.
Yeah, I've got 2.
We like to this season we've been letting the guests
I've got 2.
suggest
got those 2 up there.
Please.
You know, so we just try and we try and make sure that you get what I'm saying, we push the right narratives, you get me, we want people to read, you get what I'm saying.
So first book, very quick, easy read, is The Making of a Slave, Willie Lynch. And it's
sounds interesting.
Yeah, so basically what we had was a situation in the colonies in the Caribbean where there was a lot of slave revolt. A lot of people obviously don't want to live in the conditions that they were living in, so they were overthrown.
Oh my gosh, sorry, I forgot to say why.
Why? It's a why, because it's a Willie thing. But I feel you.
Go on.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Willie.
Oh.
Yeah. So essentially they needed help taming their slaves.
Right.
So they brought in Willie Lynch from Virginia. They brought in Lynch. You know Lynch?
Lynchings? Yeah, come on.
Cool. So they brought him in from Virginia because he was exasperating torture techniques that could not only quell this uprising, or it can quell the next generational.
Yeah.
So what he shows you is that the methods that, if you use these methods, which he used to break wild horses, right, eventually they'll break themselves.
Yeah, and everybody else, because once you see it enough, you're going to be scared to act and stuff.
But is this where the bucking technique comes from?
Yeah, butt breaking. Butt breaking.
It's a super why. For those that know, but
they know you're the one that, you're the cucumber and the joggers, guys. So you can say anything now.
But this is like,
serious stuff.
This is a short book as well.
Very small.
That's what I was thinking, like raw, like.
Very small. Little but talawa, let's say, right? So it gives you proper breakdown how to separate the men from the boys and get them in competition, how to separate the big women from the girls and get them in competition, how to break them all down. If you break the mum or the female horse in that sense, she will, basically you have to humiliate. torture, and kill the man in front of her. So she'll realize there's no safety and no protection for her. So to offset that from happening, she will break her own children and bring them to you. So it's a deep book.
And I feel like even with the way that they structure, you know, like how they've done it, it made us not have unity. You know, like always feel like only one can make it, one can go through. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's always that just who can make it out, but it's just you. Do you know what I mean?
So this is a book that was written, you know, many moons ago. And he reckoned that if you do this right, the psychological effects on this, so he even knew that the cortisol will pass through to the younger generation, the fear will pass on. You won't have to do anything. They'll naturally fear you. And it will last for 400 years. It says this back then. And you look where we are. It's all right, fair enough. So I say it's a very important read to understand that.
And there are systems. About the knowledge of knowing
there are systems
about what
in
they
place.
were done to you. You understand what I'm saying? Why you are where you are and them things.
110.
You get me?
So that's a little light, easy read. And then there's this book called Magical Child, which is it's a book that I read every now and again. And what it is, it's about a French, Joseph Chilton Pierce, I believe it is.
I think it's French. Or Jean Piaget. I haven't read a synopsis in a bit. I need to let them know that I can read. Boom. Magical Child, a classic work, profoundly questioned the current thinking on childbirth practices, parenting and educating our children. Now it's daring ideas about how Western society is damaging our children and how we can better nurture them and ourselves ring truer than ever. From the very instant of birth, says Joseph Chilton Pierce, the human child has only one concern, to learn all that there is to learn about the world. This planet is the child's playground, and nothing should interfere with a child's play. Raised this way, the magical child is a happy genius, capable of anything, equipped to fulfill his amazing potential. Expanding on the ideas of internationally acclaimed child psychologist Jean Piaget. Jean Piaget. Yeah, I know, that's how you say it. Pierce traces the growth of the mind, brain from birth of adulthood. He connects the alarming rise in autism, hyperkinetic behavior, childhood schizophrenia, and adolescent suicide to the all too common errors we make in raising and educating our children. Then he shows how we can restore the astonishing wealth of creative intelligence that is the birthright of every human being. Pierce challenges all our notions about child rearing, and in the process challenges us to re-examine ourselves. Pierce's message is simple. It is never too late to play, for we are all magical children.
Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent read, Spray.
Yeah. So what I'd say,
I'm getting better.
You're getting better.
Yeah. So for all the claims on it, I haven't looked that deep enough to know if all of it's true. But what I do like about the book is that Jean Piaget, he's in France or in Western construct and delivering children and all the rest of it. Then he goes to multiple spaces in Africa, outback. And he's staying in villages, so women that can't make it to the hospitals because the hospitals are too far away, and he sets up clinics that they can come to. So this is just one story from the book, basically. A woman from a village walked over 10, 15 miles the day after she's given birth, by the way. She's got the baby attached to her for 10, 15 miles, and she reaches the project just after maybe 2 hours of walking or whatnot. So he was saying to her, examines the baby, everything looks right, the baby's very alert, upright, could sit upright, could look around. And he's like, how old is this baby? What's going on? And she's like, I just had the baby. And he's like, when? She's like, yesterday. He's like, no, it's not possible. Like, this baby shouldn't be able to do these things, and you just had the baby. So he said that time and time again, women were coming with children, African women were coming with children that were way advanced, that he couldn't understand it for the kind of readings that they have, right? So one of the questions that he asked multiple women, because it became a running joke, was, you've walked for 2 hours, your child's attached to you, where did the child defecate? Where did the child wee? And the women would just laugh. They was like, on the road, isn't it? Like, what do you mean? And he was just like, no, seriously, like, where? I don't understand. And he was like, on the road. And he was just like, well, how? The child's telling you? And she said, no, you just know. And he goes, no, what do you mean you just know? It doesn't make sense. And she goes, you just know. You're a mum. You know when the child needs to go. You take the child off and the child goes. And he goes, he didn't understand at all. But because he asked so many women, they all started to laugh at him. Like, what's wrong with him? Why is he asking such an obvious thing, basically? And essentially, it was just intuition. Women are constantly attached to their children at the back. The heart to heart is pressing certain things. They're so bonded with the children. They know what's going on. They know what time it is to do certain things, if that makes sense. But it was just simple things like that. So even there's that as one of them. The other one that kind of left me with something was when after women have babies, they wouldn't cut the umbilical. And he thought it was a strange practice until he then science catches up with us in terms of Africans, right? Science has now proven that to cut the umbilical straight away is robbing the child of vital oxygen, which is still in the placenta. So while a child is trying to adjust to air, to breathe for the first time, the oxygenated blood, which still exists in the placenta, is key for that child to continue breathing. So we should not cut the navel. We should have that for a little while until the child's fully adjusted to breathing and then cut it. Just the practice of cutting the umbilical cord increase asthma. But they know this, and still these practices won't change. So he just went and stayed amongst with a lot of locals and realised a lot of their practices, yes, we've made modern day marvels with science and what we've got, but at the same time, practices that they're still doing, we can learn a lot from. So he came back and wrote a book about it. So
RIPs and frees, RIPs and frees. You got anyone to RIP or anyone to free?
To free.
Anyone to RIP or anyone to free?
Rest in peace, Brad.
Yeah.
RIP.
Yeah, I think Brad's a big one. R.I.P. Brad, R.I.P. Grandma, Granddad, all the way. Recent passing of Danny Dread, who's an icon for the area, so R.I.P.
Rest in peace, Danny Dread, man.
In
Give
terms
my first
of,
studio session.
You know, right?
Bridge,
done a lot for us,
Big up
man.
Danny Dread.
Done a lot for us. In terms of the freedoms, obviously free Keyz and that.
Free Keyz, man.
Who else am I missing here?
Styly too, before we go too far.
R.I.P. Styles as well.
Zeno, let's just make it official.
R.I.P. Zeno.
R.I.P. Smalls.
R.I.P. Tubby T.
You understand? Like, we are where we are.
R.I.P.
In terms of free everyone, because I believe in abolition.
Everyone but the Nazis. Leave them.
Yeah.
What do you I don't know what that word means. Abolition. I don't know. He said abolition, but I'm not gonna act like I know what you meant.
So, like, getting rid. We shouldn't be in a space where we need prisons.
Abolish.
We need to get rid of it. We need to abolish it.
Okay, cool.
Prisons doesn't work. We all know that. The finances behind it means that only a few people are empowered with it, the whole thing.
Come on.
The rate in terms of rehabilitation is not happening. In terms of people going back to prison, we can see what's going on there. So prisons don't work. That's where prisons. In terms of paedophilia, certain things. I think,
that's what I was saying. Yeah,
that's something different.
Torture chambers for them.
I'm not saying
free money. Free my brother.
Different, but in terms of everyone in jail, like, I don't think we should be in a position where we even need jails. So free everyone that's in there.
Yeah,
irrespective.
Vader just went jail. Free Vader. Free everyone.
Yeah.
So boom. Yeah. Now thanks for coming through, man. Thanks for featuring.
Love.
Thanks for
it's been beautiful.
It's been a pleasure. Nah, but we've got some gems. We've got some good gems as well.
Come on.
Do you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Nah, man. Respect, man. Like, it's not a joke, because anyone that comes, that's a why. But anyone that features, and they're on, you know, if this like what you said, in it, you weren't on it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to say this ain't something that you do, innit? So just the fact that you come and you're saying it.
Yeah, but the fact that you featured, man.
No, but you get what I'm trying to say, like,
but this is big, bro.
No, but you get what I'm trying to say, like, because you're taking time out of your, you're taking time out of your fucking schedule, bro, to come and share your
it would be a good thing for you to come
growth
on,
journey.
definitely.
I appreciate it. I love you lot's journey,
and of course, and remember, you and Nakala didn't even like, man. So it's like, I've got, do you get what I'm saying? No, but do you get what I'm saying? I've got a really, this is a proper thanks.
Man was weary.
Nakala, man, like, no, but that's, he's blanked me. Like, I've DM'd him as well. Now I know why he blanked me.
No way, no way.
Eventually.
Miss Dynamite, his sister, me and Dynamite's cool.
Cool.
But they're both legends, man.
You and Nakala's cool.
We done a tune. I thought we was cool.
Yeah, you lot are cool.
I thought we was cool.
Yeah, you lot are cool.
You're making me know.
get me?
Just
to make me know that I'm
cool.
joking.
All day.
No, but
Come on,
thanks,
big up,
bro, man.
come on, big up.
Thanks, bro. Where can they follow you and all that?
UnitedBorders.org, info@unitedborders.org if you need to send us any referrals. We're on all the social media platforms, so even if you DM us there, we'll still get through to your referrals.
Do you not go to schools?
Of course. Early intervention work, we're in schools, and diversionary work, so we're out here. We out here.
That's
out here. Follow the queen.
Ice Cream, the poster girl. You already know the vibes. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, everywhere in it, and Twitter. Because I do go on there when I'm ready. Do you know what I mean? But yeah,
it's not even worth it.
Follow me.
Follow her.
Follow the queen. Follow the queen. See?
This ain't your part. Your mind's supposed to be off. He might supposed to be
Northwest
from the dilemma. You know, like from the dilemma. This is listen.
Fuck you, Spray. Follow the queen.
Follow me. Listen, stick a pin. Follow me at young_spray_official on Instagram, at young_spray on Twitter. Follow the page at RTM Podcast Show on Instagram. Follow the clothing at RTM Clothing Original. Man's gonna have some new clothes soon, you get me? Mind Games merch and that. But yeah, boom. www.reallythemost.com for the merch. You get me? And like, yeah, boom. It's been a pleasure. Have I missed anything?
Yeah, no, follow the Great Syndicate on all platforms. www.thegreatsyndicate.com.
That's not what I missed.
Then you need to reach out, yeah? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Big bam boom, RTM show. People them look after yourself. Boom. That's how we go.
Boom. They know, man pay. Wait. Man pay. This is not your job. It's not finished until I say it's finished. It's not your job to finish it. You get what I'm saying? Tell him it's not his job to finish it. It's not his job to finish it.
Tell him.
But yeah, I'm even saying thanks again. I'm saying thanks again.
No, do you know what? It was a pleasure.
He's showing enough.
And
the fans have never heard him talk this much.
Yeah.
He's showing off.
Yeah, but Justin, just want to say, like, it was a pleasure having you on here. I appreciate you coming on as well.
And
like,
you get what I'm saying? And this is the first screw that I've been patterned with. I swear I don't like them. I swear that I mash them up, I beat them. I smash them all up allegedly. Check out the allegedly.
This guy.
The most.